If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, the mics are hot on this frenzy, freaky, fantastic Halloween Friday. Good morning. We are live from Fastport Studios with your spooky, hat-wearing, devilish handsome Jimmy Mack.
Hey, by the way, if you go to the Book of Face, you can actually see what Dre and I are actually wearing for Halloween and what we're celebrating for Halloween. Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. You know what? We should really get in the spirit of the situation. We should give a little bit of Halloweeny music and bring in special guest Snake Pontchartrain to read the opening story. What do you think, Phone Master Dre? Oh yeah, the Snake is here to talk to all of his groovy, creepy friends out there on Frankenstein Friday. Here we go. The Ohio State University. This one's for you, Louie. This story's got screaming cultists. The Ohio State University. It's got costumes. After all, it's got Brutus Buckeye. And it's got cruelty to kids. Just like Halloween 3, which is the theme song that Jimmy Mack is using on his Facebook post. Well, Ohio State, the Ohio State, so I don't make John Maley or Louis Pugh angry, celebrated their 60th birthday of its mascot, Brutus Buckeye, by breaking the Guinness World Record for the most conical hats worn at a single event. They were wearing dunce caps, essentially, folks. The school gathered 1,923 people to don party hats Wednesday at the Recreation and Physical Activity Center on campus. The gathering, well, what the gathering did was it snatched, seized, took the Guinness World Record from Britain's Sutton Cornfield Grammar School for Girls. Impressive, which gathered 1,161 people in party hats in 2019. Let's get this straight. Your idea of triumph is stealing stuff from kids?
Kids!
Well done on Halloween. Dave Isaac, by the way, spokesperson for the Office of Student Life at OSU, said the idea of breaking a Guinness World Record for Brutus' 60th birthday was born out of a desire to top the 50th birthday celebration in 2015. This was one of the ideas we came up with. We ran with it, and here we are, and that's what Isaacs told WSYX-TV. Snatching stuff from kids.
Good hearing from you, Snake.
By the way, if you are enjoying your Halloween, then you should probably get your heart ripped out at iHeart.
Rip it out.
Have the audacity to commit murder
Do
at
it.
Odyssey. Yak it up and hack it up on YouTube. Make some FaceTime on Facebook and live your best life. Live your life.
Live your life. Purge it.
On Live 365. It's alive on 365. Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com. Or maybe you're everything everywhere all at once, and like the great race of Yith, you're traveling through time and space and listening to us beyond when we're talking, which means you're listening on your favorite podcast platform. It don't matter how you do it, man, because this is the Halloween edition. It's also Frankenstein Friday. You know that there is a Frankenstein Friday. It's the last Friday of the month of October, and when the last Friday of the month of October is also the last day of the month of October, it means that Frankenstein Friday is Halloween.
Open that door and hang out with us on Frankenstein Friday.
You can dig where we're coming from here. This is Road Gang Radio. You can forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its Blumbian Bloviating ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. I really thought about coming as the proctologist of space trucking.
Oh, man.
I know. I had some thoughts.
You left your doctor coat?
I also thought about wearing a banana suit, a banana costume, and then getting reported to HR. That was one of my other plans. Because this is much better than that.
Mm-hmm.
This
ain't slippery.
Is the greatest live transportation show in the known universe. And you can be part of the action. You can mix it up. You can actually put the electrodes and charge that monster up, baby, at 615-292-6366.
615-292 Nemo, baby.
But yeah. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That's my impersonation of Gold Member.
Gold member. All right, let's throw it out for the people that don't, or well, they have Facebook, but they're just not on there quite yet. This lovely man across the good old room of me
is a combination of Jack Burton, Snake Plissken, and has a skull mask as well too. Can I tell people what you're doing right now?
Oh man, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead and say it. Just give us a little bit of the voice.
Well, I'm not even gonna say that. I'm gonna let you explain. I'm gonna justify myself.
You ain't gotta justify anything. Man.
I am the Austin Powers at the end of Gold Member. I'm the Tom Cruise version because I ain't got the teeth. I got a beard. And my hair looks like it's well groomed. But explain a little bit more there, Jimmy.
Well, I'm telling you, he has got the fabulous outfit. He's got that swinging '60s outfit with the ruffle tie, the ruffle. I don't even know what they call it, by the way.
I know it, but I can't think of it.
It's not an ascot.
It's not an ascot.
It's not an ascot, but it's the thing with all the. It's the Austin Powers look, man. He's even got the boots, baby.
This is gonna be the only time I'm gonna be rude today. My two favorite things, baby: bubbles and juggles. Yeah. And HR.
This Halloween, there's no HR.
No
HR here. I'm
I can't
HR.
spell it.
I can't report you because I got to report myself. I report myself. I ask you to love me. All of this, by the way, is broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House in the middle of Halloween Central.
Yep.
This is the perfect Halloween
I
neighborhood.
love this area.
And the weather just rolled in perfect, dude.
It's so spookily beautiful.
Oh, my God.
Spookily beautiful.
Beautiful. It's like Brutus. Is that like, is that Ohio State's Brutus?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Segway.
Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. And by the way, there is an episode of Night Beat that has nothing but spooky songs on it. Man, it's so good. It's so good.
Do yourself a favor. Get on there, 7 o'clock tonight. Do you want to set the mood for your kids going trick-or-treating, or do you just want to hang out while you're handing out candy? Put on Night Beat tonight.
That'd be a great thing to do for an hour. Just put on Night Beat for an hour while you give out candy.
He does it great. The opening's great. The middle's great. The ending's great. Dave is great.
Dave is great. You know who else is great? Fastport.
Oh, yeah.
They are out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges and scaring the kids as well through research, technology, and people. Got some great kids work for them, too. Mm-hmm. Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley, often pops in and out of the chat. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. Here's the other deal, too, man. I'm excited. People say to me, well, Halloween's over and you love that holiday. Now what are you going to do with yourself? Let me tell you something, man. I'm going to get ready. I'm going to get ready because there's a train coming, and it's taking us to Columbia Falls, where I'm going to hang out with Dean Crook, like he plays for the Philadelphia Phillies. Dean Croak. I'm hanging out with Dean Croak at the Drivers Lounge in Columbia Falls, Maine. We are then going to go to the Vet Ready Summit and the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards. Big shout out, by the way, to Charles Jones. Big shout out to the Scriv. Big shout out to Wrestler Macy, all those guys who actually got those nominations. And then we're going to Arlington with Gorgeous George, Courtney George, for Rees Across America. And we've added a little something. We're going to be on Radio Row for the Army-Navy football game.
Oh, so excited for that.
All kinds of groovy stuff going down and happening across the board. And by the way, I get to say this not often. Truck Down is one of our sponsors as well. Halloween is brought to you by Truck Down. I mean, they get the national day of. Today is Halloween, by the way. It's a lot of great days, too, along with Frankenstein Friday and the like. A lot of groovy things are going down, man. It's a groovy day. Oh, so when do you head back to Ocean? You going right back?
Yes. I wanted. I had a few things I wanted to do. I wanted to come here, but we had the kids, had all this stuff that I wanted to do. But the kids, they like being with their cousins because they can go to my girlfriend's sister's place and trick or treat there, and their friends meet up. So I was like, all right, I didn't want to take that from them. So we're gonna be heading back, and I also got to prep a few things for a bridal shower engagement party that I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
I was.
If
my brother had called the audible that he called a couple of days earlier, you would have been able to bring those kids in for a really fun party. By the way, because they're having a party uptown. I'm stopping by that party at around 3:30, 4 o'clock. That'll go on till 7. I won't be there till I have to go there early to leave there early because I'm going to go get a haunted Halloween tour.
Yes.
From Edward Carter Simon, who's going to be stopping in the studio today. So the guy giving me the tour is actually going to be part of our show today.
Oh, man, that name's fantastic. And what's also great, this place is haunted, so he's going to love it.
He's going to love this place. Speaking of people who love haunted spaces, Lisa Morton is going to be here today. We got a whole bunch of everything's Halloween themed today. I do have trucking news on the other side of the break after Pastor John's thing. And almost every segment, even when Lindsay gets here, is probably going to have a little trucking news to kind of spread that over the course of what's happening these days. But let's just have some fun today. You can jump into the conversation if you want to. You can and by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, we used our standard format post and you reposted it. You saw what she did?
Yep.
She took the lineup, but she transformed the thing we usually use into a real Halloween look. It's really groovy, baby. Dre reposted that. It's so talented. So much fun, by the way. It's a lot of really fun Halloween-themed guests. That being said, we are going to have a whole bunch of trucking news for you. You do live in interesting trucking times. And by the way, we will be followed up with our good friends Scott and Ashley for another edition of Trucking with OOIDA.
I'm really curious how they're going to do their show today.
Yeah, they always put a little nice touch in there. I was talking to Kim yesterday, Kim Bourne, who is over there in charge of all of that stuff for the Trucking with OOIDA podcast. And we were talking about Thanksgiving as well. Guys, we will not be broadcasting on Thanksgiving Day. Just letting you guys know that. We're going to figure out how we're going to handle whatever we're going to play that day. But I want to make sure that people don't have to come in to play something. So we got to figure something out on that end. Yeah. We got to get working on that. We'd love to hear from you. But like I said, there is a lot of stuff going on right now in the trucking world, particularly when it comes to CDL issuance. There's been a lot of discussion about, scaling back what actually constitutes a non-domiciled CDL. And there's been a lot of efforts to kind of not only, issue orders from the FMCSA and the Department of Transportation. There are a number of lawmakers. Rooser out of North Carolina, by the way, is making a real push to change the way CDL mills work. Yeah. There's a lot of conversations going on. Roosers with the non-domiciled stuff and the English language proficiency, but there are some people who are really digging in an attempt to kind of clean up what's going on with CDL schools. We're very proud of that relationship we have with the CVTA and with the NAPFTDS, Martin Garci, Andy Polikoff, Strike That, Reverse It, the former and the latter, representing those organizations. So we're very, very thrilled to be we think, at the forefront of the conversation going on about what it takes to actually create a new driver.
My cousin is trying to get into trucking, and I've been telling him to listen to the show nonstop for the past 2 weeks while he transitions out of his job he's doing now into that. And I was like, if you need any information at all, I'll give you extra stuff. But, buddy, you listen to the show and also listening on iHeart because we also got past things. And then you can also go on Spotify and listen to Education Station to help you out in any way.
Oh, yeah. Education Station will get you really thinking and grooving and moving and all that kind of stuff.
Good luck, John Logan.
And by the way, we are going to probably at some point bring in studio a number of CDL programs in the state of Louisiana that are highly respected and do things the right way. That is all part of the conversation to prevent a scary time on the road and simply have a scary time in your neighborhood tonight.
Nicely done.
There's a great piece of information coming up from Pastor John here. He has a wonderful affirmation for the morning with a really kind of important reminder, the same one that Weasel gave you guys yesterday. I'm going to say it not to steal John's thunder, but to actually help amplify this. The other thing is that, many of you guys, you're not going to be driving around kids. We understand that. Most of you guys are on the open highways and all that kind of stuff. But there are people who are carpooling to better trick-or-treat neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. Keep an eye on them.
Yes.
Nobody's telling you to be careful around them. You're always careful, and we know that. Keep an eye on them. Whatever you can do to make sure that they have a safe time, do that. And if you are in the hood and taking today off and just joining us on one of the other platforms, you can be the hall monitor when it comes to your neighborhood at Halloween. Yeah. You can be the guy that tells people to slow down. It is your opportunity to stand on your front lawn and go, slow down. You can do it.
I had some lined up, but you lost me with that one.
Slow down.
Get off my lawn.
You ever seen that commercial, by the way?
Oh, God.
Of the old man comes outside, and I forget what the car is, but there's a car parked in front of the house next door, and he looks at it, and he goes, slow down.
Come on. Use those veins in your neck and stop those drivers from driving fast.
And give us a call, guys. We'd love you guys to jump in and just wish us a happy Halloween. We do have some trucking news on the other side of this. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to have a pledge, a national anthem, and then a galvanizing word from the good Pastor John of the Bennett family of trucking. We'll do this right now, Dre. Shall we do this?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, I just wanted to let you know it is Friday, but I want you to be very mindful and very, very cautious this Friday, because this is Halloween, and you know Halloween kids and grown-ups too dress up and do some things and get out into the streets and doing different things. But I pray that you be cautious, because you don't want some kid running out in front of you trying to get across the street to get candy and stuff. So I'm trusting that you will be very, very mindful of today as it being Halloween. I'm not saying go out and celebrate it, but what I am saying to you is be careful with the, as you travel, because a lot of times kids be in areas and have on certain costumes, and even grown-ups have on certain things that that you can't see until you right up on it, and then it could be an issue. But I want you to think about something as you go out and enjoy this weekend. It's found in Galatians chapter 2, verse 20. Now, listen to it very careful, because it's going to help you to be able to understand why I'm saying what I'm saying. He says, I have been crucified with Christ. Now, watch what he says. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. He says, and the life I now live in the flesh, I live by faith in the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. Well, he just said to the Galatians, he just told them, he said, you are not your own. And since you're not your own, you need to be mindful of what your owner expects from you. He says, I've been crucified, so therefore you're dead. He said, it is no longer I who live, so now you got a new life. He said, but you got Christ who lives in you. Now you have a new owner. Then he says, and the life I now live in the flesh, he says, so I have a new owner residing in me. And so therefore the life that I choose to live now is not about my choice. It's about his decisions for me. And then watch what he says. He said, I live by faith by the Son of God. He's saying, everything I'm doing now, I'm trusting the one that is my new owner. So my brothers and sisters, I challenge you and I encourage you to think about this weekend and ask yourself, how do you want God to use you since he now owns you? Be safe in your journey and watch out for those trick-or-treaters.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, and happy spooky Halloween. Be mindful out there, everybody.
Go let Madison in, would you?
All right, I will.
We got to let Edward in, too, at some point today as well, too. HR 5. 688 was the topic of conversation on Trucking with OOIDA yesterday. That bill, by the way, was introduced by the Representative David Reuser of North Carolina. It would simply make the Trump administration's emergency interim final rule into a law. Doing so would make any attempts to change course much more difficult. This is what Reuser actually had to say on the most recent episode of Trucking with OOIDA. If you don't make it permanent law, you could have a new administration come in and repeal every executive order and every rule and regulation, regardless of its merits. And we saw that 4 years ago when President Biden came in. I'm going to call him out a little bit on that, but I understand that. He repealed many of the rules and regulations, as many of the executive orders that Trump put into place during his first term. He's speaking in a broad blanket. He didn't. The previous administration didn't do a lot of the stuff in regards to trucking either. Jamie Jones has pointed out. I just want to make sure we're clear on that. He was talking about there were things that President Trump did put into place executive order that then got turned over. This is one of those places where I wish they would just give the current president the credit he deserves for coming around. He wasn't here, by the way. He wasn't doing this, and he wasn't being stopped from doing this by anybody. He just wasn't doing it.
Nope.
Prez wasn't doing it. Now Prez is doing it. So we give president the credit the president is due. It's okay. Changing your mind. You don't always have to be right. Sometimes you be wrong, and then you be right later on, and that makes you a bigger and better man.
There you go.
So give the president credit for that, and stop saying the president is always right, even when he came out of the womb.
Yeah.
Don't do that. President can grow. Human beings can grow. That's a groovy thing. Let that be something. You know, people who never think they're wrong are usually never right.
Because we all make mistakes because we are human.
That's right. That's right. And, and sometimes we make mistakes and they're ours. You know, the other thing I don't like when people say, it's like, can you admit to any mistakes? Yeah, of course. I trusted people.
I'm sorry, but
I got the bad advice. It's like Josh Pate apologized to Notre Dame fans the other day for the Brian Kelly thing.
Yeah.
Because he actually posted a thing. He said, Brian Kelly at Notre Dame has been trying to win games in a Prius when he needs a Lamborghini. Well, now he's got the Lamborghini, and watch what he does. He did go on a show a couple of days ago, put on a clown nose, and read the tweet aloud from 4 years back, and he went, I was wrong. But he kept on saying, I just didn't know. I didn't have insider information like some of these people did. I thought it was sour grapes. I just started off this podcast. Like, dude, just say, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I screwed up. I got to tell you, John F. Kennedy, when his life was taken from him in Dallas, was at a 70% approval rating.
Wow.
There's all kinds of people who want to say, well, had he not been the martyr, that LBJ never beats Goldwater. Kennedy was actually racing towards re-election. The biggest reason was he went on TV and said, I screwed up. Bay of Pigs. He didn't go around saying, these guys gave me bad advice. They did. They gave him terrible advice. He took it. Took bad advice. He listened. It's what he wanted to hear. Did what he wanted to do. Then he had to go on TV and eat a big old plate of not Halloween stuff, if you know what I'm talking about. I hope you guys are having a wonderful Halloween. The FMCSA's emergency interim rule followed a nationwide review of how states issued non-domiciled CDLs. And in all fairness to the current administration's previous administrations, nobody had any idea how bad this problem was because people weren't listening to you. People weren't listening to you. If they'd been, Showtime and I have talked about this. He and I would have, conversations over and over again being like, you have no idea how bad it is out here. I have an idea how bad it is out there. I talk to you guys. But he's right. A number of you guys were screaming. You were like, dude, you have no idea what's happening out here. Because nobody wanted to know because they like their cheap goods.
Exactly. Because that was a lot of conversation before we brought them on that I would just let them vent because I'm like, hey, I'm here for you. We're here for you. But you need to get some of that off your chest before you go on it.
But the thing was, there's a lot of people who did think like you guys are just complaining about everything, and it's like, and we're listening, going like, no, there's something going on out there. Dean Crow, in terms of safety stuff in particular. Like I said, we're going to see how this shakes out on rates. There's a lot of people who think it ain't going to make that. John Maley actually thinks it's going to make a big difference on rates. Dean Croak and I are not so sure. We haven't seen any evidence. Jason Miller's not so sure. But in regards to the safety that's going on out there right now, Dre. The safety, big time. Big time. I think it's going to make a big time difference in regards to the quality of drivers out there. And that, in the long term, may create an environment where better drivers get onboarded, where we actually are able to really restock the pond. We don't have a shortage of drivers. We do have a shortage of people who can drive, that want to drive. And the rest of you are actually having to pretty much put your finger in a dike. Who we got on the phone?
Oh, man, speaking of a safety driver right there. What's up, Jody, Florida man?
Jody, Florida man. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. What's going on, fellas? You doing all right?
We're having a grand old time.
Did you listen to the beginning of the show, Jody?
High flying time, man.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, we're just getting the conversation started, getting you all fired up. That's all.
Hey, man, buddy, you get it.
You know, making you think I'm one of those drivers that don't pay attention. You kind of flood into the game.
Hey, did you go see the video of Dre on the Book of Face? Go look at my profile on Facebook, Jody.
If you're not driving.
If you're not driving. If you're driving, don't do that. Well, if you get a chance, take a look. I think.
Do it while you're driving.
Don't say that. It's Halloween. It's not April Fool's Day. Go ahead, Jody. You're talking.
Sorry.
Okay. You know, you guys are talking about all this stuff going on. They just set me after a trailer, right? So I show up to go get my trailer. There's a company truck hooked up to it, and when I called them up and said, "What do you want me to do?" This guy has been on vacation for 140 hours, and he wasn't even supposed to hook up to a trailer. He just hooked up to it and left. You know, and it's like, somebody's paying me to drive all the way over here, right? You know, they're like, "Oh yeah, you know, we're paying you." They're like, you know, it's just, you guys are talking about how bad things are getting. Drivers are just doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, and what happened? Now we're going to be late on loads, picking up, delivering, because this clown. And I don't even know how long is 140 hours. That's like a week, isn't it? A little over a week, 140 hours.
70. Yeah, it's 140 hours because yes. Well, 6. Yeah, so 3 times 24 is 72, and 72 plus 72 is 144. It's about 6 days. 140 hours is 6 days. Yeah, just under a week.
Yeah. So, you know, and then you're talking about safety. Yesterday, you know, again, at the truck stop, guy pulls up, backs in next to me in the bobtail section, not a problem. Shuts his truck off, all I hear is air coming out. He had so many air leaks, I don't even know how he could go down the road and even have brakes. Seriously. I watched his cab go down and his suspension go down. That's how fast he was losing air coming out of this thing, you know. And I looked over and I'm just shaking my head. It was an older international truck, you know, and 2 of his drives, I could see steel belts. But yet he was just going to drive down the road. He just came in there to take a break.
That's what you guys have to put. That's what you're putting up with out there. That's what you're putting up with out there, and it's because they get CDLs quickly, and then they're bull raced through whatever training they get, whoever they work for, and that's what you're dealing with. My brother, I gotta float you. We're out of time. What are you doing for Halloween? You're gonna get a chance to take some time off, or you are still on the road for the next couple of days?
Oh no! I got loads booked up all the way until next Saturday, so I'm going to be busy. But don't forget, before you get off the air, it's not just us putting up with it. That kind of garbage goes by you and your family, just like my family, every day.
Oh, I know.
So it's not just us.
I know. The thing is, you're up high, you can see it, and that's what I'm saying. That you're constantly watching in ways that the people who are driving 4 wheels aren't. Jody, we love you. Go have the best of Halloweens.
Later. Bye.
We got some great guests coming up all morning long. Excited for what is coming your way? You should be, by the way. Rachel Corbett is going to be first up on the dock. You're going to love this, by the way. We're talking criminal profiling, the monsters we make. Murder, Obsession, and the Rise of Criminal Profiling is the name of the book. Rachel Corbett is the name of the author. Sleeper Cab Library is next.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of those 2 incredible jokesters, Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, my knife slipped carving a jack-o'-lantern, but I was able to fix it.
How?
With a pumpkin patch.
I thought that was for when Jack wanted to quit smoking.
They have many uses.
I guess it's a jack of all lanterns.
Hold the hilarity in your hearts until next time with Mac and Cheese.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
The Jasper County Sheriff's Department, the JCSD, is responding to a Tuesday afternoon crash that allowed several lab monkeys to escape onto a Mississippi interstate. You guys have probably already heard about this, and they have caught all the monkeys. The monkeys have been put down. These were dangerous animals. Shortly before 1:30 on Tuesday, October 28th, JCSD reported that a truck hauling monkeys from Tulane University has overturned around the 117-mile marker. That's on I-59 north of Heidelberg. That is not happening right now, by the way, guys. This is already done. The truck was carrying rhesus monkeys from Tulane. The monkeys are approximately 40 pounds. They are aggressive to humans. They require PPE to handle. The monkeys carry hepatitis C, herpes, and COVID. JCSO said an update from approximately 2 p.m. said that all but one of the escaped monkeys had been destroyed. Mississippi Wildlife and Fisheries is on site as police were continuing to search for the remaining animal, which was eventually caught. This is one of those kind of great things, too, because this is where sometimes TAT rules, Truckers Against Trafficking, apply. If you see something, say something. Unless you are a deputized member of a wildlife and fisheries or animal control agency and you are actually certified to do anything about animals that aren't indigenous to the area in the wild, don't mess with it. Don't play with it. Don't do any of that stuff with it. It's too dangerous. The monkeys have been gotten, and that's a good thing. So I'm going to give you the finger, Dre. We are absolutely delighted to be joined by Rachel Corbett this morning. She was drawn to this topic, by the way, in a quest to understand the incomprehensible act of violence connected to her own past. She traces the roots of the practice in literature and pseudoscience of criminal profiling. And I'm going to give you guys more of a bona fides introduction to her in just a moment here. But the name of the book is The Monsters We Make, Murder, Obsession, and the Rise of Criminal Profiling. Rachel, good morning and happiest of Halloween to you.
Thank you. Happy Halloween to you too.
So let's kind of talk about the book for a second here, and it's beautifully written. It's pretty darn good, fast read. I kind of dig this stuff, but it doesn't always mean there's lots of people who dig this stuff and they don't write as well as you do. So congratulations on that. But talk about the inciting incident that's at the center of this for you. There's a background here at play that I want you to kind of talk about. The act long ago that spurred you into action to write about this topic.
Yeah, so when I was a child, about 6, my mother met a man whom she dated for several years. And just after they broke up, he ended up murdering his next girlfriend and then killing himself. And this was completely incomprehensible, obviously horrific thing. And when I wasn't told about the murder right away when I was young, but when I was in my early 20s, I did find out. And it was so, I couldn't reconcile the person that I had known and loved as a girl with someone who would do something like this, because his name's Scott. Scott was never violent in the slightest. I always remember him as a very gentle man, kind. He had his flaws, but not violence. Certainly wasn't one of them. So I set out to kind of understand what had happened. I approached it like kind of an investigator, or almost like an amateur detective, and I knew who did it, of course, who committed the crime, but I didn't understand who that person really was. So I talked to sociologists, forensic psychiatrists. I even met the boy whose mother was killed that day. And, I put it all together, and in a way, Scott did fit a profile. He was murder-suicide is a particular kind of crime, and there's a particular kind of person who does it, and it's someone who's often in a rural area versus an urban one. It's often white men, and the victims are usually a current or former female partner. And the man has often recently lost a job, which in this case, that was all true. So I found this all out, but it didn't feel like it really resolved things for me. I still was like, okay, but that's not the man I knew. There's more to it. And so then I became interested in my own sort of obsession with understanding this thing that ultimately I just couldn't understand. It was always going to be a senseless, irrational, horrific thing he had done. And so then I wanted to know, what is behind this? It's not just me. This is really a universal desire to understand the things that scare us the most. So I wanted to kind of dig into that subject.
By the way, we are joined this morning by Rachel Corbett. She grew up in Iowa, but currently lives in New York City, where she's a features writer at New York Magazine and the author of You Must Change Your Life, which won the Marfield Prize and the National Award for Arts Writing. And of course, the book we are talking about this morning, The Monsters We Make. One of my favorite things in reading a book is thinking about being able to kind of do comp thoughts. And there's a real thing at the center of this, because the book is called The Monsters We Make, because what you're kind of focused on is the need to create monsters of the moment and to create monsters of a time that kind of fit in. I always keep thinking about the fact that on Halloween, I'm a big fan of all of the Invasion of the Body Snatchers movies, and because I feel like that they're giant conduits for whatever anxiety is immediately on our mind, go from communism to cults to a military takeover all the way to virus and infection, and that we always are kind of searching for monsters that kind of we make the monster. We actually kind of craft the monster around us. Can you kind of talk about that theory behind the book that's driving the book that's inside there?
Yeah, I think you said it really well. There's different kind of genres of monsters that fit different periods in history and times, and they usually represent some larger fear that's going on in the culture. I reference in the book Dracula. Bram Stoker's Dracula was, an Eastern European count who came to London during this time when there was a lot of fear around Eastern European immigrants. He had, some people thought that maybe he had Jewish features, and this was something that was being drummed up as something to be afraid of. And certainly there's movies about viruses and all of this stuff. I think we need these monsters because they kind of differentiate us. Like that's him, not me. I'm the opposite of that. It makes us feel like, it reaffirms that we're good and we're not like that. But they also sort of let us get close to our fears in a safe way. So, you might watch a movie like Body Snatchers and feel a little bit afraid, but you also know it's going to be over and maybe it's going to be resolved in just a couple hours. So I think serial killers really fit into this category. They're real people, but the stories we tell about them kind of make them larger than life celebrities, and this is kind of our, one of these particularly contemporary American monsters.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, it's like very often, most of the time, when you find out about, and by the way, as Frank Figliuzzi's book has pointed out, there are many more of them out there than people often know, but none of them have the genius of Hannibal Lecter. A few of them are like the character Michael Keaton plays when he is the serial killer who has to give his organ to save a kid's life. They very rarely have the panache and style that often is found in the fictionalized versions. And you do a really kind of great job of kind of looking at works, literature, and a whole bunch of other kind of stuff throughout history and kind of pinpointing what it kind of, that the horror of a time is often the best portal into the anxieties of the time, whether we're talking about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or even like the Jack the Ripper case ends up making its way into the work of Arthur Conan Doyle, because Sherlock Holmes is an attempt to invent a detective who's as clever as Jack, right?
Exactly. Well, I mean, the first Sherlock Holmes story came out, I think it was the exact same year that Jack the Ripper committed his first murder. And I think that at least the reason at one point, the London police, at least a couple officers, invited Arthur Conan Doyle to consult with them on the case. And Arthur Conan Doyle was always getting letters from readers, asking him to help them solve a theft or a robbery, something that happened, because they just couldn't separate the man from the character. And so when he went in, he consulted with the police on Jack, and he came up with some conclusions, wrote a little bit about who he thought he might be. It wasn't accurate in the end. It didn't catch Jack the Ripper, obviously. But, I like this as a story because it this is the opening to the book, which I feel like lays out the long overlap between fiction and true crime that's really stuck around this whole time.
The other thing interesting,
still in the present.
Yeah, interesting to me too is a professor of mine once said, he says half of the interpretation of dreams by Sigmund Freud is a lot of nonsense. He said, but man, it's one of the best works of fiction of the late 19th, early 20th century. And what I'm kind of fascinated with in your book is the idea that profiling, the act of profiling, in and of itself is a creative endeavor. That we are actually engaged in really highly speculative fiction and kind of playing games with that. And I'm kind of wondering if in fact the act of profiling is what gives rise to, true crime podcast and the kind of in-depth serial killer fictionalization that we've seen. That it's almost like you create this real sort of study and the ability to kind of figure out what makes a person tick, and that has a bigger impact on our fictional creation than it does on actually solving crimes. Although you do have examples of some people who write profiles that come pretty darn close, don't you?
Yeah, so I think that's right. I think it's interesting that among all the true crime that's out there, profiler shows, the ones that are specifically about the people who get inside the minds of murderers, are really some of the most popular by far. There's like Mindhunter, Criminal Minds, Silence of the Lambs, these type of shows. And I think it's about, it is entirely a creative exercise. And even John Douglas, who wrote the original Mindhunter, has said that, Sherlock Holmes and Edgar Allan Poe were some of the antecedents to the practice, which is more of an art than a science in many ways. So I think that when you have these shows, the narrative element is important. The fictionalized element is important because it creates a story, and a story is something that I think makes us feel like we have control. When you say things like you have control of the narrative, I think it makes us feel like we're in control of the facts of the story. And if we feel like we understand a criminal's mind, then it's not so scary after all. It's something that we can rationalize. And, but the problem is I think that it's not true. It's just a feeling of knowing. It's a feeling of understanding. But the science in a lot of it hasn't borne out. As you mentioned, I think there was one study that found that only about 2.7% of profiles led to the apprehension of the suspect or the identification of a suspect in one study in London. And there's some of the most famous examples of profiling that went really well have later turned out to have been a bit embellished, that the profile was kind of changed later to match the perpetrator after the fact. So it's really not a super effective practice, though we may not be led to believe that from watching TV.
It's interesting too. I'm sure you've heard the thing that if you actually go through Shakespeare's play Othello, that Iago has all of the quote unquote profiler signs of what it is that makes a serial killer. He even talks about drowning small cats and puppies because they talk about the idea of killing animals at an early age, all of that kind of stuff. But at the end of the Shakespeare's play, that one of the last things Iago tells them, and he keeps on giving different motivations for his crime. But at the end, he says, what you know, the rest is silence. And that goes back to your idea that these fictional attempts are an attempt to control a very menacing and sometimes sinister world around us, when in fact the real answer is none of us can ever truly penetrate the mind of what drives these men, and on very rare occasions women, correct?
Yeah. Unless there's a kind of madness, if you want to call it that, to someone who is a serial killer. And by which I mean it's the thing, killing someone is to most of us the most horrific thing you can imagine doing. So how could we understand someone who enjoys it? But in this fantasy of feeling like we understand it, I think that, you know, we kind of strip away all the madness, and madness is unpredictability. And so in profiling, we try to predict, you know, who is it going to be and what's their next move. But prediction has often just been a series of pre-existing expectations. And we see that in profiling, we see it today in predictive policing and other strategies like that. So I think that part of it, that prediction part, is really more about ourselves than it is about police work in some cases.
Yeah, and by the way, you do like I said, one of the things that this book does is that it actually works in case studies, as it well should. I mean, since we're talking about cases here, it works in case studies, and it also does profiles of people who made efforts to kind of figure out if there was a way to codify or figure out the magic formula by which these things can be identified. Could you tell our listeners, without giving away the book, about Yale psychiatrist Dorothy Lewis, to give them a sense of the kind of people you look at here?
She's a Yale psychiatrist who specialized in juvenile violent offenders. She was working in this area in the 60s. She's really one of the first people to look seriously at what makes somebody violent. And her big discovery is that it's often a combination of sort of three factors. One is early childhood abuse, often, or trauma of some kind. The other is that there are possibly neurological components. So if someone is in a car accident or was maybe abused and hit, what can happen is you can damage a certain part of the brain that might be, say, in control of your impulse control, or, it might decrease your ability to contain your own aggression or feelings. So, and then often there's something like there may be a disorder, or maybe you have paranoia or something like this. So when you have all these factors together, it doesn't always make you violent, but people who are violent seem to have this kind of trifecta, at least in her research. And what she did was she evaluated murderers for her whole career. She would evaluate them when they were on death row or at trial. And she famously evaluated Ted Bundy several times during his death penalty hearings, and she found that he was a kind of, this was her sort of the case that stumped her the most for years, because Ted Bundy had always presented so normal, and he said that he had a background, perfectly loving family, Christian home, there was never any violence, and she couldn't penetrate him. He either was the one outlier to her theory, or he was lying. And she Bundy died decades ago, but to this day, I went to visit her in New Haven, and she's got tubs all over her living room of labeled Ted Bundy and Bundy files, and she's still kind of trying to crack the case, even though, it's over in terms of his life.
To kind of, yeah, I mean, basically what she ends up doing is that she can't resolve it. I mean, and we end up back at Iago's quote, what you know, the rest is silent. And she's trying to fill it with a final definitive answer of what he was, because there were moments when he, and he was so, I am not trained in this either, but there are moments when it seems like he's as mad as a hatter, and sometimes when it seems like he's as wily as a fox. And that also could be part of a strategy, but that's the big wrestling match a lot of people have, because a lot of people's opposition to the death penalty is that these people should be kept alive, not because for any kind of religious reasons, but often it's like, if we don't keep somebody like Bundy alive, how can we figure out what the next one is going to look like? We're losing a trove of information. Some of the people that actually testify for him not to get the death penalty aren't like saying that, this is wrong. They're saying we need to get more information. I mean, that's part of it too, an attempt to kind of unlock the magic bullet that will solve all of these cases. And you kind of seem to suggest that there is just something in us that is unknowable and not reachable. Is that fair, Rachel?
Yeah, I don't think we should stop studying this and trying to understand in a scientific way. Certainly that was Dorothy Lewis's. That's what she claimed when Bundy was about to be executed. She went to go see him the day before he died, because she thought it was her last chance to get information from him. to kind of piece together into this puzzle she was creating of the murderous mind. And so I do think there is a loss in that, because there aren't very many serial killers that we have behind bars. So I think that while there is something that the lay person can't really ever touch, kind of really grasp about these types of people, there is certainly a lot of research to be done. And I think Dorothy Lewis is such an interesting example, because I think she's done really incredible research. And I also think she kind of maybe falls in a little bit to this trap also, of just needing to know. I'm sure it's why she does this work, because she's fascinated by it. But I don't want to give it away, but she kind of comes up with a theory for Bundy that is really interesting and unusual.
Please don't. Don't.
Okay, well.
It's really groovy, guys. You need to read the monsters we make. The other thing is, too, I kept thinking about this as well, that the more true crime podcasts we get, the more books we get on this subject, and this book does not fall into this category, but the more books we get that kind of do this sort of profile and examination, people who become, because remember, the killers themselves become quite famous. They start off in the fictionalized version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which you talk about in the book. Mr. Hyde, of course, is a serial killer. If you actually go through it, he's got all the earmarks of what people have kind of come to expect from one. But that's the question. Is it what people expect? And therefore, are the people who become killers reading this and matching themselves to the profile? I mean, are we in fact not creating them? Because the people who are going to, the people who quote whatever they're going to quote are going to find something, even in, in Hanna-Barbera. But is there a thing that we are actually creating a blueprint for those who already want to do these things to meet the profile, to maximize their attention?
Well, that's an interesting idea for sure.
I kept wanting to ask, the book's so good, guys. I kept reading it going, I can't wait to get on. I want to ask her this question. Are we, in fact, constructing the anxiety of our times, are we encouraging those out there who are willing to add to our anxiety a profile to make, or to understand where the FBI would normally look and take themselves in a different direction? These are just thoughts that occurred.
Yeah, I mean, I think that a lot of these guys are really famously narcissistic. They follow the news coverage of their crimes. They kind of relish in it. It's hard to imagine that this isn't influencing them to some degree. In what way exactly, I don't know. But these are people who are actually kind of, they're like narcissists are these, they're very deeply insecure people who end up being acting grandiose and pretending to play God. But there is this, I think they're good at manipulating people often. This particular kind, this kind of sociopathic killer, the kind of Ted Bundy type. So I think that they're observing what the world is doing around them. Ted Bundy was very aware of his particular superpower, which was that he looked so normal and could behave so normal in public, and that he was handsome and whatever. So he knew that he wasn't going to fit what the public thought of as a monster, and he, played into that to manipulate women. And so I think also, I can't imagine that aspiring serial killers aren't thinking about what there would be, what they should look like. I think, who was it? It was Brian Kohberger, the Idaho murderer. He was really into this. He was studying criminology. He was researching all this stuff, almost like either to perhaps, get away with the perfect crime, or, was he interested in himself and seeing reflections of himself in this content? And how could that not shape you a little bit, I would think.
And the other thing is, too, is that when you deal with vast bureaucracies that are kind of studying this stuff as well, this is a name drop on my part. One of the people who was actually in my wedding was actually someone who was a prominently featured as a character in the second season of Mindhunters. And one of the things that he and I have talked about in studying up for this stuff is that so much of what drove these people was, can I expand my budget? And can I, in fact, rise in the ranks by coming up with unique and interesting things that draw some level of success? And then maybe can I cook the books and cook the writing in such a way that in the aftermath, I kind of make things look a little better than they really were? That sometimes a lucky break. I mean, that there was no serial profile on Son of Sam. He was simply caught because somebody did actual good detective work and expanded the radius of checking on parking tickets. Nothing more than that. And I sometimes wonder if, so many people have, in creating a cottage industry for themselves, have created a blueprint for the monsters of the future. And it concerns me to some extent, given the proliferation of not just literature, but media in all directions. The idea that you can scroll your way to a profile, if I'm making any sense here, Rachel.
Yeah, for sure. It's true. I mean, most of the serial killers that we know of were caught because they committed another smaller crime, like the Green River Killer. BTK, Dennis Rader, was caught because he sent a floppy disk into the press that had his metadata on it. Profilers really don't often get these guys, and this became really well known within the FBI, and a lot of other agents who weren't in the behavioral science unit started to get pretty irritated with the profilers and the sort of media firestorm around them. And like you said, I mean, there were good motives for creating this media frenzy. In the FBI's in that period, after J. Edgar Hoover had kind of left the FBI in disgrace after he died, and it was discovered that he was wiretapping people in his campaign against Martin Luther King.
He was wiretapping everybody. That's who he was wiretapping. I mean, it was just
yes.
I mean, just a nasty centralized accumulation. It was a secret police state, is what it was. Yes, I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with that too. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, but so the FBI was really not looking good in those days, and so one of the ways they rehabilitated their image was to kind of drum up this epidemic of serial killers in the media. Of course, there were serial killers, but they were not nearly as prevalent as they were making it seem. I think at one point they reported that there were 4,000 or 5,000 deaths every year in America by a serial killer. But in reality, that number was like 400 to 500. They sort of lumped in all murder deaths into one, but no one corrected it at the time. So they kind of created this problem, and then they offered themselves as the solution. They said, we've got this new strategy. We've got these guys in the basement who are geniuses, these profilers, and they put them out in the public, and they portrayed them as these, almost mythological superstars who were like on the same level as the killers and could really hunt them down. And it was great TV. It was a great narrative. As we know, it's lasted all these years since. But it worked in terrifying the public. The public, agreed that Congress should give them more funding. The FBI expanded its jurisdiction around this and did get a lot of the funding. So it ended up being a really smart strategy. And even Robert Ressler, who is a famous profiler, has said that this was a common tactic in Washington that they would use. So it's not even really a secret anymore.
I can't believe on this Halloween, and by the way, thank you so much. I feel like you're kind of a big get for us on Halloween. Really appreciate it. You got any plans for tonight, or just going to take it easy? Because New York can have a lot of wonderful things to do on this time of year.
They do. I'm actually in Iowa because I'm on book tour now. So just did my first event last night. So I don't know what we're going to do out here. Go to a pumpkin patch?
No, go to a corn maze. Corn maze is also a possibility. Yeah. Rachel, you are welcome back anytime. Rachel, of course, is an award-winning author and journalist. The name of the book is The Monsters We Make: Murder, Obsession, and the Rise of Criminal Profiling. Thank you so much, Rachel. Happy Halloween.
Thanks. You too. It's been fun.
We'll be back on the other side. Another fun guest, Bonnie Quinn. How to Survive Camping is on the docket. We'll do some news, and then we'll shift over to Bonnie. Great first guest, guys. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Thursday.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
I'm so excited for her to be here. But hey, Jimmy, I told you this place was haunted.
It's haunted, man. The gremlins from the Kremlins, the friends from Hugo Chavez, managed to work their way into the situation and declared that today was Thursday. Fortunately, on the day after National Candy Corn Day, National Candy Corn Day was yesterday, by the way. There's a lot of Halloween candies and a lot of Halloween things that happen all over the place. Today is also because the final Friday of every October is Frankenstein Friday, celebration of all things Frankenstein. By the way, Benicio del Toro's Frankenstein is going to be released in short order. Can be seen on Netflix and at the big movie theater houses. We're excited about that as well. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio, guys. There's a couple of things out there in the known universe that you guys should be kind of following and keeping up with. An Illinois trucking company owner says that many immigrant drivers are actually not the bad guys here, but are in fact victims of exploitation by cheater trucking companies, some of which are foreign, that are breaking laws and putting good American trucking companies out of business. Zach Myberg of Myberg Brother Trucking in Rockford, Illinois, said that the recent fatal semi crashes involving immigrant drivers, he said, don't point the fingers at the drivers themselves. He said they do bear responsibility, but and you guys have been really good about this. Jody, Showtime, a number of people have pointed out it is often people who are being exploited and taken advantage of. Standing up for them before they get exploited is the way to stop this. A lot of people are looking at CDL training and the issuance of CDLs as a way to stop this and not put these people, many of whom are just in search of the American dream, into harm's way. One of the things that Lindsay always says is call us, tell us what you're seeing out there, get us involved, let us know. We can talk to people outside of the trucking industry. The more people know, the more involved they are. What we're talking about is making sure that everybody who participates in this grand experiment over here gets a fair shake. Good on him, by the way. Good on Zach Myberg for saying that, by the way. He said, it's like, looking at individual instances doesn't determine what's going on. It's always, at the end of the day, history of this country. If you want to know who the bad guys are, follow the money. That's what it comes down to right now. Let's kind of shift over here for a moment because we got our next guest coming in on this freaky, feisty, flinty Frankenstein Friday on Road Gang Radio. Bonnie Quinn has been writing for a long time. That's back when she had access to an MS-DOS. Coincidentally, that early access to a computer is probably why she ended up getting a degree in computer science. The two passions of computer science and writing might seem contradictory, but she promises us there's a lot of creativity involved in software development. She actually is absolutely correct. She has a fascination with systems is basically what she's looking at here, and sometimes how those systems come all unraveling and fall apart. It's contributed to the premise of what we're talking about today, how to survive camping. She combined that with love of folklore, something that Dre and I have here in spades, by the way, to create a world of monsters, rules, and someone just trying their best to do their job. And by the way, I'm going to ask her about one other thing before we actually get to the book we're talking about. How are the swimming lessons going?
Well, they actually worked pretty well. I was able to get over my phobia of deep water. I can swim in the ocean now, and I feel a lot more confident.
I am married because of swimming lessons. When I met my not yet wife at the time, what Claire had told me was spent a whole life kind of hanging on the side of a pool, Bonnie, and it just killed her inside. So before we even started dating, we joined a gym as friends together. She signed up for swimming lessons, and I went to every single one. Well, it turned out it was the beginning of her lifelong journey towards amazing health, because I think everybody is an athlete, even if that athleticness is simply camping and hiking. Everybody's got an affinity for some sort of physical activity. It turned out swimming was her bag, and it changed her life. So when I saw that, I just wanted to talk about it with you. She had a terrible phobia of the water. You have not quite lived, Bonnie, until you've seen a 31-year-old go down a water slide for the first time in their life. So it really is an amazing thing. Congratulations on that, by the way.
Well, thank you. I was really happy. Like I said, I had a real bad phobia, and it was great to just kind of conquer that and get past it.
One of the things about camping is that there are so many phobias kind of wrapped up that are out there in regards to, fear of spiders, fear of wide open spaces. I mean, you could just make a list of phobias that are kind of entailed in camping. But can you kind of talk just a little bit about the overall project and what kind of made you start it and what kind of got you into it?
Yeah, I grew up camping with my family, and actually, I thought that for a long time that was the only vacation that existed. Like, I thought that when people said we're going on vacation, it meant they were going into, the Rockies for 2 weeks, and I was shocked to find out that, other places like Disney existed. So I spent a lot of my time going out camping and outdoors, and in the process, I learned a lot from my parents about how you pack things, because this was back before we had cell phones. So when you were going out, you're pretty much on your own, and you had to be prepared in how to handle anything that it was thrown at you. So that was kind of my childhood experience. And then I grew up and kind of fell out of camping for a little bit, and then started going again with a bunch of friends. And it's more of, okay, it's fancy camping. We roll up, we just unload everything out of the back of the car, we set up. We have our cars nearby, we have cell phones and everything, but it's still camping. You're still in the woods. And so at the time when I was camping with them, I was writing stories for the Reddit No Sleep subreddit. And what this is Reddit's kind of this website where you can post topics and people can respond. You can have discussions. And there's different subreddits for different themes that you can talk about. There's ones about cats, there's ones about dogs, there's one about politics. And there was one for short form fiction where it was scary stories where everyone acted like these were actual stories that happened to you and you were telling other people about them. And I thought this was a really fun concept. So I started writing and posting, and I was just kind of looking for ideas. And I was at the campground with my friends, and I'm walking back to camp, and it was a windy day because we had a storm rolling in, and this pop-up tent just kind of comes floating through the air headed for me. And so I'm hitting the ground so this tent doesn't land on me. And I'm thinking, did they not stake this down? It's windy. It's a pop-up tent. What else is it going to do but blow off and, fly through the campground? So I got back to camp, and that just gave me this idea to write a story about camping, specifically someone who is really just tired of people making silly mistakes, whether that's not staking down a tent or not putting up drainage ditches properly, or, interacting with a monster in the incorrect way. And oh no, now you're dismembered. And so that started the first post. And then I was like, okay, one and done. But people really just kind of resonated with Kate. And so I wrote another and another. And then 4 books later, here we are.
It's interesting too, because you come from a subgenre of writing of people who found a way to get back to your passion for writing, to do it for fun, and then the idea of simply keeping up with it on a regular basis allowed you to get your craft up to speed again finally, because we all know the only way you become a good writer is if you write every day. There are things that people can come back to and be great at in the blink of an eye. Natural athletes are like that. But even the best of writers need to get their chops in, and people never have time, or they claim not to have time until they make it and find it. And it seems like Reddit was the place where you found your voice, and then it became something much bigger and better. And by the way, we've had David Cummings on the show from the No Sleep podcast as well. And there's a lot of other people we've had who I guess what I'd call the tradition of scaring people on the internet is now becoming, has gone on long enough to become kind of a time-honored tradition, has it not?
Yeah, that's so interesting. I know, David. Yeah, it's been really fascinating to see just how much has come out of the internet, especially in terms of scary fiction. I'm really happy to be part of that. I feel very fortunate.
Yeah, and by the way, the book is wonderful, guys. I can't tell you, The Lady in Chains, which is the book in the series that we're talking about, is the latest one. Okay, you can't give away a lot here. We got to play some really kind of interesting games in regards to what we can and can't talk about, because what we're not going to do is give this away to anybody, but give people kind of the setup and the premise for this particular edition.
Yeah. So The Lady in Chains. All right. So, well, the first book is obviously How to Survive Camping, and that kind of sets the scene and establishes the stakes with Kate trying to maintain control of the campground. The Lady in Chains, which will come out in April, is kind of a continuation of that. And I like to think of it as the mother book, because it's very much about her mother and her relationship with her mother and her mother's history and relationship to the land, and kind of all of these issues that her mother dealt with when she was an adult coming back to her. And now that she's an adult, it's her problem to deal with.
Yeah, and guys, by the way, there are a number of books in this series. How to Survive Camping, The Man with No Shadow I'm trying to get through all of them now, because I read out of order. I got the early copy edition, and I hadn't read them before, and then I read that. I'm like, wait a minute, oh my God. I got into it. I'm like, there's a lot more kind of information to read. So I also wanted you to kind of talk about this as well, the idea of building a world, of world building and creating the world and keeping its consistencies while allowing each one of the books to be incredibly different and open up a new avenue or a new venture, while at the same time living beyond just style as part of the same sort of, universe, as it were.
Yeah, that was a really interesting problem, because especially when I was writing them for No Sleep, I was posting about every 5 days, and I was kind of writing as I went. And so I was having to keep like all these different plot lines straight. And I'll be honest, I've never really been a very organized person. I'm not really a planner. So I had
You're a pantser, aren't you? You're a pantser.
Yes, I was. I think I'm transitioning over to planner. I think my editor has sold me on that. But at the time, I was definitely I had a page of notes, and I knew the major plot points, and I knew where the book was going to end. I had the ending written before pretty much any other plans. And so I knew what I was driving to. And every week I would kind of just look at it and be like, okay, how is this going to advance the main plot points? And then what kind of scary event am I going to put in there to be entertaining? And so I would basically see different events that would happen in later books very early on. And so one of the interesting challenges we had is, as you mentioned, when we were working on this, my editor said people are going to pick this up out of order. Like people might pick up the second book and read it first, and the third book and read that first. So the books need to be self-contained. They need to kind of explain what happened in the prior books. And you can still have references back, but you can't just be like dropping stuff in book 1 that doesn't really come into play until book 4. So we've had to kind of shuffle things around a lot to make sure that each book is very kind of self-contained and everything kind of wraps up and leads into each other. And that's been a really interesting challenge. And that's sort of why I'm moving away from pantsing everything and more to planning. I had a lot of trouble with it. My editor was like, make an outline, figure out what each chapter's goal is. And I started doing this. I think I'm really sold on the process. It actually makes things easier. Imagine that.
Oh, I know. And I got to tell you, I've been driving everybody in this office crazy, because for many years on this show, on the weekend edition of this show, we did a thing with our drivers where we'd ask them to tell us scary places. And we had this fictional character named Snake Pontchartrain who would go to the places you wouldn't want to go unless you were with him. And so we went back to kind of try to put the whole thing together. And the idea of what they call, retconning it, of kind of pulling it all together in a way, you begin to realize, like you go back through stuff like the latest Disney series Andor, or even Rogue One, and them kind of looking at something and figuring out ways to make sense of what has already been created. And there's a point in the middle of all of that. I can imagine you, Bonnie, as you've said, going like, you know what? The next one of these things, I'm actually going to plan it because I never want to have to go through this again. It's kind of like going camping for the first time and then kind of going back and looking over all the dumb stuff you did and figuring out a way to make sure that never happens again, right?
Yep, exactly.
Now, since you're a childhood camper, this actually want to kind of talk about you as a person. Since you're a childhood camper, camping has become a metaphor for so much more. And when you kind of couple that with your background in computer science, you've done a pretty good job analyzing yourself here in regards to how you kind of think of the world. For you, it seems like that camp spaces are these kind of liminal spaces where memory exists, which means memory is both melancholic and nostalgic, joyful and very sad. Can you talk about what camping spaces mean to you, both in the real world and as a fictional device?
Yeah, I think for me in the real world, like I said, it is very tightly coupled to my childhood. Some of my best memories with my family are just being out in the woods and seeing these incredible things that you don't normally see, just herds of elk, storms over the mountains, the view from the mountains themselves. I mean, these are all just very vivid things that you just don't encounter unless you leave civilization and you go out into the wilds. And so for me, when I go camping, there's a lot of nostalgia there. There's a lot of, it feels like coming home, like, kind of being wrapped in a warm blanket, because I do have all of those memories and everything. But I think there's also kind of this edge of you really are going into the unknown. Like, with our comfortable lives and our warm houses and everything, we don't have a lot of like sense of going into something where we don't know what's going to happen and what's out there, because everything's, we live in civilization. And so, but when you go out into the woods, you don't know what you're going to find. You don't know what's going to happen. You have to actually care about the weather more than just, am I going to get rained on when I go to get the mail? Because the weather's now a hazard. You have wild animals out there. And so there's kind of this, like, so the kind of liminal sense of you're going out into something that you're not sure what you're going to expect. And also you're just leaving everything known and comfortable behind. And it's, what I love about the woods is that when you go out there and at night, when night falls, and just how incredibly dark it gets. And when you're used to all the, the lights of the city and everything, it's just a very, very fun and different experience. So when I was writing, I kind of wanted to capture that feeling of like, we don't necessarily belong in the forest. Like, it's not made for our survival and our comfort. And we're going into the space where humanity, like, we're not really tailored for that anymore. And so it belongs to something else, something wilder. And that's the place where the monsters in these stories come from.
The other thing is, too, is if I talk about how incredibly dark it gets, which is one of those things a good friend of mine lives in, has a farm in Kentucky, and I asked him why he decided to live there, and he said because when it gets dark, but it also means when I walk into an open clearing and look up, if it's a cloudless night, I can see stars in a way I've never seen them before. I was going to ask you if this was your experience camping. I find that people, often say, I like the peace and quiet of the woods at night. I said, what woods have you been in? Because if it ever goes deadly quiet in the woods, it makes me really, really nervous. I've always kind of thought about how dark it can be camping, but also how loud it is in a very different way. Was that your experience as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of activity in the forest. You've got frogs, you've got crickets, and one of the things that happens in some of the books is sometimes the forest will go quiet, and that's a warning to Kate that something is off, that something's coming, and something unnatural, because that's not a natural state for the forest to be silent. I think that a lot of people, like, I tend to think of the forest as quiet too, and I think it's because it's just removed from all of the noise of, I'm sure you gather that I live in the suburbs. It's just removed from all the noises of the cars and the people and everything, and you're away from kind of this intrusive noises that distract us and kind of fill our lives up.
Bonnie, it's really funny. After Hurricane Katrina, we've been talking about that a lot on this show because we're down in New Orleans right now, and it's the 20th anniversary. When we went back into my mom and dad's neighborhood, they were right at the breach, got 13 feet of water. My dad said, "Be quiet for a second." He and I were talking, and all the birds had gone away, so all you heard was this whispering in the background, really loud whispering. And I'm like, "What is that?" And he goes, "That's the lake." And that's the thing. I think in a lot of ways when we think about the quiet of the woods, the quiet of the wilderness, I think it's the quiet of, you're absolutely right, not that white noise, not the noise of electrical wires, not the noise of, even people forget that if you cut off all the sound around it, even a stoplight makes a lot of noise. if you've ever, the only reason we don't hear a stoplight is because the cars around it are so loud. There is a peace and quiet and space. Bonnie Quinn joins us, by the way, this morning here on Road Gang Radio. I did want to make some time here, and I find it particularly moving. You actually asked to make mention of this. We have a lot of truck drivers out there. Many of them are commenting on the thread right now. But I wanted you to tell them your own personal connection to truck driving. I think it's really powerful and moving.
Yeah, so my grandfather was a truck driver, and I actually never met him, as he was in a truck accident. My mom said, I think it was 1970, and he passed away when my mom was 13. And so she has these memories of her dad going away and then never coming home. And so I've just always had kind of this weird sense of loss where, like, I never met him, so it's hard to kind of grieve someone you've never met. But you also know that you're missing out, and you don't get to meet someone that's part of your family and is an important part of your family. It was my grandfather. It's interesting because my brother, looks a lot like him. We have some photos. My brother looks like him. I look like my brother. My grandfather had O-negative blood, and both my brother and I have O-negative blood. So we have like these genetic connections to him, but we don't have any personal connections to him. And so in the books, there's kind of this theme of loss of Kate losing her parents and not getting to know them as adults, and all of this kind of wondering, like, what were they like, outside of me being a child? And, she has connections in the second book to her grandfather, who also died when she was very young. And so she never really got to know him very well and never got to find out the history and the things that they know that she didn't. And so a lot of that kind of comes from, I never got to meet my grandfather.
Yeah, and by the way, given the age that you've actually just suggested that you are, I'm not gonna make any sort of guess or gander at that. Is that you come from the first generation of people? Where I grow up, and I got a good friend out there, Trucker Boaston, who's told a really funny camping joke that I'm sure you know on the chat. But there is a generation of people that once you get to a certain age, everybody knows their grandparents. When I was growing up in the 70s, all four of my grandparents were alive, and that was a very rare thing. But given what happened to your grandfather, you should have known him. And it's really strange and odd when people must tell your brother you're the spitting image of him, and that kind of stuff comes up. And for the people that knew him, it must be kind of a bracing shock sometimes to see your brother and actually be reminded of the long-lost friend that they lost way too early. I wanted to tell you this joke, by the way. Trucker Boaston, we actually have comments because we're also broadcasting on YouTube along with iHeart, Odyssey, and almost every other platform out there. Two buddies are camping, and one says to the other, "You ever look up at the stars and wonder what it all means?" And his friend replies, "I know what it means. Someone stole our tent." So they wanted to share that with you. There you go. So if you've never heard that one before, you have a new joke for that. Okay. So are you, so basically this is going to come out. So you still have some time to kind of play here. This comes out in April, by the way. Are you already planning the next one?
Yeah, so we're working on book 3 right now. Actually, I'm doing I think we're on our second round of edits. We kind of did the big swing where we moved things around, and now we're just kind of doing some cleanup. So we're in the middle of book 3. I'm not sure when that one will be released, but there will be 2 more after for a total of 4 books.
And is that going to be the end of it, or are you just going to wait to see and be like, you know what, the heck with it, this is going really well, I'm going to do one more? Or do you feel like that's kind of it? Is that kind of the pin in it?
That will be the end. I like books that end very definitively, and so this one ends very definitively. Now, I do think there's definitely room in kind of this world building that's happened for more stuff. But right now, my focus is very much on how to survive camping and trying to make sure that, we're hitting the deadlines and getting everything as good as we can possibly get it before it goes to print.
Now, having read one of these books, at least in a not yet finalized version, I was kind of curious to ask you as well, have a sense of it. What is your favorite folklore story, and what is your favorite folklore of the woods story?
Oh, gosh.
You can change your mind a minute from now, too, by the way.
I know. I do tend to change my mind a lot, to be honest. I don't really have, like, super strong preferences, except for maybe, like, my ice cream flavor. But
Which is, when you can't
here.
just lay that out there, what's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Oh, okay. Chocolate chip cookie dough. That's been a long time favorite. So
Let me tell you,
but
my
I think
mom,
right now,
my mom always picks me up coffee, buzz, 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 and she's like, "I think you like this." I'm like, "You know me, you see me, I understand." Continue, please. Sorry.
yeah, no, but I think my favorite story right now is very, because I am working on the third book, and the third book is kind of the horse book. And I like horses. I think they're interesting, but I think they're also really terrifying because they're just so big. But anyways, I think my favorite story is a fairy tale about this dapple gray horse. And it starts out with some brothers, and they all get their inheritance except for the youngest. They cheat him out of his inheritance, and he gets a horse. That's all he gets. And so this young horse, tells the brother, okay, here's what you do. You go kill all the other foals, and I'll suckle from all of the mares and grow big and strong. And the brother's like, oh, yes, this seems like a personally reasonable thing to do. I'll go out in the field and kill a bunch of horses. And so he does this for a couple of years until the horse is just monstrous and huge. And then they go off on adventures and wins him a princess that he marries and gets him a kingdom and all that. But I was just kind of fascinated by like the violence that's so early in the story and just how matter of fact it is. And so I really enjoyed this idea of this like murderously large horse. And so that really comes into play very strongly in book 3. I think as far as my favorite story about the forest is that there is a Russian or Slavic story about a forest spirit called a leshy that will sometimes take like forest wives and lives out in the forest. And I don't know a whole lot about it that I can recall off the top of my head, but I find that one a very interesting thing, is this very powerful being that just kind of hangs out in the forest. And I hope to do something with that maybe in some future books someday.
By the way, I told you there's a lot of chat going on right now about grandfathers, people extending their, their condolences, but also saying when their grandpas lived too and when they didn't get a chance to meet them. But actually, we have something really fun here. Nuclear Attack Wombat, that in fact is his handle, asks, wants to know about the worst storm you ever experienced while camping.
I know who that is. I recognize that username. Yep. So we were up in the mountains, and we were camping on the side of the mountain, kind of just above the tree line. And yeah, we got a massive storm that came through, and I think it produced tornadoes in the area, which we found out later once we got back to civilization. But that night, the wind was so strong that it pulled the tent stakes out of the ground. And so my mother put my brother in one corner of the tent and myself in another corner of the tent to basically weigh it down. And then she went out with my dad like, well, the kids are weighing the tent down here, so hoping they're heavy enough, and found rocks to like weigh the tent stakes down so that it wouldn't blow off the mountain. And I remember in the middle of all this, I'm pretty little, I'm like, I gotta use the bathroom, Mom. So she went out and was like, well, I'll go with you. And she was just holding on to the back of my jacket the whole time so that I wouldn't get blown off the mountain by this incredible storm.
Moms are the best. By the way, my mom makes a barbecue beef brisket every Halloween because she used to have the Halloween party. She still makes it every Halloween. She started making it earlier this week and then shipped it off to like 4 different parties as of yesterday so they could thaw it out and actually have it for all their friends. You've not seen nothing like the mighty Bonnie Quinn. Go to bonniequinn.com, by the way. You can find all the How to Survive campings, including the one we are talking about this morning. We are thrilled to have you here, Bonnie. You're welcome back anytime. The Lady in Chains is the latest one, but all of them are available over there. Go check out that great website. Thank you, Bonnie. Happy Halloween to you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back on the other side. Remember, go to bonniequinn.com. And Edward Carter Simon is coming up here next. Oh, he's already up here next. He's in the studio, by the way. We'll be right back. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. It's Road Gang Radio.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
I cannot endure to waste anything so precious as autumnal sunshine by staying in the house. So I have spent almost all the daylight hours in the open air. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can do on this lovely Halloween from the Fastport Studios.
Unbelievable, by the way, isn't it? Couldn't ask for better weather. It's like Central Casting just rolled into the city of New Orleans, man.
Oh, dude, that and the hat game in the
I'm
studio
telling
right
you, man,
now.
hat's where it's at, brother.
It is.
I mean, hat is where it's at, brother.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I got a little Boston Scally thing. I have 30 Boston Scally hats now.
Oh, wow.
I have one called the Kraken and one called the Loch Ness, dude.
How do we arrive at the Kraken? Like what?
It's a six-paneled hat that actually has. It's a six-paneled hat that actually has the colors of what that area of the world is like.
Interesting.
It's gorgeous, and they give you pins too. I couldn't put a pin on this one because it's a leather.
Yeah.
It's a leather cap. But I have a whole bunch of pins that I usually wear in my caps and hats, and they actually have Jaws 50th anniversary stuff that's really groovy and it's like the woman getting eaten by the shark. All kinds of groovy stuff like that. Before we go any further, Dr. Edward Simon is a doctor of clinical psychology. He, like myself, is a lifelong New Orleanian. He's also the founder of Spirit Empire Tours. You did check who's going to be taking the tour with you tonight, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're coming on board tonight, and I'm excited about that.
I am too. Our good friend Bunny and her new beau are going to be joining us as well. He's also the creator and host of the award-winning podcast Human. And I wish I could, Dre, even on this platform, even where I can drop a whole lot of interesting words. All I can say is human. I can't say it. We're going to say human truckery.
All right, got
How
it.
about we call it that?
We didn't make it easy for like traditional media,
But the thing is, we're not traditional, but there's a point where I feel like at this point, my general manager and the associate producer over in Clarksville are like, do you have to use that word? So we will say truckery, and you get exactly what I mean. Human truckery. His walking ghost tours, by the way, Ghosts, Gods, and Gangsters of New Orleans, dives into the city's haunted history. And by the way, I've known him for a long time, so when he says sharp storytelling with no sugarcoating, he actually means it. He's got a great background in psychology. He's one really smart dude and a love like we have over here. And I'll be using his voice as well, along with his pal Kimberly Kay. I'll be using their voices in the latest upcoming podcast, Cargo Out of Space. He'll be joining us for that, too. He brings it all together with real history, psychological insight, and that we touch a chaos, as people say, happy Halloween to people, to create unforgettable experiences, both on the streets and, as he is right now, behind the mic. You like our studio?
I love it. It's got a great vibe. Love Dr. John on the wall.
Yeah, I know.
Solid.
By the way, the music that we play to bring people in and out is a piece of music that was composed called Dr. John Vibe.
That's
is the music that we kind of
fantastic.
We actually got the rights to it. I'm like going, I want that, and Claire's like, you just want this to feel real New Orleanian. I'm like, you bet your bottom dollar. How you been, man?
I've been doing great. How about yourself?
I'm not bad. I think Dre's got a question for you. What you
Oh
got?
no, I was just gonna tell him you need to check out the rest of it because a little green room area back there.
Yeah.
You'll like
It's
that.
coming along really nicely too. Oh yeah, guys.
Nice aura.
Well, yeah, we got what we did was we hung those. Rather than hanging pictures, we have 12 of those record frames. You know, where you can put the record inside of it and hang it, so we can swap it out. And you know, Dave, of course, has a wealth of trucking albums. So every season, we just swap it out for colors or themes to kind of get different trucking albums up there.
That's wonderful.
And it's just kind of fantastic. Okay, so let's talk about the tour.
Sure.
So you can't give away too much because I'm going on it tonight. I got to enjoy myself. But I want to give people a sense that they come down here to New Orleans. And by the way, you were at the party. You saw a number of people down there who are over-the-road truck drivers. Our friend Jerry Bowers, Marshall Platter, who is a big supporter of this show. We know we're going to get Trucker Boaston down here sooner rather than later. We're thinking of you, Trucker Boaston, and we're glad you're back here. Got your message, by the way. Talk to me a little bit about when people come down here, what they can expect and how you blend the podcast work. Because we all have to do this, man. We all are doing like 3 or 4 different things. So we got to figure out ways that we can create what I call the Taco Bell. Dave Nemo calls it the Taco Bell effect.
Right.
Same 5 ingredients in different packaging. So talk about the crossover, but talk about the tour.
Well, the tour, it's I don't want to call it a traditional kind of ghost tour. That's kind of usually how it gets relegated. But for me, it's less about the scares. It's more about the people. It's about the psychological backdrop of New Orleans. We talk about it being America's most haunted city. And usually when you think about hauntings, you're thinking about supernatural phenomenon, right? But there you go. You know, but if I told you that me as a person, from a psychological or even an emotional perspective, that I felt haunted by things, usually you would think about the person, places, things in my life that maybe I can't let go of, or maybe some of the events that have shaped the mythology of my life and kind of how I see the world. And that's how I look at the haunting of New Orleans. It's about the stories that have shaped our perspective, not just about the outside world, beyond the bounds of the bayous, right? But how we see ourselves. And that's usually, I think, a big determination about the future of New Orleans. Has always been about how we see ourselves. And I like to say on my tour that we're a city devoted to our suffering, devoted to our pains and traumas.
It falls into preservation by neglect as well, too.
Right.
If I let something fall apart and then declare it historical, nobody will touch it and let it stay that way.
For sure. Absolutely.
I was you'll get the connective tissue here in regard to the French Quarter.
Sure.
So I had a friend of mine, before he moved here, he went to the movie JFK. And he's like, you're telling me that the head of the Trade Mart was actually hanging out with a failed Catholic priest and kind of second-rate pilot and a failed CIA agent who was actually doing private investigative work, and along with Cuban nationalists and a right-wing fascist prostitute, conspired to kill the President of the United States. He goes, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. He then lived in the French Quarter, and 4 weeks later he said, I can totally see how that would happen.
Yeah. It shocks people when we start talking about the mafia or gangster backdrop of the city. A lot of the courtroom scenes, or all of the courtroom scenes in JFK, were filmed at the Supreme Courthouse in the French Quarter.
This is great. My Uncle Jimmy's courtroom.
Oh, yeah?
Was filmed in my Uncle Jimmy's courtroom, and because of that, he actually got a chance to hang out with Kevin Costner and Oliver Stone for the length of the shoot, because he became kind of an informal consultant on the history of New Orleans at the time,
That's
which
fantastic.
is why they get the accents right.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the judge, like, you watch your mouth, Jimmy Boy. And people say, why does the guy have a New York accent? I'm like, he doesn't.
I get that all the time. People come in the tours, they say, why don't you sound like you're from here? You say you've been here your whole life.
You see, he sounds like he's from here. That's Thibodeau right there.
Right.
So he's got the voice. People go, that's the Louisiana accent. Where do you live, Dre?
Yeah, you can go in and out. Right now, I live in Biloxi, but I'm from Natchitoches, Louisiana.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Edward and I have
Cool.
very New Orleans. I mean, we're wearing New Orleans hats and have very New Orleans. We're from Boston's southernmost neighborhood.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
I've tried over the years to kind of socialize the dialect out of my articulation. That way people can maybe understand me a little bit better on the tours. I feel like when I was younger, you would have needed a translator. My tours would have to have closed captions. It was so thick, just sounding like you're from a deep Brooklyn neighborhood or something.
yeah.
like
If
that.
you want to hear the funniest thing is you get my father and my uncle together. They're not brothers, brother-in-laws together, and they both have done a really good job of being able to talk in front of the Supreme Court, talk on the bench at the court, and all that kind of stuff. But they get around each other, and it's happening. If you haven't noticed, by the way, with you and I are slowly drifting there, and we'll pull him into our orbit too, because he pulls me into all that stuff too over there. All that, but it really is. But that goes back to what you're talking about. There is the rhythm of the city, right?
Sure.
That it pulls people in and puts them on the same wavelength.
For sure.
Or you get pushed out, right?
Yeah. And what I was about to say prior to our veering into dialect discussion, if you're facing the Supreme Court House, right off to your right, there's a little street called Exchange Place. Most people don't know that Lee Harvey Oswald grew up on that street, like just a rock's throw away from where these courtroom scenes were filmed. His last known address before going to Dallas and assassinating JFK was where the Popeyes is now on Canal Street. Like, it's the entanglement of mafia history in association, especially with the JFK assassination, is just. If you take my tour, I feel like a lot of people would walk away convinced they now know who killed JFK.
Well, that's
for sure.
That's one of the funny things. My dad worked in Jim Garrison's law office, and he always made the joke: you go to the Roosevelt in the Blue Room, and he said Garrison would start talking about the assassination. He'd be like, "Jesus, Jim, you're totally out of your mind." He said on the first cocktail, you thought Garrison was out of his mind. He always said, "By the time you got to your third Sazerac, you knew Jim had something."
Oh, for sure.
Edward, have you heard about the Fair Play for Cuba Committee and the implications on our assassination of our beloved President John Fitzgerald? And Dean Andrews with all that nonsense. John Candy plays him in the movie, that bebop-ing attorney.
Sure.
There was something going on down here, wasn't there?
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. Hoffa's attorney, Frank Regano, in the 1990s, he wrote a book, and he explicitly stated that prior to Kennedy's assassination in 1962, Hoffa sent him down to New Orleans, where he met with our mafia boss, Carlos Marcello, and the head of the Tampa crime family, Santo Trafficante, where he essentially gave New York's blessing, saying, we've got to put these wheels in motion. And many people on my tours, they say, why would they orchestrate this? Why would they want to take out JFK if the mafia's primary adversary was Bobby Kennedy? And I always tell them the same thing. It was a quote by Marcello. He said that if you want to kill a dog, you don't cut off its tail, you cut off the head.
Yeah. You kill its owner.
Yeah.
You kill the dog's owner.
And Hoffa said, now Bobby Kennedy is just another attorney.
Yeah. And what's crazy about that is the fact, can you imagine the panic that must have set in 1968 when they turned on their television sets and he was actually giving that speech from the Ambassador Hotel and being like, and literally because people don't know this as well either, is that it's really a sad story. The night that Kennedy was killed, they found Daley in his room. Mayor Daley was crying in his room because basically they'd already put the plan into motion how they were going to steal the nomination from McCarthy and get it to Kennedy. Which that would have been because there was a real sense of, the people who talk about the current president coming back and wanting to settle scores. That man there was terror. There
Absolutely.
was bona fide terror that
For
if he
sure.
had ascended to the presidency, it was like, okay, we're going to clean out this viper's nest right here and right now.
Yeah.
The stakes were incredibly high,
1,000%.
which is why I think that the other thing is there is a great story that Gerald Posner, who thinks that Oswald acted alone, but tells a great story that he thinks that Marcello might have engaged in either one of the greatest conspiratorial cover-ups or one of the greatest trolls of all time. When they reopened the investigation in the 70s, they were wiretapping. Everybody who knows conspiracies knows the story, and Marcello says, "Shut up, come outside with me." And they went outside for like 10 minutes on the tape, and they come back in. He goes, "That's who did the job, and that is the last time I will talk about it." And no one ever knows whether he was simply acknowledging the fact that he was wiretapped and messing with them, or actually if he didn't know and he walked outside to be like, if you got a problem with this, you can go find somebody, and if you want to throw him under the bus, that's the guy to do it to.
But clearly, it would not be the last time Marcello would discuss this. He was incarcerated in the late 1980s, and he was recorded.
We know what Bobby Kennedy did to him. Dropped him off in the middle of nowhere.
That is true. I believe it's Ecuador.
Yeah, basically dropped him off.
Right.
And
he essentially smuggled his way back into the country on a shrimp boat. But in the late 1980s, he was recorded. He was in federal prison. He was talking to an inmate, a fellow inmate, and he was going off about his grievances. And to paraphrase, he says, "Not only did I orchestrate the assassination of JFK, my only regret is that I did not pull the trigger myself." And we know this because that inmate was an FBI informant, and he was wearing a wire. These transcripts can be found on the FBI's website.
By the way, the counter argument, and by the way, I love to keep myself open to it. You ever heard the counter argument for why there is no conspiracy? Because the conspiracy is completely after the fact. That Oswald completely fits the profile. The FBI, unlike the Dallas police, who had rounded up all of their usual suspects, knew who Oswald was, and that Hoover just went, "C'est la vie." And let whatever happens, and then all the cover up is like them desperately trying not to let the Freedom of Information Act expose the fact that they completely blew it. There's all kinds of great stories there.
For sure.
By the way, our friend Trucker Bosun on the chat. Good morning to Donna Howell, who joins us this morning on chat, but also good morning to Trucker Bosun, who says your voice sounds like Pablo Francisco's movie trailer guy voice. And he means that as the highest compliment, by the way. It means the highest compliment. By the way, in just a few moments here, Lindsay's going to drop in on the scene to kind of tell you good morning. She wanted to give us a chance to catch up. You've actually talked with her, as you remember, on the air, and you met her in person here at the party we had to kind of inaugurate the studios as well. How long does the tour take?
The tour is anywhere between 90 minutes and 2 hours, depending on questions and just kind of the absurdity of the French Quarter sometimes. I wish every night was a nice quiet stroll through the French Quarter, but it's like giving a tour in an asylum, honestly. There's a lot of raucous activity on the street. So we try to find isolated pockets, little places that are great for storytelling. And so we try to pace it, I usually say, probably an hour and 45 minutes.
Guys, go to Spirit Empire Tours, by the way. Spirit Empire Tours is where you want to head to. You can find them also at Spirit Empire Tours over there on the Book of Face. And, and on Instagram, it's Human Truckery, but you can remove the TR and replace it with an F, podcast. Human F Uckery podcast on Instagram. You can find them over there, which is terrific. I wanted to ask you this, too, because I have a feeling, one of the things, and we can tell from how you're speaking about it now, is that I think it's important when we do these walking tours, whether they are pure history tours, speculative tours, ghost tours. I think when you have a backdrop like the French Quarter, is that it's important to keep them as classy as possible, right? If that makes any, I don't mean class, I just mean like polished and presented. The performer themselves needs to be the kind of, the tour guide needs to be kind of the articulator in a compelling way of the information. But this isn't like, guy wearing a pirate cap.
Sure. And you can find that.
Yeah, of course,
that's
what I'm saying.
That's out there, and for some people that's sufficient. Some people kind of they want a a babysitter for their drunken stroll through the French Quarter and hear some weird stories along the way that may or may not be rooted in true history.
And that sounds like a good time for a lot of people. I mean, it
For
really
some
does.
people
I
it
actually
is.
took 2 ghost tours of Franklin, Tennessee, and one of them was a very, very serious historian, and the other one was like, we're going to have a good time, woo!
Yeah.
And we stopped and had a lot of bourbon all on the way. I mean, that's just what it was.
I want to do that.
Good morning, Lindsay. How are you?
Good morning. I didn't
Good
even mean to
morning.
have that effect on. Let me
It
tell you,
worked.
I've been listening to You Speak, Edward, and I had to hop on because I was
Yep.
just very excited.
Second that motion.
Good to hear good to hear from you again, Lindsay.
You too, Fred. Good morning. Sorry to interrupt, but
No
also
problem.
not.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. By the way, Lindsay joins us. Lindsay has a 6-year-old, Freya, and of course it's Halloween. How hard was it to keep her unexcited for what is coming later on today?
Well, first of all, they don't have school today because they never go to school anymore, and that's cool. That's another story. But she lost a tooth yesterday. So then we had tooth fairy situation last night, which sort of helped us ease into Halloween. But she did the first thing, woke up this morning, saw what the tooth fairy brought her. It wasn't enough because kids are never satisfied. And so she quickly moved on to what's next, which is Halloween. So yes, we are going to see K-pop Demon Hunters today after the show, and then we'll be trick-or-treating as K-pop Demon Hunters tonight.
Nice. Same.
Nicely done, by the way. Nicely done. I wanted to kind of ask Edward as well, too. Talk about, and we didn't get it. We got so into the weeds because I took us there. I'd asked you the question about the idea of the Taco Bell scenario. Same 5 ingredients, but you've got to make them into different recipes. So talk about how the podcast informs the tours, and the tours inform the podcast, where they diverge. It's not the same thing, of course, but you've got to be able, to, Lindsay will do this on her podcast, We Should Write. We'll often make reference to other shows and all that kind of stuff. But talk about that connection there a little bit.
Well, I mean, they're definitely in the same wheelhouse. Any one of my guests that takes the tour, I unapologetically push the podcast on them, because if they like what we do in the tour, they're definitely going to like the podcast. It allows for a different format. We can make it a little bit more immersive, even though you're not there on the street looking at a haunted house. We use sound effects, scoring, et cetera, et cetera. And so our story's a little bit more long form, but we take the stories out of New Orleans and into the world. And so it's the same themes. We talk about ghosts, gods, gangsters. We talk about dark history, paranormal and phenomenon, et cetera. But we go all over the place, whether it's Japan, Russia, whatever. Human beings they can be counted on for their nonsense across the world.
There's a real big thing for this right now, Lindsay. Lindsay and I actually have a number of podcasters on the show on a regular basis, some of whom are recurring characters here. There's a real hunger for this. People, and do you guys have a big international audience? Yeah, I mean, in regards to, are you guys getting...
Oddly enough, sometimes we will spike in the top 10 of Apple Podcasts in India or Thailand or something odd. It's random when it happens, but yeah, there are people out there for sure.
Yeah, we had a woman who does a podcast who actually had to add Indian content.
Yeah,
because people always forget it's the largest English-speaking nation in the world.
Sure.
And so, I mean, they often love all kinds of things spooky.
Yeah.
They love hearing about the American stuff, but they really want to sometimes go like, "Hey, tell us about us." You go back to that same idea, the stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. Lindsay, by the way, I wanted to ask you. How is tonight shaping up in terms of a Halloween experience? Do you feel like you got Freya where you needed to be?
Oh, yeah, we're good. I got to dye her hair pink at some point today, which is going to ruin my house.
She's Mira. Nice.
She's Mira. Yeah, well done. Well done, Dre.
I got kids.
Yeah, but then we're going over to someone else's. We're going to a neighborhood where they have the neighborhood that gives the big candy bars. You know what I mean? Find the fancy people. We go over there, that they also have adult treats at each house. So that's where we're going. So it'll be great. I wanted to ask you, Edward. I've never been on. I've only actually been on one ghost tour, and that was in Savannah. And they have them here in Franklin, like down the street from where I live. Jim just mentioned he's done it. But how many have you been on like these other tours? And like, A, do you incorporate stuff into yours? But B, do you see? I mean, is a ghost, or do you see differences between different cities versus New Orleans, which is, the king and queen of all ghosts?
It really depends on your locale. You know, if you go to Charleston, if you go to Savannah, it's a lot of ghost forward. But if you go someplace like Chicago, it's very mafia oriented. And so it really depends. It depends on the mixture of kind of nonsense that each locale kind of brings to the table. New Orleans has a perfect gumbo of all of that, thankfully. And so it makes it very rich for storytelling. You throw a rock and there's a story in the French Quarter. I never run out of material.
I'm sorry, I just mean, since that was, you just said I never run out of material, which sort of answered my question.
Sure.
Is everyone different? I mean, you're constantly evolving and adding in, and it probably depends some on your audience, so to speak, as well, right?
It can depend on the group, depending on their interest. If they want to learn more about voodoo, if they want to learn more about our city's history with witchcraft, if they want to learn more about vampires, etc. I do try to cater to their interests. But in addition to that, when you're doing this night after night for over a decade, sometimes you have to enrich yourself. And so the tour routes can deviate based on my interests, where I'm at on any given night. And so as long as we make it to our destination, we go all over the place. We try to explore the French Quarter.
And where are you at right now, Edward?
I'm in the Dave Nemo studio.
If you were to take a tour tonight,
no, I understand
where would your
what you
interests
meant.
lie?
Oh man, I love talking about our city's history of viral plague and how that relates to a lot of mythology surrounding vampires.
By the way, the best movie, a lot of people would argue the best movie ever made about New Orleans actually is one about viral plague, about the bubonic plague. A Panic in the Streets, made by the great filmmaker Elia Kazan, which is, considered one of the, and because he cast 50 locals in it, so the accent actually is real and it completely works. By the way, Lindsay, when Claire and I went on our honeymoon to England, we stayed in the Shoreditch neighborhood, which of course is the birthplace of punk rock. That was the tour that we did. We took a punk rock tour, and Brad Bentley, whose company Fastport is the sponsor of the studio, when we were in England for the Saints game for the week before, I went and saw Punch Drunk's new show, Burning City, but he actually spent the first day in Liverpool taking a walking tour of the Beatles world. And then they got on a double-decker bus called the Magical Mystery Tour, and then they drove out to other areas and kind of looked at it. There's all kind. I mean, it's walking history is an amazing thing if you do the research, right? That's really what it kind of comes down to. And it's what Lindsay talks about all the time as well, the idea that if you can't see the work that went into making the sausage, if you're looking for it, then something's wrong. If you turn your brain off and just get swept away by it, that's great. But if you look at it and be like, man, this guy's just making this up as he goes along, it really reads, and it really smacks of people winging it. It can be. You can see people on tours like that, Lindsay. They're like,
you can sniff it out. But to your point about like with Edward, and just because his interests and talents and expertise are so, first of all over the place in a good way, but also pointed, both. But Edward, I talk about like with songwriting, people listen to a song like in the background and never once think of the life that had to be lived in order to write said song.
For sure.
And same with you. Like it's like you can't just show up on this tour and be like, oh, that guy just popped up and was able to do this. No. There's so much that has gone into it.
No, I didn't start doing this until my dad died. In some strange way, it was a way for me to not just confront existential dread, but cope with the grief, discussing people's demons, discussing our flirtations with death and ghosts and what comes after this, night after night, and meeting people from all over the world. As much as the French Quarter can be absolutely stressful to give a tour in, there was something so therapeutic about it. And so all of that informs my tours.
We're joined by.
I can't wait to take one, by the way.
We're joined by, and I'm taking one tonight. I'm so excited, Lindsay. That's my Halloween. Is actually.
Cool.
And by the way, it's funny when Lindsay
way better than mine with a bunch of screaming kids. By the way.
Oh, God.
When Lindsay met Edward, she came on the porch of the Degas house and she said, "Oh, these are Jim's actual friends."
I was like, "Oh, you do have friends, and they are cool.
They are very much your friends, Jim." Edward, can you stick around a little bit longer? We're going to have Lisa Morton on in the next half hour. You have a little extra. You can walk out anytime you want to.
Yeah.
But Yeah, stick around just for a few more minutes. We'll bring him on with Lisa Morton, Lindsay, who's coming up. By the way, she's like a 7-time Bram Stoker Award winner. Cool. So yeah, she's the real deal and a regular contributor to the show. And I do want to kind of ask you at the top before we bring Lisa on. I do want to kind of get into the fact that you are a doctor, the fact that you actually do help people with problems and issues.
We try,
and and that you do bring a certain psychological depth of understanding and all that kind of stuff. How long did it take you to finish that PhD? By the way?
Like 5.5 years, 6 years, something like that. Something along those lines.
Yeah, and by the way, I remember what I told you, the idea that it's like anybody who's gone through it, Lindsay, can't explain to the people who are going through it that it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And anybody that hasn't gone through it doesn't understand.
You gave me some of the most freeing advice when I was writing my doctoral dissertation, is you just said, just write it bad.
Yeah.
And that was it. I said, okay, I'm going to write this thing bad. And 150 pages later, like had a nice rough draft.
Right.
You know?
It's just, that's the thing is too. And like Lindsay and I, Lindsay's got this show We Should Write, which by the way, the last edition.
Oh my gosh, I want Edward to come on that show.
Oh, you should have him on the show, by the way.
I want to talk about people's demons, but in a good way.
Yeah, basically the show is not about like professional writing, although everybody on there is a professional writer in one form or another. It's about using writing as a therapeutic tool.
Sure.
To kind of do some healing.
The healing power of writing. Get your shit out, guys.
Yeah, get your shit out. And by the way, speaking of fun words, the Human Truckery podcast, or actually remove the TR, replace it with an F, you get a sense of that. Edward Carter Simon.
Oh, I get it.
Lindsay Lawler's here, by the way, a little bit early. We're going to have Edward on just for a few more moments, as long as he can stick around. If you got to leave, you got to leave. We love you. And Lisa Morton is coming up. You guys know her, a regular contributor. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Hope and Crosby's road movies cannot compare to the hilarity on the highway with Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac, a black cat crossed my path yesterday.
How did you avoid it, Cheese?
Well, I threw a lemon at it.
Did that break the curse?
No. After that, it was a real sourpuss.
Don't be an ignoramus of the interstate. Tune in next time for Mac and Cheese.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's Friday, 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 Friday.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Love that laugh. Love that Claire Marie laugh.
Claire, she's so likable and yet so sinister. And I mean that as a total compliment.
The best compliment I gave Claire this Halloween morning was I said, of all the people in the world that I know, you are the one that is most like a David Lynch character. And
such romantic.
Claire was like, "What a nice thing to say," and I meant it with all the nice.
I'm oddly turned on, thanks, darling.
Hello, is it me again? Is it me you're looking for?
Hello, darling. Hey, speaking of being oddly turned on, A, Edward is joining us, and B, I watched A Nightmare on Elm Street last night. I haven't watched one. You know, Edward, I have this ongoing thing where Freddy still shows up in my dreams / nightmares.
Okay.
And every time in it, Edward, maybe you can analyze me here. Every time we have, like, I'm in love with him. We're in love with each other, and I'm like, Freddy, you don't have to do this. You can be a good guy. Like, come on. And it never works, of course, because we can't change men, you know.
Yeah.
But it's every time. And so I dove in last night. We have a friend staying with us, our buddy Todd, and my husband Seamus. And I'm like, can we watch A Nightmare on Elm Street tonight? They were like, whatever you want, dear. And so we did. And I asked ChatGPT which one I should watch, which I was like, here, based on where I am in my life, I go deep with ChatGPT. Which one should I watch? And it was wrong, by the way. It recommended Wes Craven's New Nightmare, which was we should have watched the first one.
Always
should have
watch
watched
the
first
original.
one. I know. They knew it. I knew it. We all knew it. AI is the only one that didn't know it. So proof they don't fully know us. Anywho, and what I want to talk about actually with you guys, we'll wait in a minute when Lisa's on. But the idea of what scares us and why, but the why, because I had sort of a breakthrough last night. So we will dive into that more with Lisa in a moment. But
we are queuing Lisa up as we speak. I wanted to talk to Edward really quickly here, by the way, and we set this up beforehand.
Yeah.
Talk about the psychological viewpoint and how it kind of informs the tours as well, both for reading the people that you are with and for kind of understanding the people that you are talking about. I mean, is it impossible now to escape that lens? Is that lens now always with you as you have dived deep into earning that PhD and also into kind of helping others kind of figure themselves out through storytelling?
Sure. I mean, it's glued to my head from now on. Like, there's no other way of looking at the world sometimes, but it's extremely useful, and it's one of the angles, with which I market the tour, because having that kind of perspective is unique when you take this tour. And it's not just helping people understand themselves through storytelling. It's understanding the subjects, and a lot of us grapple with stories of forgotten killers and even infamous ones, serial killers or otherwise, because we're trying to understand why people do what they do. And some of the greater stories in New Orleans are not true at all. It's our legends, it's our myths, and how those are born out of actual circumstances, and the psychological phenomena that encourages us to create myths so we can make things marginally safe to face them, as opposed to coming face to face with the true darkness that lies in all of us, or just the harsh realities that someday we're all going to die, whether comfortably in our beds or at the hands of a merciless killer.
Yeah. By the way, Lindsay wants to do the former, and also wearing all of her jewelry that she gives away on her deathbed.
Yeah. I saw how I die. I'm laying there. I'm an old lady. I'm in my bed. I'm wearing a fabulous caftan and all my jewels.
Yeah.
And I'm just slowly taking them off and handing them to people in the room one by one. And then I say, I bid you adieu.
I hope you get that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I do.
My plan is to tell people before I die there's $500,000 worth of gold bullion buried in the backyard right by the...
And that's it.
And then that's it, by the way. And as a quick recommendation, given what Edward is saying, our earlier guest, Rachel Corbett, the New York writer, and I say New York meaning the magazine, and award-winning author and journalist, her new book, you and Lindsay will dig it. It's accessible and it's fun. It's called The Monsters We Make, Murder, Obsession, and the Rise of Criminal Profiling. It is absolutely terrific.
Sounds like the music business.
And recommended read. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of readers we love and readers we recommend, Edward, we're going to introduce you to a friend of of ours now, 6-time winner of the Bram Stoker Award, author of 4 novels and 150 short stories, a world-class Halloween and paranormal expert, really is, and one of the leading experts on seances in the world. Lisa Morton is a screenwriter, author of nonfiction books, and a prose writer whose work was described by the American Library Association Reader Advisory Guide to Horror as consistently dark, unsettling, and frightening. In other words, we love her. Her latest releases include Calling the Spirits, A History of Seances, and one of my favorite coffee table books, The Art of the Zombie Movie. Has had short stories appear in Best American Mystery Stories and Final Cuts, New Tales of Hollywood Horror and Other Spectacles, and Classic Monsters Unleashed. Lindsay, what do you say we say good morning to Lisa Morton?
I would love that. Also, you and I have very different coffee tables, and Kim carries to lean into that. But good morning to one of our a fan favorite, a listener favorite, a guest favorite. Welcome and happy Halloween to you, Lisa Morton. That's annoying. Sorry. Good morning.
Wow, I can't beat the echo. That was pretty great. Thanks. It's good to talk to you guys again.
And Jim, introduce Lisa to Edward. Let's make a ghostly love connection here.
So you'll love this. You will love this. A long friend of mine, Dr. Edward Timon, is joining us this morning. He's also a great tour guide for the city of New Orleans, and we are actually taking his Halloween tour tonight. We're going tonight on his tour to kind of go through the French Quarter and get his vision of all the creepy, amazing stories, both real, some of them legendary. But Edward, meet Lisa Morton.
Good morning, Lisa.
Why, hi. God, a haunted tour of New Orleans on Halloween night. I mean, that's pretty close to unbeatable.
Equal parts epic and cliche.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Lisa, I want you to catch people up on what this week has been like for you, because we follow each other on social media, and I am basically trying to kind of avoid like reaching out and saying hi, because you are literally racing from place to place. You are ubiquitous. When you're not making appearances that you've been scheduled to make, you're trying to see everything cool regarding Halloween. Tell us about the last couple of weeks in Lisa Morton world.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, it's crazy this time every year. The Halloween interview requests usually start around June or July, but by the time you hit the last 2 weeks or so of October, now you get all those last-minute things. Hey, can you talk to blah, blah, blah radio, or can you talk to the news, or can you talk to a magazine or newspaper or whatever? And it's just a lot of them end up going, okay, we're kind of holding you in the back to see if we can move forward from this, and then you never hear from them again. So, I learned long ago to not do the ones that translate to me having to get up at like 4 a.m, because you get up and it's like, oh, it's the BBC, oh, it's Australian television, and you get up at 3 a.m, and then at like 2:59 they come in and say, oh, sorry, we just aren't going to get to you.
We've never done that to you. When we were on the West Coast, when we were doing the show at the Crack of Doom, Lisa, we never did that to you, which is why Lisa Morton on Halloween is joining us, Lindsay. On Halloween.
No, I know her. Feels very
No,
important.
you guys are always great. But, yeah, I'm a little hoarse from all of it at this point.
Well, we won't make you sing.
That's okay. I'm a big jackass. But go ahead, Lindsay. Sorry.
Oh, my God. That is true. That is true. I'd like to actually hear Lisa and Edward have a conversation about this. Because I noticed Edward had put in one of his things in his notes, the idea of what storytelling can do that facts alone can't. And it made me think about the idea, because also I watched one of the Nightmare on Elm Streets last night, and Lisa, I've had a long time. I remember seeing one of those way too young that has like stayed in my brain, and so Freddie haunts me to these days. But I sat and thought about it last night. I'm like, what is it really? I broke it down in my head, and I'm like, what is it that is scaring me? It's not even what's going to happen if Freddie does get me. It's the leading up to, right? It's the not knowing. It's the not understanding what's going on behind the scenes, so to speak. So I would love to hear each of you talk about. It's, if you just told me facts about what happened in something, and you just like bullet pointed, say a famous murder, ghost story, if you bullet pointed facts, I'd be like, okay. But it's in the storytelling, at which you two, both Lisa and Edward, do in very different yet beautifully complementary ways. It's in the storytelling where we feel the emotion, and therefore that's when the fear and uncertainty set in. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd love to hear both of your takes.
Lisa, you go first.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a lot of writer friends, and one of the things I hear over and over from them is, well, I don't know how to write nonfiction. And I always say to them, it's just like writing fiction. Your goal is the same. You're trying to entertain people. You're trying to tell a story. Your story should have a beginning, a middle, and an end. It should build to some kind of satisfying emotional climax. And it's funny that all the fiction writers, as soon as you put it to them like that, they go, oh, okay, maybe I can write nonfiction. And so absolutely, yeah, it's all about the art of involving people and getting them kind of on your side and taking them on that journey.
And what are your thoughts on that, by the way, about the structure, the delivery systems we have to construct to tell scary stories?
Well, yeah, and even more so with Edward, especially pertaining to his doctorate, like the a little more expanding the psychology behind the emotion rather than the facts.
Sure. In 2025, there is information everywhere. I mean, we have far surpassed the information age. We're now looking at what we've regarded as slop when we talk about AI. Right?
It's the Katrina of information.
Yeah, for sure. And you had a personal experience with this, with the recommendation of an awful film. And so you understand, like, there is a conveyance of information in abundance. So we're no longer in a place in our lives, I think, where we're kind of thirsting for information. We're starved, however, for wisdom. And wisdom is, hopefully, at least to some extent, a shell of wisdom is what we can extract from stories. And I always like to say that wisdom is a marriage of knowledge and experience. And the only way that we can experience things, typically, empathetically speaking, is through storytelling. Outside of dealing with the crazed killer or the mafia boss ourselves, is to be able to project ourselves into the situation, to extend ourselves and imagine ourselves as if we were there. Before all of my tours, I tell each and every person to consider the French Quarter not as a registered historic landmark that smells like urine, but a time machine. And as we step through those streets, we imagine ourselves as if we were there, walking alongside the people that we're going to discuss tonight and try and understand them better and hopefully not make some of the same choices.
I want to throw this back to Lisa, by the way, because Edward just made us all smile and laugh with the urine reference. Everybody understands that.
Urine reference.
I've had a chance to actually break bread with Lisa. Her and her husband and I, we all went out to eat, and they took me out to a Chinese restaurant, and I can't tell you, we spent more time laughing and smiling than almost anything else.
Yeah.
And Lisa, there's a real connection I have found that the ability to tell a joke is often the ability to scare people as well. And can you kind of talk about the idea of creating variety in telling a ghost story, in the idea of not letting it be one simple tone poem? You do this a lot in your writing as well, too. There is a verve and a joy that goes into your writing as well that is ever present, even in the scariest of moments. Can you kind of talk about that a little bit, about how, ultimately you say a story has to have a beginning, middle, and an end, and you also remember that people have to be entertained. Can you kind of breathe into that?
Yeah, of course. Horror and comedy are kind of weirdly related, as are horror and tragedy. And one of the things that any good storyteller does is give those, it's like a roller coaster. It has to go up and down, and then at the end you save the biggest hill for the end and the biggest slide down. And in terms of comedy, Comedy, I think, works best in horror because it gives you that little relief after the big scare, and that's why you often hear people laugh, after something really scary in a movie or a haunted attraction or something, because they've had the little scare, they survived it, it was fun, and now you can release that tension. And a really good storyteller knows how to build that into their story. I don't use a lot of humor in my stuff, although I will occasionally use black humor.
Yeah.
But definitely those moments where you can slow down and think about what you just read. And sometimes that slow down and let people think can make things even scarier.
Are you creating space, like Edward was talking about the idea, are you creating space for wisdom and contemplation? I mean, is that a fair assessment of what's going on when you're kind of putting together a story that, that there are horror things that don't have any moral except what the audience decides to put on them, and there are horror writers who are, and my New Orleans accent horror, who are actually making space to actually say something, and Do you feel like that is something that you do actively, or do you feel like that just kind of begins to work its way in?
Oh, I am very active in terms of the first thing I think about when I'm sitting down to write fiction or nonfiction, really. But the first thing I think about is what I want to say with a story. And sometimes a story will just start with me being angry about something. I see something I don't like that makes me really mad, and it's like, okay, I'm going to go write about that. And then you start working with metaphor, and how do I, maybe if it's like, say, a current situation that's making me really angry, I will find some way to put that into a horror trope, and that thing I saw on the news is now a monster, and but if you do it really well, people will feel the anger that you're feeling and be horrified, and maybe even guess what it is that the story is really about.
That's always a fun thing, isn't it, too, Lisa? The idea of people like when they come to you and they tell you that they figured out what you were writing. Have you ever had anybody tell you, "Oh, I know exactly what it's about," and they tell you, and you're like, "Well, I didn't know that, but now that you say it, I think that is what it's about." Or do you feel like sometimes people just completely miss the mark? And then Lindsay's got a ton of questions for everybody. Sorry about this.
Oh, yeah, I've had people come up and tell me that something was about blah, 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 and it's so completely off base, but it's fascinating. I mean, I just think that's great, and I tell them, great, I mean, if that's what you got, that's what it was about.
Yeah, that's the old, what is it? They tell you what it's about, and you say, did you like it? I loved it. Then that's exactly what it's about. Mm-hmm. Then you got it absolutely correct. Lindsay, you got some stuff, right?
Well, no, I'm just thinking, of course, I'm thinking back to We Should Write, and a show, Lisa, that I host over here about the healing power of writing. And I'm thinking now, maybe I could work out some of my own fear. I always encourage people to work their stuff out through writing. And I I'm like, maybe there's some fear stuff that I could work out through writing that I haven't. And I mean, specifically as it pertains to spirits and things that go bump in the night and things that I can't control. And I wonder, from a fiction standpoint, here's the question and a recommendation, perhaps. If someone wanted to sort of work through something they were scared of, would you advise them, either of y'all, both of y'all, advise them to attack it from more of a fictional or non-fictional standpoint? Because, for instance, we had a guy on the show who actually healed his PTSD, or helped heal his PTSD through writing a fictional story about a character who went through the same things he went through, but took it sort of off of him. So as it pertains to ghosts or a haunting or something that keeps us up at night, would you write that through a fictional or non-fictional lens to sort of work it out?
Lisa, go ahead first, because you can't see me. Edward's sitting in studio with me, so go ahead first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would say it depends on the person. I mean, I know journaling is huge, always has been, and that a lot of people, if they just sit down and write the experience for themselves, end up working it out more. Some people find it much more satisfying to put it into fiction. That's certainly me. I've never been a big journaler. So I think it just kind of depends on the individual.
I have a question for Lisa from the chat, by the way. Do you know the name of the guy that moved to the U.S. that was the Ripper suspect that had the murder hotel? Do you know that guy's name, Lisa?
Name of the guy who moved to the U.S.? I don't know.
It rings a bell. I know
hotel.
About the murder hotel, the infamous murder hotel. I think it was in Chicago, right?
It was in Chicago.
We can't think of the name, but I figured if we had any crack at the title, it would be
H.H. Holmes.
That's him.
And that's him, H.H. Holmes. There you go.
I just knew that off the top of my head, guys. Yeah. I didn't even use Google or anything.
Okay. Somehow I thought we were talking contemporary people. Yeah, okay. H.H. Holmes was the Ripper from the Chicago World's Fair and so forth.
Yeah, I was like, because I remember we had talked about that as well. I have to get on to Lisa's topic here, by the way, because she joins us over in California and is a regular contributor here at Road Gang Radio. How has Halloween been in regards to the sites over there in Los Angeles? Have you seen a lot of great decorations? And what are your favorite things to do on this particular night?
I have, and you know what's really interesting? There are many more houses decorating this year.
Yep.
Even in my little area, I'm up in the hills. I'm in a cul-de-sac. I am often the only house for blocks around that would decorate for Halloween, and this year a lot more around here are decorating. And a couple of weeks ago, we did a tour of some of the bigger home haunts in Southern California. There is actually a list of these things that tell you when they're opening and when you should go see them and what they are. And we made a list, and we drove around Burbank this time, and there are some insanely great home yard haunts out there. My favorite one, I think, was something called the Pumpkin Cemetery over in Burbank. But it seems much bigger this year. We were also astonished that here we were driving around on a Sunday night 2 weeks ago, and the streets in front of these haunts were absolutely jammed. I mean, you had to park blocks away. There were people already in costume, people taking their kids, and that was a really amazing sign.
I also, final follow-up on all of this, I wanted you to tell Edward, because this is really cool. You do a lot of seance work in regards to the history of it. You don't conduct seances, but you do a lot of history work for it. Don't you do something on the Queen Victoria? Am I remembering that correct?
The Queen Mary?
Queen Mary, the Queen Mary.
I have done an overnight paranormal investigation on the Queen Mary, and we're not that far from it. We go there once or twice a year.
Very cool.
But correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa. You're a, which I find fascinating. You're a bit of a skeptic yourself, even though you've made a whole life and career out of this. Am I wrong?
But she's coming along.
Yeah, no, I am a skeptic, although I think of myself as a compassionate skeptic, because I don't like the cynical skeptics who just immediately say, oh, that's ridiculous, you didn't see a ghost or whatever. I never, ever discount anyone's encounter, and my answer is that I'm not sure it's spirits of the dead, but I have no idea what it is that's going on.
So there's something, but you'll say there's something, but you don't know what. Is that fair?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Perfect. That's what this show is. It's something, but we don't know what.
We have no idea what it is. And the fact that Lisa puts up with us and Edward puts up with us is kind of remarkable. And thank you to all of our friends out there who are actually keeping the chat alive, including Donna and Dave, who are out there chatting with all of our friends out there. Our good friends Lovey and Earl, 504, say good morning to everybody out there. And Kent, our friend 4Art Lisa, tells everybody thank you. That H.H. Holmes was the name that he was, in fact, looking for. The other thing is, Lisa, really quickly, what's coming out from you next? What are you doing next? What are you writing? What are you making happen?
Well, I am working on a new nonfiction book for the publisher that I've done 3 books for already. It won't be out for at least a year, but it is called My Name is Legion, The Strange and Terrifying History of Demonic Possession.
Oh, Edward.
Light.
Yeah, Edward has no interest in that, by the way. That doesn't have any sort of interest to Edward. He's sitting here going like, I don't want to read that. That sounds
And
pretty.
it's coming out on Christmas.
Wow. Which, by the way, in case you guys don't know, Lisa, if we can convince her after this debacle, if we can convince her to actually join us at Christmas, she always gives us a really great history of telling ghost stories at Christmas as well, too. As far as I'm concerned, Lisa, the starter pistol of the spooky season has only just begun. What does tonight look like before we got to get you and Edward out of here?
I do my own little yard haunt. We've been doing that for about 10 years, and I think this year we went bigger than we've ever gone before. So, and I mean that literally because, yes, we have a 12-foot skeleton standing in front of our house, and we're hoping to get a lot of kids this year. We had the most we've ever had last year, and this year being a Friday and maybe we're a little bit better known, we are looking forward to handing out lots of candy.
And what do you hand out? Like what are we talking?
Full-size bars.
Yeah, full-size bars. What are we talking here?
Well, I confess I do the fun size. I can't afford full-size candy bars,
okay.
But I do try to give every kid 2 of those. So.
Okay, we'll see. And she's saying candy bars. She's not giving out apples or toothbrushes, guys. So this is a good stop, we'll just say.
Oh, heck no.
It is caramel and candy apple day. And by the way, we were talking about grandmothers earlier. My grandmother used to give out caramel apples on Easter. On Easter. That's how crazy she was. Caramel apples on Halloween. That's a tradition that I wish would come back, except that nobody would trust them or take them.
Nope.
Lisa,
we can't have anything fun anymore.
I want to tell people also, by the way, you can find Lisa at lisamorton.com. You can find her on Lisa Morton INLA, Lisa Morton in LA on the gram of Insta, Lisa Morton 165 on the Book of Face, and she does have her YouTube channel, although I don't know how do we find you on YouTube, because all I have is this code that I'm not going to read aloud because it would make people crazy. How do we find you on YouTube?
I would say just go to lisamorton.com. You will find a link there to my YouTube. And we are, by the way, going to stream live tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific time from our haunt.
And guys, if you want to get some of those fun-size candy bars and see the skeleton, Lisa's address is 7620. Oh, no. Lisa, we adore you. Thank you for making time on your biggest day of the year.
Oh, my God. Thank you so much.
So much fun. Wait, do you dress up at home or do you wear a robe? What do you wear when the children come to the door?
I have a really silly Queen of Halloween T-shirt that a friend bought me a few years ago, so I feel obliged to wear that.
Perfect. Well, you are the Queen of Halloween, and Edward is our king. So thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hey, thanks a lot. Always great talking to you, too.
Happy Halloween, by the way. And we posted, so Lisa, we tagged you, Lisa, so you can see what Dre and I are going to be looking like this Halloween. Really appreciate you. Love you bunches, and we can't wait to get you back. Bye now. We're going to be back on the other side. Edward, I'm sure, I guess you can stick around as long as you like, but we're not going to hold you here.
Got to get to work, unfortunately.
We love you as well, man. It's great to see you. I'll see you tonight, brother. Speaking of work.
Can't wait.
Road Gang Radio continues after this. Get us out of here, Lindsay.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Scary days, Lindsay. Scary days. There's scary days out there. Hi.
Are there? Is it real? I don't know. I don't know what's real anymore. Ever since the AI video with the eagle and the dog, turns out they're not best friends. I don't know what's scary, what's real, what's not. I don't know, Jim.
I just love the idea of two people sitting on their porch and one of them saying, ever since that video with the eagle and the dog, nothing seemed right in this country.
Nothing will ever be real or right again. Can I even go on? Shall I just start taking off my jewels and handing them out now?
Go on. Plan your own funeral was yesterday, Lindsay. We don't want to hear it today because there are a lot of great days of, and planning your funeral or your demise is not welcomed here today.
Well, but yesterday was planning the funeral. That means today is attending it? I don't know. Is that what happens?
No. It's bringing people back to life. It's alive on Live 365 because it's Frankenstein Friday. That's actually a thing. Today is Frankenstein Friday. Today is Caramel Apple Day. Today is Candied Apple Day. It's also Breadstick Day. Lay off the bread, guys.
Random. Don't go to Olive Garden today. There'll be a line out the door.
It's also National Magic Day. Do you believe in it?
Oh my gosh, it's yes, 1,000,000,000% I believe in magic.
It's also National Knock Knock Joke Day. Do you believe in knock knock jokes?
I don't, because my daughter keeps trying to tell him and she messes him up. That and the chicken crossing the road. So right now I'm kind of over it. But do you have a good one?
I do actually. It's knock knock.
Who's there?
9/11.
9/11 who? Too soon.
You said you'd
sorry.
never forget.
Oh, yeah. That's too soon.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
The Germans.
The Germans. Who?
I'm the one asking the question here.
Seamus does this great, I won't do it right, but does this great voice. My husband, he goes, first, he's trying to imitate, the German, but he goes, first, we would take over the whole of New Orleans, and then all of Louisiana, and then the world!
I like that one. That's pretty, yours
I
is
kind of
pretty.
did it okay. I just tried for the first time.
You did it okay, by the way.
Your mustache is growing.
Why are there no knock knock jokes about America?
Because freedom doesn't knock, something like that, right?
It's because freedom rings, baby.
Freedom rings,
Freedom
yeah.
rings, man. I'm telling you. There's a lot of great knock knock jokes. If you got one,
I really messed the punchline of that. I said freedom doesn't knock. Obviously, it would be freedom rings. What a dill hole. God, see, that's why I'm terrible at telling jokes.
Ambassador Dillhole has joined us this morning.
I'm literally Ambassador Dillhole. I'll do that. I will tell a joke. I'm a good storyteller when it comes to jokes, though. I get midway through and realize I led with the punchline and I've got nowhere to go. That happens to me all the time.
Donna and I went to lunch with David Owen one time of Nastic, and she sat there kind of breathtaking is the fact that he's a really good joke teller. I'm pretty good at it myself. I think I'm okay. And we sat there trying to one-up each other for the better part of a half an hour, and I remember her being horrified by the time it was done. Laughing, but completely and utterly horrified. Telling a good joke is a different skill than telling a good story, is a different skill than singing a great song. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, Lindsay.
Yeah, I got 2.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, by the way. I got 2 out of 3 as well, too. I will not have to have anybody guess on that one. That's
Speaking of 2 out of 3, you can give us a call. There's a 2 in our number. What's the number?
615-292. They're 2 2s.
There's a 2 and a 3.
You said 2 2.
6366, which many people are going to be wearing the sexy tutu tonight for Halloween.
I'm a ballerina, but a sexy ballerina.
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. Listen, we just want you to call. We would like to hear what you're doing for Halloween tonight. I'm curious, do they I wonder if any at a truck stop, if they do any, I guess you probably couldn't. I mean, they go knock on the trucks and do, trick or treating around. But they do those touch of trucks and trunk or treats, those kind of things.
They have one at the fairgrounds tonight, right down the block, 6 blocks
not
away.
where it's random, by the way. Don't just randomly go up to trucks and knock on them and ask for candy, because you may never get out of that truck alive. In the spookiest story there is. But no, there are plenty of things that are set up specifically for this. And I'm curious how anybody out there is spending their Halloween, and a lot of our truck drivers that are gone on Halloween as well. Do you FaceTime home to see what your kids are wearing? Do you dress up and send a picture back? Is anyone dressing up in their truck to drive along? I just want to know what's happening. And if you're also doing nothing, that's fine too. 4 out said, knock knock.
Who's there? Who?
Werewolves of London.
That's pretty good.
That was good.
That's pretty good.
How do witches stay productive at work?
I don't know. How do witches stay productive at work?
They just use spell check.
Oh, that's nicely done, by the way.
By
the way, Lindsay, you're not good at telling jokes, but you are good at setting them up.
Thank you.
I
am good at being the butt of them as well.
By the way, if you want to see what Dre and I look like this Halloween, you can head over to Facebook. We've posted videos of ourselves. And I got to tell you, man.
Wait, but you're not in a Dre's is Austin Powers. Are you in something Halloween-y I don't know, Jim?
Well, I'm actually wearing, it's all in honor of the greatest horror truck driving movie of all time, Big Trouble in Little China, is what my shirt is. But if you go to the Facebook page, you will see what I'm wearing in the Facebook page to kind of set the mood for the season, as it were. It's kind of fun. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, I was going to say, we got a caller, and we'll get the pack rat in a second, but I'll tell you, this wig is good for a lot of things. It's originally a Shaggy wig. I turned it into an Austin Powers wig, and last night I put it on a 3-year-old, and she looked like Reba McEntire.
Hey, y'all, this is Reba McEntire.
I was like, just say I'm a survivor. And she said, I'm a survivor.
She feels it in her bones.
Yeah, dude, she channeled it.
Lindsay, what do you think your best country and Western music singer impersonation is from both a vocal point, and what do you think it is from a singing point?
A vocal and singing?
Well, meaning like if you're doing their voice. Like you can do, like, you might be, like, here's the thing. I'll just give you an example.
I'd talk like Reba, I'd sing like Patsy.
Those are your go-to, because everybody I've talked to has said it's the Patsy one that really is. They said you do a lot of good ones, but the Patsy one is the knock out the park, and your Reba voice is your go-to for doing the voice of.
Yes, Reba, yes, but Patsy to sing. Although I don't, I'm boomier, louder probably than I can do Patsy Cline, but I make it a little more umphy. She was pretty, mild mannered in her singing, but then there's so much emotion in what she's singing that you think she's singing louder and bigger than she is, if that makes sense. But she had so much control.
People's memory of how she sounds is always kind of shaken by what they hear when they actually hear her on the sound. Go ahead, Phone Master.
My dad does not like a lot of music, doesn't like a lot of songs, doesn't have a lot of favorite songs. And I told you his most recent one that he's pretty much came to about 11 years ago. It's 7 Spanish Angels. But ever since I was born, it's always been crazy. Man, if I can just get you to call and just sing that for like a minute, I'll do a perfect birthday present.
Crazy.
Yep.
I'm crazy for feeling so lonely.
You're hired.
I'll sing to you, my child.
That would be enough. That would be enough.
Oh, I'm crazy. Okay, sorry.
One of my best friends from high school, a guy named Todd Graffinini, is currently the Pelicans radio announcer. He does so many different sports broadcasters impersonations, and he is terrific because he gets their cadence right. It doesn't just that it sounds like them; he gets the rhythm of the way they speak right.
His
Keith Jackson is literally on the floor, piss roaring funny.
Dude,
piss roaring funny.
I love whenever you go to certain places and you have like the whole crooner set up, because we have a place back home and it's an original hotel location that was in the 60s that they did a lot of those different things. And it's the Blue Sapphire, it's just the Sapphire Club. You go in, you feel like you're enhancing the 60s. It's fantastic. And you got this guy sitting there, boom, light, next to the piano, rock glass, whiskey in it, his hair slicked back, and he's just walking and working the room, singing Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra. Oh, love it. On the money.
That sounds great. I would like to go to there.
I have a deceased friend, Lindsay, who did a really great Frank Sinatra impersonation, but he would sing like popular songs from the 70s, popular, classic rock from the 70s. So remember the song, "You Make Me So Very Happy, I'm So Glad You Came Into My Life"? He would do Sinatra doing that song, and it would be like, "You make me so very happy." It was like so perfect.
I just like that you said I have a deceased friend. Something about that landed for me. I have a deceased friend. Not I have a friend who's passed away, but it made it feel...
He's still here?
Current.
Yeah. He's still here.
I have a deceased friend.
Yeah. He lives.
It's just like another adjective, like being I have a jerk friend, or whatever. Yeah. I have a deceased friend. This is my jerky friend. This is my good times friend. This is my deceased friend.
And I love how memories carry people on, too. But going back to the Frank Sinatra impersonation, you know who does a killer one? And he came in on a hip-hop song, and they're like, who's that? Seth MacFarlane?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Family Guy?
Massive talent. Massive talent. I have a friend of mine who went to go see Seth MacFarlane in concert, and most of it is him telling really funny stories and singing the walls off.
Yeah.
I mean, dude can croon. By the way, I want to make sure he said this twice. I want to make sure this gets in here because he's got it right. Robert E. Howard's version of Thulsa Doom, Thulsa Doom, Jimmy Skull Mask. That's not bad, by the way. Robert E. Howard, of course, is one of my favorite pulp authors of all time. Thulai, our good friends from the HP Podcraft Literary broadcast, which is now Strange Studies of Strange Stories, have a whole month dedicated to Robert E. Howard.
And speaking of good friends, we've got one on the phone.
He can wait. Okay.
Don't talk football on Halloween.
Oh, he should actually. I went to go see a Saints football game on Halloween that they won and actually put themselves back in first place one year. It was so much fun, Lindsay. The whole dome was dressed up. Hello, Pack Rat. Tell Lindsay good morning.
Good morning, Miss Lindsay, Jimmy Mac. Well, Jimmy Mac, I have a bone to pick with you.
Pick it.
Me too. Get in line. Get in line.
Jimmy, why do you hate our Blue Jays?
I hate your Blue Jays, and I'll tell you why, brother.
Very matter of fact.
I don't really hate them. I hate them because I had season tickets to the Seattle Mariners for 2 years. I have been such a fan of theirs, and unlike you guys, we haven't won one since '96. The Mariners are the only team in Major League history not to make the World Series. So you have to forgive me when I tell you I hate you.
Okay. Okay, Miss Lindsay, I could understand your husband Seamus not liking the Blue Jays because he's a Red Sox fan, right?
Right, he is.
And we Jays and Red Sox, they just hate each other.
Yep. And he's and I didn't even really understand it, Pack Rat, until 2 years ago, I think. Finally, Seamus and I have been together 22 years, and I finally went to a Red Sox game at Fenway. And it wasn't
awesome.
It was so great, and it wasn't about I understood less about like hating other teams and more about you bleed Red Sox so much that it's all you can see. Like you just can't even it's like everybody else, you know what I mean? But I felt it for the first, as opposed to like, oh, I hate that team. I was like, oh, I understand. Like when you're Blue Jay, whoever it is, Red Sox, when you're so in love with the tradition and the legacy of what you are, you can't even make space for anything else. I get it.
Yeah, that's diehard baseball fan, and the Red Sox have a long tradition, a long history, and it's what's the word I'm looking for? Storybook team, storybook franchise?
Storybook franchise went from being one of the great baseball kind of Greek tragedies of all time, of near misses and never was, and the curse of the Bambino, to being really kind of a championship organization over the last 25 years. And it all begins with being down 3-1 against New York. Actually, down 3-0.
I remember that.
3-0 against New York, Lindsay, one of the greatest baseball comebacks of all time. So you have to forgive me when I tell you, my friend, I love you. But literally, to watch the Mariners literally 2 games above 500 late in the season and then win 22 out of 24 to storm their way to the championship and then lose.
So did that answer your question, Backrat?
Okay, that answers my question. And I'll just throw a football question at you, Jimmy, back. Okay, Shane Steichen, Coach of the Year?
One more time. I actually got garbled on my end. Who?
Okay, Shane Steichen.
Why? Make the case.
I think he's doing something that not too many people were expecting to. What are you at, 6-1 now?
Yeah.
Or 7-1.
Sounds like you're asking a question, though, so you don't know if you believe that either.
Because
right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, well, no, I know they're on a really good winning streak, and he's basically had to make do with a patchwork quarterback lineup.
Yeah.
I don't think Anthony Richardson lived up to his potential.
Well, you mean Richardson?
Richardson. Yes, Richardson.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the reclamation of Daniel Jones. We're talking about the Indianapolis Colts coach, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think the fact that Daniel Jones is great proof that it wasn't just that he went with him, is that he went with him early on in the preseason and said we're going to go with this guy. I think it's going to be between him, and this will kill every single Tennessee Titan fan, and Vrabel. I think it's going to be between him and Vrabel, because Vrabel, by the way, Lindsay, every Tennessee Titan fan must be killing themselves because they were cheering for Vrabel after he left the field at Titan Stadium. They were cheering the opponent's coach. That's how angry they are at having
Wow.
got rid of Mike Vrabel. They should never have gotten rid of him. And now he's got the quarterback of his dreams, and he is, as far as everybody's concerned, the man who's going to restore the Patriots to their time-honored
But
tradition.
it's proven, like, what's interesting is that, because we were at that, actually, Titans-Patriots game, we went with some Patriots fans, my husband being one of them, and it was that weird thing. It was very interesting to see Vrabel there back on the field. But it was, the loss, he was I loved him as a coach. He had great energy for the Titans, but the people that wanted him gone, of course, now that he's gone, want him back. That thing, and I'm curious how you figure out the common denominator. It's like, okay, we got rid of Vrabel. Well, that's not it. We still suck. How do you figure out the common denominator without getting rid of what might have been your secret weapon and you didn't know it?
Pack Rat, you want to take a run at that?
Well, he had two good quarterbacks, or they're supposed to be good quarterbacks. He had Malik Willis, and he's gone on to Green Bay and did fairly good there in a backup role. And then they did pick up, he should have been in the first round, Will Levis. I guess maybe people are thinking he could have built a team around those two quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we said we want to, as we were talking about last night watching the Ravens, they said we want to rebuild.
Okay.
We want to rebuild, but we're going to get rid of one of the greatest running backs of all time, Derrick Henry.
Oh,
we're going to
yeah.
rebuild, but we're going to get rid of the
exactly.
thing that we know is the only reason we're winning. Okay, great.
Yeah.
How did that work out?
Yeah, it's been a lot of mistakes. It's been a lot of mistakes that have kind of led the Titans to their current status. The other thing is, though, in all fairness to both the Titans and to Vrabel, you do have the Andy Reid model where he kind of peaked out at Philadelphia. He couldn't get over the hump. And then you suddenly had problems that began to develop. Sometimes people need to go to a different place. Sometimes you're really talented and you're doing a show on Sirius XM and there are a bunch of stuck-up jerks and you have to go someplace else to really find yourself.
Go on.
Yeah,
we don't care anymore.
We really don't. But that's the point, though. I will tell you, and Lindsay will tell you, we've had more fun here than we had there, and we were really proud of ourselves over there. Sometimes it's just not the right fit. Sometimes it's just not what sometimes it's not where you need to be who you need to be. And Mike Vrabel,
don't fit, you must quit.
You must quit. And sometimes you go someplace else, and you find your way home. You find yourself back to your best self, and that's what happens. So I'm picking on
a change is as good as a rest.
Yeah, sometimes that's the. Remember this? I'll give you a great example. Gene Stallings never had a winning record when he coached in the NFL. So when he was hired, another example, Pete Carroll always struggled, Lindsay, when he was the coach of the New England Patriots. He just couldn't make it work. He had something else to learn. He gets hired at USC, and they think, oh boy, what a bad hire that is. The guy then goes on to win back-to-back national championships. It's like he built a monster, and then he goes on over to Seattle where he'd learned his lessons from what he learned at the college ranks and brings it on over. Sometimes changing the venue. It's about the courage to reinvent yourself sometimes. And it seems that Vrabel's done that over in New England. But I think you're right. I think the Indianapolis coach is, along with Trucker Boast, and I agree with him, he also thinks that Jonathan Taylor should be the MVP this year of the league. That's what he thinks. That's an interesting choice. Yeah. Interesting choice there, by the way. But it should be called the quarterback award. Mike Florio is absolutely right. What's the rest of your day? Oh, by the way, Lindsay, congratulate Pat Gratt. He started his new job. He's now driving for his new people.
Amazing. How's it going? How long are we in it now?
Well, I just did my first run, and it's a learning curve. I'm in a new line of a new industry type of thing, and it was a little overwhelming and a little challenging.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I think there's a good chance, yes.
Okay, good. All right, good.
You'll get there, my brother. It is great to hear from you. Happy Halloween. All the best.
And a happy Halloween. All the best, Lindsay Mack. Or Miss Lindsay and Jimmy Mack.
Hey, Lindsay Mack.
Lindsay Mack. Lindsay, oh, Lindsay Mack. When are you coming back?
Thank you, Pack Rat. Good to hear from you. Thank you, sir. You sat there and quiet for a second?
I wanted to see who was going to bail first.
Yeah, we're going to hold here. Actually, Dre got rid of him. We said, that's enough of you. We're done with Pack Rat.
My husband does that. Seamus will be driving in a car, like if he calls from the car, hey Siri, call Lindsay. And he won't hang up. Once we hang up, he'll be like, okay, bye. And he won't take his hand from the steering wheel to the red button. he waits for the other person to do it. So sometimes like I play chicken. I'm like, I'm gonna sit here. So it's so long that you have to do it. I'm gonna start vacuuming to see if you be the one to hang up first.
Are you ready for Jimmy Mac's humble brag number 1 of the day?
Jimmy Mac's humble brag of the day number 1. Don't worry, there'll be many more.
How easy is it to get off the phone with me even if I'm talking to Blue Streak?
It is good. You can just be like, Jim, I gotta go. Bye.
And I'll even tell you, I can't get to my hang up button. Would you hang up for me, please? I'll tell people, hang up for me. I'll have it in my back pocket tray, and I'll be, hang up for me. I can't hang up. Don't hang on the phone. My dad is the worst about that. I'm like, Dad, hang up. I can't get to my phone. You got to hang up. Don't leave me hanging here. Don't do this to me. I'm walking around with the headsets on. Yeah, my attitude is if somebody's got to go, they got to go. Get off the phone.
My mom does I love her. She's probably listening this morning. We have friends in town, Jamie and Andy. Good morning. Hi over your coffee. But my mom will do the thing. My Seamus always giggles because I'll be talking to Mom and he'll hear it 'cause on speaker and I'll be like, all right, Mom, I got to go. She'll be like, okay, bye. What are you doing today? And I'm like, you already said bye. You don't follow up with a question after you say bye.
Oh my God.
Bye. See you later. What do you think about God? I don't know. It'll be like same thing at the end of the show. We got 30 seconds left. Tell me your views on politics. What? You just said bye.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, I will tell you, there are people now that when I call them, I say, I literally have a minute. And I tell people now, I can't, it's awful, but there are certain people I tell, I'm going to hang up in 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, literally, and I'm like, that's what you got. I'm just going to hang up on you. And they call back. They're like, well, I told you 2 minutes. We're done. Get off the phone. But I hate people who play chicken. Not people who play chicken, the people who start the game, if that makes sense. I don't, it happens every once in a while, but the idea of being forced into a chicken match, dude, hang up the phone.
The long goodbye.
The long goodbye. The long goodbye. More comments. Robert E. Howard created a genre of sci-fi that continues today, and our good friend Forod thinks that Robert E. Howard, H.P. Lovecraft, J.R.R. Tolkien, and Poe could be a Rushmore for the spooky season. Not a bad pick. You could put Stephen King on there as well, and you could also put, oh my God, I can't think of his name now, Ambrose Bierce, the great American writer who wrote The Devil's Dictionary and An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. Lindsay, have you ever read anything that so scared you that you had to put it down? It could be nonfiction, by the way. It doesn't have to be like a scary story, but it could be like...
I'm sure I have, but not that comes to mind.
The idea of reading late into the night. Speaking of things that scare me, I am not scared, by the way, that we've got a whole bunch of likes over there on the tube of you. Continue to hit that like button. Continue to share this site and tell people to subscribe and to hit that notification button so you guys can get the info that you need. And don't forget, Country and Western Music News is coming up. Here's something really cool about that. You can go to Spotify or Pandora or any place you get your streaming from and literally write in Lindsay Lawler and Country and Western Music News, and there is an entire page dedicated to it.
Actually, it's not just Spotify. It's Spotify, it's Pandora, it's Apple, it's everywhere. Yeah, you can do it anywhere. And all you have to do is say Country and Western Music News, and it comes up. And there's every episode we've ever done, and there will be every episode we will ever do from here on out, just like the one that's coming up today at 10:30. But before that, at 10 o'clock, Vincent Jenna is joining us, psychic therapist.
Jenna man with a Jenna plan.
Psychic therapist. I feel like psychic therapist might be in my future, Jim.
How do you make that happen?
Well, I have to go back to school to get my degree in psychology.
I understand that, but okay, all right.
I'm trying to tell you I'm psychic.
I understand that you see the future of psychic therapy.
No, I don't see the future. I have a knowing. Mine, we all do, by the way. It's trusting your gut. It's intuition. Psychic is a word that is way misunderstood, I believe. But anyway, no, I feel like I know. I have a knowing about people. The minute I see them, I always know if you're lying. I know what's the deeper meaning under what you're saying, and I actually like to explore that. I'm so fascinated by it, by what's underneath what people are saying and thinking and feeling. Obviously, I'm fascinated with it. That's why I do the show We Should Write. So yeah, and I have this vision of myself like in the therapist chair. Somebody speaking to me on the other side. I think it would just be a nice little addition to add to my resume, my repertoire.
I can see it.
Okay.
I can see it. My only concern is that you are really good at what you're doing right now.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not. It just may, if it happens, conveniently down the road. I know a degree doesn't just happen conveniently. I understand that. I'm just going to see where the road takes me. Maybe I'll talk to Vincent today and see if he sees it in my future or not.
Well, the other thing is, too, is, and I mean this, and, Edward and I have talked about this as friends. I mean, the other thing is, too, is that you're incredibly empathetic, and you often take on a lot of the worries and cares of concerns of other people. That can create weight. And as I've often...
Is that a fat joke?
It is, actually. I've often advised you to be a little more selfish in your life, and sometimes being therapeutic with other people can often mean taking on their weight. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but maybe if I'm doing it and getting paid for it, I can compartmentalize it and be like, that was for then. I'm off the job. It's like an attorney. It's like, don't come ask me for legal advice for free just because I'm your friend. Be like, nope, I'm off the job.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, a big shout out to Bruce Almighty. Happy Halloween, #RGR. He is enjoying a weekend off, and a well-deserved one, by the way. Speaking of psychics, I want to say that there are many truckers out there. Herschel comes to mind, by the way, one of America's road team captains. A number of road team captains I've met, and a number of the people who are on the chat that I've met, I believe, are, in fact, your definition of psychic. They can feel the world shifting around them right before it happens. They have a real sense of that. I think the best of the truck drivers have certain psychic abilities. Many of them.
Well, they have to. Yeah. They have to trust their. And so many. A lot of drivers have called in and talked about this before. The idea of, I think Marshall has talked about it. They've been doing it so long, and it comes so naturally. It's an innate talent that they have, a gift that they have to trust, to know your surroundings, to be able to downshift at the right time, to sense what's coming. I mean, there's a lot of sensory involved in truck driving, obviously, and trusting your gut, perhaps sometimes to a fault, even if it, always leaning on the side of, if I think I need to do something, if I think I need to downshift, if I think I need to slow, anticipating it, even if you're wrong, leaning into the potential that you could be right, then you need to lean on that side. Anyway.
I agree with that, by the way, and I think one of the great tricks with gut, Lindsay, is when you feel something off in your gut, is to take a moment to be mindful and to examine what that feeling might be. Because I think when people do trust their gut and things go sideways on them, I don't think their gut was wrong. I think they misinterpreted what their gut was telling them. But actually, when you have that feeling in your gut, it's simply a reminder to be mindful, because you might actually say, I have a bad feeling in my gut about doing this thing, but it might be like, I should do this thing, but I need to take certain actions before I do this thing, is to take the time when you have that feeling in your gut to figure out what your gut is telling you, and not just respond to it by what you think the first impulse your gut is telling you to do. Your gut isn't telling you to do anything. It's telling you to be aware of the situation.
My gut's telling me that I want to talk to Vincent Jenna. He's coming up next. Guys, he's known as the visionary of our times.
The Jenna man with the Jenna plan. Go ahead.
Jenna man. I just want to hear what he has to say about humanity and road gang radio, what's happening on the road, and what you can expect in your life coming up. Maybe he has some news for you. Don't go anywhere. That'd be a bad idea.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are into this spooky good old Friday from the Fastport Studios with your hosts, Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Well, hey there, Phone Master Dre, and happy Halloween to you, my friends. You, Lindsay Lawler, you, Andre Thibodeau. Lindsay, a little quick bit of business here. After our next guest shuffles off his radio coil, we're going to come back with a quick announcement about what's going to go on with Trucking with Oida, and then we will slide into the segment better known as Country and Western Music News with your host, Lindsay Lawler, coming up here. Yeah, so we're going to
know her.
We're going to be doing that. A little bit different formatting, but we're going to be doing that. That should be kind of fun and interesting. Would you care to do the honors? Because I'm so excited.
I would care very deeply. This is our first time having Vincent Jenna over here on the new platform. He was such a fan favorite, and by fan favorite I mean me favorite, you favorite, everybody favorite on the show. So it's so fun to be welcoming back over here on the new platform. Where we have even more flexibility to go wherever we want. So many, read into that all the ways you want. And especially to have Vincent here on Halloween. Our next guest is someone that we, as I mentioned, adore, but also deeply respect. He's a true visionary of our time. Vincent Jenna is an internationally acclaimed psychic therapist, medium, spiritual teacher, and author who, by the way, blends these profound intuitive abilities with decades of clinical experience, okay? He doesn't just offer messages. He offers real clarity and empowerment and a spiritual truth with real practicality and purpose behind it. So it's a balance that we can all get our heads around. He's helped countless people break through emotions. Helped break through emotional and spiritual blocks, awaken to their soul's calling, myself included, and understand the deeper patterns shaping their human experience. Every time he joins us, the conversation becomes a portal to healing, awareness, and expansion. Guys, please make welcome back to the show our friend Vincent Jenna, soon to be yours. Happy Halloween. Thank you for being here, friend. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Lindsay and Jimmy. You know you're my favorite people, and it's so great to be back here. It's been such a long time, and on a new platform even. I feel incredibly energetic already. I'm feeling the energy from you guys. Amazing. That platform must be raised real high in the sky.
It actually is, Vincent. And, when you and I and Lindsay get a chance to talk off the air, I can't wait to kind of unpack all the things that we can do and what it means for our exposure, not just for our show, but for our exposure and our chance to kind of get out there and let your listeners and your friends out there get a chance to hear this stuff, not just now, but forever. I am actually going to do something here that I have never done before. And I'm going to actually ask you to kind of see if you can feel anything out there for us, because you come to us at the moment of maximum opportunity and maximum crisis in our kind of new expanding world of possibilities here on RadioNemo.com, Road Gang Radio, We Should Write, Nemo Nation, all of this programming that we have on both podcasting platforms and live as we are right now. And, we've had some real, some spiritual energies that have been against us and some spiritual energies that are for us. And I was kind of curious in regards to feeling anything around us. You are always kind of good, even from great distances, at knowing what's happening with us. And I was kind of wondering if you could look into yourself and look into us and get any sense of where we might be headed. It's not fair. I'm ambushing you. I love you, but you're the person.
You are not ambushing me. Oh, my gosh. Jimmy, this is the first time you've ever asked me for that kind of an insight. And I will tell you, as soon as you said there was spiritual energies against you, then they were not spiritual. Because if they were spiritual, they would have felt the positivity behind what you're putting out there and what you're doing. That is the direction that I'm feeling and that I'm seeing about you guys. It's when you are getting reinforcement and being inspired and being motivated, then you know it's coming from a higher source. When you are being told about the impossibilities and the negatives, then that's not coming from a higher source. And especially today, we need all of the higher source motivation that we can get. So I feel that the only spiritual energy that has been affecting you and that will continue to affect you is all those for you. I feel complete success around what you're doing. I actually feel it more expanded, more out there. As you were saying, it's extremely profound, the work that you're doing, because you do bring on different guests. You do open up the eyes of people, and we need a great awakening. I will say that. So as long as, and I will say this, I will add this, and this is coming from higher guides for you guys, as long as your intentions remain pure. In other words, not just because you want to be seen and heard and famous, but because you want to impact and you want to make a difference, then you will have continued and greater success. So keep going in that direction, and everything will work out fine. The other direction will only be in alignment with the negative energies, and that will bring you more down. But I can tell you right now, I feel more positives coming from you than negatives coming from you. So you're going to do great. And you'll be seeing that in 2026 in particular is when you'll see an increase of support and even sponsorship. I don't know technically how that works for you guys. I can only receive messages of support for what you do. I know radio today is really difficult. It's really interesting. My wife happens to be in a radio research company. She's the vice president of business there, and it's depending upon what type of platform you're on, will determine whether it's going to continue to be successful or not. But because of the information and the things that you do, it definitely is more up there. It's more supported. It'll be stronger. So I feel really positive about it for all of you, okay? Do you accept that?
I do.
I accept it so much so that I saw, Vincent, when you kind of halfway through your message, I saw a visual, my guides I'll call it, of just like these, a cheering, applause, not for us, but with us. You know what I mean? Not for, because yes. Again, it's not egoic. That still tries to fight in. But I loved what you said, intent, because I believe intention is everything. And so you're right. Of course, everybody has these aspirations of wanting to be seen and do well and be successful. And that's all fine and well. But what I'm hearing you saying that I agree with is that when that is met with really good intentions, it's fine if I'm being supportive, if it's, for my greatest good and also the collective and humanity's greatest good. So if it's something that brings me passion and purpose and also helps somebody else, then we're really doing what we're meant here to do, right?
Yes, you are. And here is the thing. It's actually been written in ancient texts, okay, is that the messenger, the message is going to be determined how effective it is by the messenger who is delivering it. It's not just about words, and it's not just about a message, because it has been written that there will be those who look the part, sound the part, dress the part, but if they don't carry it in their hearts and their intentions are not pure, then even the best of messages will fall by the wayside. They may temporarily work with some people, they may be heard, and people may begin to change their lives, but all of a sudden those words will weaken and fall, which is one of the reasons why we're still not in the place that we're supposed to be in humanity, is because there's been too many charlatan messengers out there, and those that are only out there for themselves. And so even if you repeat the best of words, those words will just be meaningless if the messenger does not walking his or her talk and has pure of heart. Then that's where it all stems from, just so that you know.
Before I get to my next question, let me do some bureaucracy here for our good friend, the visionary of our times, Vincent Jenna. I'll go to vincentjenna.com. You can find him on the Book of Face at Vincent Jenna MSW. On Instagram, just put a space between Vincent Jenna and MSW. VG Believe on the X now, the Twitter formerly that's become X, and then on YouTube, Vinny.Jenna. All of those places will get you to where you need to go to get in touch with the internationally acclaimed psychic therapist, medium, spiritual master, and author who joins us on this Halloween, making time for us, which is extraordinary. Let's begin with the spirit world and ask the question that you are so good at answering. How do we know when somebody on the other side is actually reaching out?
Oh, wow. There's all different ways that they try to communicate with us, Jimmy. One right away is they try to whisper in your ear. There's so many times that people hear their names called, or it sounds like mom, their partner, their lover, whoever is on their other side, the child that crossed over, will say their name or start whispering something in their ears. But what they do is they talk themselves out of that. And so it's like, oh, I just made that up. Oh, no, that's not them. So verbal communication is one thing. And I always tell people, honor your inner voice. If you're hearing something, honor it, make reference to it, it gets stronger. Other ways is through symbols. They like symbols because they can control that. They'll send you butterflies. They'll send you a cardinal or a blue jay, something that was more meaningful to that person while they were alive. All of a sudden, the flowers in front of your house are blooming that have never been bloomed before, and you transferred that bush there from mom's old house. Yes, that's a way that they communicate. I also love when they drop down coins, because if they want to communicate enough and help us financially, just keep dropping those coins and letting us know that you're there. The dimes, the nickels, the quarters, right in front of your path that wasn't there before. So many people think they don't carry change in their pockets. Who carries change anymore, right? Everything is by a charge card in plastic. But people will step out of their car in their driveway, and there is a dime right at the bottom of their car by their driver's side. And they're like, where did this come from? Well, it could be dad. Dad usually, men like things like that. Grandpa will drop you some coins as well. Aromas and scents. That's the other thing. You may smell something, a cologne that your mom used to wear all the time, or that your partner used to wear. You smell it all of a sudden. That means they're right there with you. Other ways of letting you know is through songs will come on the radio. All of a sudden, you may be thinking of the person. Well, that's, again, when you keep thinking about a person throughout a day, just know that their chances are they're right with you. And then as you're thinking about them and you turn on the radio, their favorite song comes on the air. Those are the ways they can manipulate. They can manipulate electronics. They can flash lights. If they really want to start spooking you out and get your attention, they'll turn the lights on and off, or the TV will go on by itself, right? There's so many different ways that they let us know, but what we want to do is we want to pay attention. We want to acknowledge those ways and respond to them, because then they know that they have a strength to be able to reach you, and they'll keep communicating over and over and over again with you. And those are the positive ones. Right? Those are your deceased loved ones that are on the other side. That's how the positive ones let you know. I promise you this. They will not come at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning and wake you up. That's not your deceased loved one, nor an angel doing that. Oh, my gosh. In my business, right, as mediums, there are people who will actually say, the angels wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and so that's when I do my writing, because I know they want to communicate with me. No, they're not waking you up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Don't you think they know you need your sleep down here? That's your anxiousness or your unresolved issues or whatever's going on, anxiety that you're not dealing with, and you just happen to wake up and your brain starts thinking. That's not angels talking to you. So, but there are those ways I said that they are talking to you. Now, ghosts, on the other hand, they have different ways of communicating with you. And this Halloween, you got to watch out for them.
Naughty, naughty, naughty.
Go on.
Hey, Vincent, I have a question for you that is
Please.
personal, but I also think it has a universal theme, so many can
Okay.
understand.
Go ahead.
So my husband's brother, who is very close, passed away about 8 years ago, and I certainly had a full-on. He is communicated through a speaker in my house, and that's a story for another day. But so we have felt his presence for sure. But we have a lot of his things at our house, his records and his collections and such. However, this year, my husband's father passed away in March. He was Irish Catholic, and he passed away on St. Patrick's Day, so you do the math. And he had been sick, so that one we knew was coming, and there was a lot that needed to be healed from his passing, but I'll just say. That being said, we thought, so great. His parents had divorced a very long time ago, and it was a rough marriage and a rough divorce. And she had always been, Mother Mary is her name, Mary. She had always, who I'm very close with, my mother-in-law. I'll put this not nicely. She probably couldn't wait till he died, so she could finally have some peace on earth with just her and her kids. And she was healthy as far as we knew. And my question to you in bringing all this up is because I think as we talk about our soul kind of, our soul knows when we're going to pass, perhaps makes a decision before they come here. You can expand on that or not. But she died 1 month later, out of the blue, seemingly out of the blue. And it was such a shock because we thought she finally gets this time and peace on earth, this healthy woman who was so excited to start traveling and doing all these things. And then she passes, like talking to her that morning, gone that afternoon. And I'm curious because I think a lot of people can maybe wonder this too. Why did you decide to leave? Why, or where were you taken, however you want to think of it, when you were just about to finally get that new lease on life? I don't know what you have to say on that, either personally or universally, but it's something that has been in question
both.
and haunting my house.
I can say for both universal and for you personally. First of all, what your conscious mind wants has nothing necessarily to do with what your soul knows you need, okay? And she's the one who attracted that man into her life to start with. So she obviously has had and has issues that she never resolved herself. And she also probably had a soul contract with that man to meet him in this life. That's not a soulmate necessarily, but just someone, okay, well, I'm going to get together when I'm down there. I'm going to meet you. We're going to get married. We're going to have children together, okay? And so they are together having that kind of contract. All right, he leaves, and what I'm feeling is that she got caught up in a world that she never resolved anything either. And so like attracts like, they had definitely a core of insecurity, a lack of self-love, a lack of self-belief, which is one of the reasons why they had emotional distress throughout their life and maybe their marriage as well, whatever the case may be between the two of them. But she did get her peace. She did get what she wanted, but in a way that the soul wanted to, not in the way that her conscious human mind wanted to. You know, we think we want, when we're kids, and we're taken to Toys R Us, we think we know what toy we want. We think we know what's going to make us happy. And it's just like, so if we have parents that turn around and go ahead, go get anything that you want, chances are we're going to pick out something that we're going to get bored with. But if we go, well, what do you think I should have? What do you think is going to be better for me? All of a sudden, then you'll get the right toy and the better toy because it knows you better. Your higher self knows you better than your human self does. And so what was best for her, she should have wanted to make the peace while he was alive, not afterwards. And so she asked for peace, didn't she? And she got it. And
be careful
so
what you wish
got
for.
To understand, not only be careful what you wish for, but what you think is in your best and highest interest isn't necessarily in your best and highest interest. Part of her learning should have been, how do I make this work and how do I get along and have peace here now with my partner? You are with a partner to learn about yourself, not to complete yourself, but to learn more about yourself. So why you attract someone in your life to start with is part of the lesson. Then how do I maintain the proper relationship with this person is part of the lesson that you learn about yourself. And so, yes, you can sit there and do all you want and complain about the partner that you have and that he's wrong, she's bad, he's bad, whatever the case may be, but you manifested him. There is no such thing as a victim. You attracted him into your life, and your greatest complaint about your partner, you have to find within inside of yourself, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing it in your partner. So what she was distressed about with him is probably her greatest lesson for herself, about herself.
Wow. And that's something, Jim, everyone needed to hear, because we all just learned something through that. If there's something that's eating you up or thinking, the secret that's holding you back, if there's something that you think is holding you back, it's actually not. It's there for a reason, for you to learn and grow, is what I'm hearing Vincent say. So that was a great lesson for everybody.
Absolutely.
We're joined.
You brought it into your life.
Yeah.
We're joined by Vincent Jenna, and we're so thrilled to have him on this new platform. I feel like it's the rocket booster that we've been talking about at the top of the second half of the show about, you make a living, but you got to get yourself a life. And Vincent can help you find the secret that's holding you back from getting that life. I wanted to we were talking about this before you joined us, Vincent, and Lindsay said something that I think would really land with you, the idea that one of the most misunderstood words out there is psychic abilities. And a lot of people have them. Some people are employing them, not realizing what they are. Some people have never tapped into them. Some people have full command of them. How does a person go about the business, especially during a season that reminds us to be mindful about the spiritual energies around us, to tap into our psychic abilities?
Well, first of all, change the definition of psychic. The word psychic it comes from psyche. It's going deep into the psyche, which is what intuition does. Intuition and psychic ability are the same abilities and talents which everybody has. That's number one. But as soon as you use the word psychic, they think it's some woo-woo person with a crystal ball and a turban on their head, and so they get that bad connotation right away, and so it limits the people that go into it. But the purpose is to be able to open up your intuition more. So you have to acknowledge that you have it to start with. You were created with it, and you would never have survived this far. And as a species, we wouldn't be here without it. So that's number one. Number two, I started to briefly say when you asked me about how do we know when they're communicating with us, you have to honor your inner voice. That's your intuition speaks to you constantly. And earlier, I just listened to you, and you said that you use the intellect then to explain what the gut feeling is that you're getting. That actually is the exact reason why we were created with intellect. The two greatest gifts are intuition and intellect. But the intuition will always come first, Jimmy. And the intellect is then meant to label the intuition, to understand what it is that you're feeling, but it's never meant to talk yourself out of it and to continue this left brain conversation about why you shouldn't be listening to that gut feeling. It's all about the gut feeling and the intuition first. The more you keep giving into it and honoring that feeling that comes in, the stronger it gets. That helps to open up that channel. You can practice that. You can practice that with automatic writing, which is a fabulous thing to do. Sit with a pad and a pen and take about 5 minutes of closing your eyes and sitting in silence with the intention of wanting to answer an important question for yourself. Should I take this job? Should I move here? Is this person going to be a good relationship for me, right? And then you sit there for 5 minutes with the intention of receiving an answer on that. And then you just, after 5 minutes, you pick up the pen and you start writing on the pad whatever comes to mind. It's called visioning. It's called tapping into your intuition and your higher self. And you just write that out. You can begin to practice that, and people will say, well, maybe I'm just making that up and that's my imagination. Of course it is your imagination. Your imagination is the greatest thing that taps you into your intuition. It's the same thing, too. It's a tool in which higher source, higher powers, your higher self speaks to you is through your imagination. Albert Einstein was a brilliant imaginer. He immediately had feelings about things, and then things and visions started coming to him off of those feelings because he honored those feelings. He said, tell me what God is thinking, the details I don't need to know. And what he meant by that is, tell me, he knew that there was a force out there, the universe, and it would speak to us in inspirations or intuitions. And those inspirations would come to him, and the moment he would acknowledge them and say, okay, I'm going to go with this, he knew that universally that he would receive the guidance, he would receive opportunities, people would come to him, subject matters would be brought up that were going to help him with that. You get help for all the times that you step into your intuition and you trust it. You trust it. So that's part A of improving it. Part B is clean out the closet. You have no room for intuitive thoughts, and you will misinterpret them as long as there's trash in your closet. What I mean by that is those things that need to be healed, those things you've been suppressing, everything that my book is about. Everything that you've been putting aside and ignoring, past pains, past scars, that will absolutely shut the channel down. Every negative thought, every doubt, every fear will shut that channel down to your intuition. And if it doesn't shut it down, it filters what you're receiving from your intuitive feeling and your gut feeling, and then you misinterpret it because of that filtration. So you have part A and part B. Do the practice to open up, listen, hear, ask questions. And part B, do healing at the same time. And your intuition, that's what I did for the past 42 years. That's the only way that my psychic ability, my mediumship ability opened up, is because I honored it and I did the self-work and I did a lot of practicing. There's wonderful books out there too that you can tap into to get some practicing step by step if you are a person that needs steps. That helps you develop that skill more, but you must do the self-healing at the same time if you want to really trust the information you're receiving.
Vincent, we just have about a minute left, but for a last final reminder to humanity, are we in a collective awakening or a collective unraveling? And is it our choice?
We're in it is your choice, absolutely. We're in both right now. We are unraveling because all that negativity you see out there that's coming to the surface is to let us know there's stuff that needs to be taken care of. We're in a possible awakening with the opportunities of all that information that is out there, and your luminaries now and your people out there who are in high consciousness and helping. We have the choice to step into it to make the unraveling be healed. Otherwise, we're going to completely unravel. It is 100% in our hands. It is not going to happen for us.
Perfect.
Vincent Jenna, as always, Lindsay, he lands the plane. That's what he does.
Vincent Jenna, he's my pilot. Vincent Jenna is the pilot of my life. One of these days, we're going to do one of these trips with our listeners. We've talked about Jenna. It is such a pleasure to hear your voice, and you have left us all with an awakened and a heightened sense of positivity and presence. So thank you once again for joining us.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you, guys. Always. You're incredible for allowing me to come on and share my messages. That says more about you than it does about me.
Well, we've got some really good news coming your way. I can't wait to tell you off the air. I'll be giving you a call sometime today. Vincent Jenna, returning to the scene of the uncrime. We'll be back on the other side. Big thanks to Vincent. Happy Halloween, Lindsay Lawler.
Happy Halloween. VincentJenna.com. That's Jenna with a G. Vincent Jenna with a G. He's Vincent Jenna with a G. The G. He's Vincent Jenna. He's Vincent Jenna. He's Vincent Jenna with a G.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, man, we're in that final half, and now it's time for Jimmy Mack to take us back in.
The American Transportation Research Institute is out with its annual top industry issues report. They had a big party, by the way, a couple of cocktails to unveil that top industry issue report, and a few new issues managed to crack the top 10. But what is going to strike you is the difference between what motor carriers are concerned about and what truck drivers are concerned about. As you guys know, here on RadioNemo, on the former platform, we often were the locus for the arrival of that information, but our friends at OIDA are going to be welcoming ATRI President Rebecca Brewster. She said there's a lesson there, one that carriers would do well to learn. Listen to the drivers, and Scott and Ashley, they listen to the drivers, and everybody at OOIDA does as well. Plus, is the driver shortage narrative finally coming to an end? Is it now officially a zombie when it kind of crawls around? Mark Schwemmer of Landline, another contributor here on Road Gang Radio and Nemo Nation, is cautiously optimistic based on a number of recent developments. All of that and much, much more, including Scott and Ashley, our good friends, on Trucking with OIDA immediately after, well, country and western music news.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Excuse you?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Let me hear you. Everybody out there, everybody on the chat, give a shout out to Lindsay Lawler. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. The ambassador has entered the building. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your country and western music news, because boys and girls, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And speaking of celebrating all kinds, thank you for being right on cue, boys. I want to talk about some of the kinds quickly that you maybe don't hear about, but you hear. What I mean by that is people behind the scenes that you just listen to their music and don't even know it's them playing. The people that make Music City, the people that are playing on the records whose names you don't know, but it's not all about Garth Brooks. Garth Brooks is not Garth Brooks without people like his guitar player, Chris, who also plays on my record, by the way, Chris Lessinger, who's one of the most fabulous musicians in Nashville. Garth Brooks records don't happen without Chris and without the band leaders and without the musicians. So I want to take time to honor them real quick, if that's all right with you, Jim.
Please, there is no Bob Dylan without the band, so honor those folks.
Very true. So we're going to talk about the award that is coming out, that has been announced. So I love talking about this because the people behind the scenes, as I mentioned, they are actually in front of the scene. You just don't notice them, and they don't get acknowledged a lot in music outside of Nashville and the music industry. So the Musician of the Year category at the CMAs, that's the Country Music Association.
Big deal.
The CMAs honors the extraordinary talent and dedication of these musicians whose skill shapes the sound. So the award recognizes a musician known primarily as an instrumental performer, instrumental pun intended. To qualify, these nominees, they have to have contributed, Jim, to at least 5 top 10 country singles or albums, or gold certified releases.
Wow.
During the eligibility period. Voting, so you can't just be like, that guy's a really good musician. No, they have to be playing on at least 5 top 10 country singles that are out right now.
There's no Bob's turn. It ain't Bob's turn. It's who's good. Yeah, I mean, I get
Oh
it.
yeah, there's no Bob's turn. It's, are you playing on the records that are getting attention, period, and shaping the sound that is currently the sound that we know, if that makes sense. So voting is limited to CMA members in musician-related categories. And I wanted to read the top. There's 5 nominees, so I want to talk to you about them because one is a good friend. The first name you'll recognize is she's been on this show before. She plays fiddle on my current Texas country album.
Outstanding.
She's amazing. And she's a trailblazer and 5-time CMA Musician of the Year already. Janae Fleener is her name, and she has made country music history, by the way, made music history as the first woman ever nominated and the first to win in this category.
Outstanding. And congratulations to Miss Fleener, who is smoke on that fiddle.
She is smoking, guys. She plays everything, but particularly nails it on that fiddle. Her signature fiddle sound, it showed up on hits for Cody Johnson, Carly Pearce, Kane Brown, and Lindsay Lawler, to name a few, while her songwriting actually shines as well on tracks. She currently has co-wrote with Miranda Lambert and Chris Stapleton on their current duet called A Song to Sing, which is so good. And from the studio to the stage with George Strait, by the way. She's currently also George Strait's featured fiddle player in his Ace in the Hole band. A role, by the way, Jim, that she stepped into when her own legend and mentor, Gene Elders, passed away. Gene was George Strait's fiddle player for ages. He passed away, and she was so sad, obviously, honoring and mourning the loss of him. And then also, Jim got asked to step in the role to be George Strait's fiddle player.
Yeah, I remember when you told me that story first time, and I was so deeply impressed by both the story and then, just her gifts are just immense. And here's the best part. It's nice when nice things happen to nice people. She's a
100%.
good person.
She's a good person and truly one of the most talented
It's
people
insane.
you will ever meet. Yeah.
It's insane.
She's amazing.
Yeah,
So
people
I'm,
will like
I'm
it.
obviously pulling for her. She's the only woman up in the category this year, by the way.
Yeah. Like I said, just really quickly, there are people who say, I hate it when they're a nice guy, too. I don't. I love it.
Who would say that?
Oh yeah, there are people like it's like when the captain of the football team is also a good student and a generous spirit. There are a lot of people who were like disaffected at high school, like I hate that guy. Why? Because he's nice to me. I don't even get to feel superior.
Because he's perfect and kind.
Because he's not a bully. That guy sucks. I think it's awesome. She's amazing. Good for her.
She is amazing. Go check out Janae Fleener. She talks about the award on her Instagram. She's fun to follow on Instagram because you never know who she's standing next to. She got to play fiddle for Post Malone as well. She's amazing. One of the and this guy is actually, I'm going to be talking about here in a second, the TV show The Road. This guy is mentioned in that. He's one of the most iconic pedal steel players in the world, actually. His name is Paul Franklin, and he has shaped the sound of country music here in Nashville and beyond for decades. He's a former member of the Grammy Award-winning band, the Time Jumpers. Now, if you've never seen the Time Jumpers when you've come to Nashville, you must put it on your radar to do. They play still at the Jim. I don't know if you've been to the iconic Station Inn downtown in the Gulch in Nashville. It is one of the coolest places to go see music. So they play there. They also play at 3rd and Lindsley. But they're one of those bands that it's basically some of the top bluegrass, that kind of that vein of music players. But Vince Gill likes to show up in his sweatpants and get on stage with them quite a bit. And one of those things, you never know who's going to pop up and get on stage. So Paul Franklin is a former member of that band. He's also, his work is on recordings by George Strait, Alan Jackson, Shania Twain, and even Sting and Megadeth, by the way, Jim. Yeah. You'll hear his pedal steel on a Megadeth record, which is pretty cool. He currently tours with Chris Stapleton, and he's a wonderful human and musician. So also rooting for him. Brent Mason, he's defined the Nashville sound by, he's a titan in country music, by the way. He's a 2-time CMA Musician of the Year already, and a 12-time ACM Guitar Player of the Year. And his work has been on thousands of hits. He's inducted into the Musicians Hall of Fame and honored as a CMA Hall of Fame Museum Cat as well. So love us some Brent Mason, amazing guitar player, amongst other stuff. Now, Rob McNally is the name behind, again, many hits. He's recorded with people like Luke Bryan, Miranda Lambert, Eric Church, Carrie Underwood, and shared the stage with legends, including Bob Seger and Winona Judd. He's a 2-time CMA Musician of the Year and ACM Guitar Player of the Year, and he's one of Nashville's most in-demand players. So, Jim, I'm gonna announce one more person after this, but you get what I'm saying, why these people should be recognized. And nothing what's so cool, if you ever get a chance to go in the studio in Nashville, you'll see, if you're ever offered that, or go on a tour, or ask me if you're in town and I'm recording to come in, there's nothing cooler than seeing how the song starts out. So what happens, Jim, and everyone listening, so essentially I'll come in with a band. I will just play them the work tape of our song. And a work tape is basically a voice memo on my phone of when we wrote the song, me and a guitar player, whatever, when we wrote the song. I'll play it for them. We'll chart it out there. They'll listen, and we'll have a chart, but everyone will make their own chart. And then we start creating the song in these layers. They'll play it one time, and you see, it's like if Paul Franklin plays this one steel lick, and then Janae plays a fiddle lick, the song goes a whole different way. It is so cool listening to the layers and the song become a song. I just can't tell you. It's my favorite feeling in the entire world. So these people, nothing happens without them. So finally, Derek Wells, he's one of Nashville's most versatile talents. He's a 3-time ACM Guitar Player of the Year and Music Row Guitarist of the Year. And he's played on, Jim, more than 100 number one hits from people like Carrie Underwood and Kenny Chesney. And he's also a producer for Hardy and Lainey Wilson. And he's musical director for Post Malone and a CMA board member. So he's a pretty well-rounded guy. Anyway, I just wanted to give time to name those CMA musicians so that when you watch the CMAs coming up in November, you will understand who they're talking about.
These are the man and the woman behind the man or the woman who make the man or the woman. That's what they are. They are the ones that make the man or the woman be who they in fact are. Sometimes the distinctive sounds of people are not their distinctive sounds only. It is the distinctive sounds of people that they trust to actually make them who they are. That Garth Brooks is a corporation who depends upon the people behind him. And I don't just mean behind the scenes. I mean on the stage. And these are those people.
And these are the days of our lives. And this is Country and Western Music News. Jim, I'm going to keep going. Did you get a chance, by the way, to watch The Road yet?
I have watched a little bit of it, by the way. What do you think so far, real quick?
Okay, so here's my take. The Road, it's on NBC. It is executive produced by Taylor Sheridan and Blake Shelton. Here's what's funny about this show, Jim. I think the concept of the show, by the way, is they've got 12 musicians who are already cast, who are on the show, and each week one is whittled away, and the chance to ultimately be the opening act for Keith Urban. You get a record deal, and you get $250,000. Those are the prizes. But along the way, you're getting to play they go to a different city each night. They started out in Fort Worth. Episode 2 is in Dallas, and that's where we're at. Episode 3 will be Monday night. And what's cool about this, I see two things happening, Jim, here. Obviously I know too much, but I can very distinctively see something very real happening and then something very not real happening.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, the not real are the players behind it, are the Keith is, to me, is the positive standout here. Blake Shelton, Gretchen Wilson, they are so produced and fake and acting on it. And that's not their fault, by the way. That is just production happening because
That's production.
It's a reality TV show. And I'm sure Gretchen said something very real and raw and authentic, and then they didn't get it, so they had to go back and get it. And then we get now the scripted version of it, which that part's a bummer to me. But if you can take that out of what's happening and see these musicians' real stories, here's what I love about it, Jim. If you'll notice, and by the way, so they perform in a different city each time, and then that crowd votes, and the people, they get rid of one, so to speak, and then they get to keep moving and play at a club in a different city every night, and then the last man standing will win that ultimate prize. Okay, so here's what I like, Jim. They are doing original music. These people are performing songs that they have written. This is important to me.
It's important. It's really important.
They're not doing cover songs like American Idol.
Right.
They are playing songs they've written, and almost all of them have had a guitar in their hand, I think. B, we have a 49-year-old on this show. We have lots of peoples in their late 20s, late 30s, late 40s. There is a 23-year-old on it. But it's real and raw. And the guy with the beard that's kind of got a Chris Stapleton vibe, he's written one of, he's a big writer here in Nashville. He has Luke Combs is one of his biggest hits. She Got the Best of Me. And so he's doing his own music. I also really like this other girl you're seeing writers, you're seeing actual, true, real musicians. And that's why I like it, Jim. And the final thing, and then I'll get your thoughts, that I like, the very opening of the first episode, some kind of douchey producer, you hear him ask Keith Urban, hey, is there anything you can say that's hard about the road? And Keith goes, what's hard about the road? Everything. This is when I started thinking of truck drivers too. He's like, this is why we're going to talk about this show as the season progresses, because it's the road, and our drivers know that. They drive for concerts and are just gone as well in general. Keith goes, what's hard about the road? Everything. When you're sick, when you're laying on the tour bus sick and you have to play a show that night and you can't call in sick, he's like, you do the same thing every single night and you have to do it better and better every single night. Whether you're sick, you miss birthday parties, you miss everything. I felt the weight of him talking about it. And Jim, I will tell you, in that moment, I thought, I was not born to do that. I was like, I can release the fact that I was not born to do that. I was born to do a different thing every day and do that well as well. But man, he means it when he says, if you are this super capacity of him, and when you see Keith Urban at the end of the show come out and play, and I've seen him live multiple times, it's a different animal. It is something that is so naturally, the guitar and him become one. He goes to another place, otherworldly, when he's on stage, and you see he was meant to do that. And this is where we separate the men from the boys, so to speak. And you will see that as it plays out this season with who wins.
It is interesting to me for another reason. And by the way, I watched the first episode, and I'm in. I will do this with you right down the line, for good or for bad. It should be a lot of fun for our listeners, too, if they decide to take the ride with us. Guys, don't forget it's available on streaming, so there's plenty of opportunities to see it. There's a lot of places to see it. And if you can't watch the whole thing, they post a ton of clips as well to kind of keep up with what's going on here. It's interesting to me from a different perspective is that I was watching it going, man, this could go either way. That was my feeling on it. And this is one of those moments where it's not going to be, the producers have had their say. They are now going to start reading what the audiences want from it. And they always, just like in a football game, they're going to make adjustments. And, Dre is watching Parks and Rec. And what does Parks and Rec have to do with this show? Parks and Rec made a tonal mistake in the beginning and tried to make them jerks like on The Office, and then made a massive course correction and made them people who care deeply about public service, ultimately decent, good, sweet people, and the show took off. I'm not saying they should do that, but the thing is that I am so excited about the prospect of real people for whom this is a genuine chance, and many of them have worked hard for this moment as well too. This is not like I'm nobody from nowhere, or I'm the spoiled child of rich people who can afford this opportunity, and therein I go and sing my heart out to somebody else's music, and then people build a world around me. These are real people to some degree who have in many ways hit the wall, and this is a genuine opportunity and also a great way to do exactly what you talked about, instruct people on the difficulty of the road and what the sausage being made. I'm really hoping the audience gravitate towards how difficult this is, because if they do, they could have something really special on their hands. Really special. You're right. Keith Urban is the breakout, though. He's terrific.
He's great. You know, Blake Shelton actually comes across as just a likable and lucky dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Blake Shelton, by the way, but he is not the talent that is Keith Urban, and I think Blake would probably even say that. It's a different kind of, he's a very likable, he's a guy you want to have a beer with, and that is why he is the star that he is.
That's
And
a talent.
That's a great talent.
That's a talent. That's a really good, decisive kind of comment there, too. The idea that Blake Shelton's talent is actually being Blake Shelton. And if you think that is easy, you should try to be yourself when you don't know anybody and walk into a party for the first time. And it doesn't mean to simply being gregarious. It is projecting likability. There are lots of people who can go to a party hard and strong, Lindsay, and they're a disaster. I just wanted to kind of add that. It's like what Blake Shelton does is hard, but very different. Keith Urban is a talent.
Yeah.
Straight up. That's my take on it.
I agree 100%. Let me just tell you really quick, Blake Shelton story to say the likability and funny. My dear friend Kevin Post, who's my guitar player, played for Blake for, I don't know, 14 years. And so he had gotten, my sister and I, Kevin got us tickets to go see Blake Shelton at CMA Fest 1 year. And so he's like, just meet me in the parking lot at Titan Stadium and I'll come out and get you. So my sister and I are standing there talking to Kevin Post in the parking lot. He just finished sound check with Blake, and Blake comes whipping around the corner in a big like black SUV, you know, somebody driving him. He's sitting in the passenger seat. And Blake didn't know my sister and I, so he assumed that Kevin was hitting on us. So this is what Blake does. He whipped around the corner. He pulled up right next to us, and he goes, "Hey, Kevin, your Valtrex just came in. I got it backstage." Isn't that for herpes? That's herpes, right? Yeah, he goes, "Kevin, your Valtrex just showed up. We'll hold it on for you. Hold it on to backstage." And then he just zoomed and took off.
Oh, my
And
God.
he thought he was just the funniest guy ever. And he was. That's great. I mean, that's great. Who wouldn't do that? So I'm in on the show because, but I also love American Idol nowadays for the personal stories, the behind the scenes.
Well, that's
stories.
the adjustment they made on American Idol, was the fact that it was like I won't lie to you, there were a lot of jerks in the first part of American Idol, and they've really figured out that if you're going to give somebody a shot, if you're going to give people nobodies from nowhere a shot, make sure those nobodies from nowhere have really great personal stories of and families we like as well too. All that stuff has got to be they do some real vetting now. That's just my take on American Idol.
For sure. I agree. The backstories are what's great. I mean, there's one going back to the road, Jim, talking about how hard it is to be on the road, which of course our drivers can people are talking about in the chat, can all relate to. They have a mom, and a lot of these people have been in Nashville. A couple of them I know, making music for several years. So to Jim's point, these are people that have been working on the craft, not just
impressed.
Mom said, "You're a good singer, go try out." That's not what
I was so excited, Lindsay. I was so excited with the age breath, and I kept thinking to myself, man, this is the kind of thing that would get people excited. I really hope people connect with the older songwriter. I really do. I really
they
hope.
will. He's probably going to win.
I hope they connect.
Him or the girl that sang that crazy love song.
Yeah.
The kind of redhead girl.
Yeah, she's got an it factor. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, just kidding. She's not. It's what's funny. Her it factor is when she performs.
Yeah, that's
she's
what I'm
annoying
saying.
when she doesn't perform.
Oh,
but
I
when
know.
she performs, she transcends, and that's an artist.
Really
I
quickly, I'm also wondering if, in fact, they get a chance to look at the stuff, if they begin to change who they are in front of the camera, if they start seeing episodes, or if it's all in the can. Is it all in the can? Because
I think half of it's in the can. I think we're in the can until we get to the finales. So they might come out as different people in the finale.
Next Tuesday, remind me to tell you something about Project Greenlight, but go on. You got stuff you got to cover here.
Okay. Well, the road. Everyone, please take the ride with us so we can talk about it more, because these are people you're going to be hearing these people's music on the radio soon anyway. So you might as well get invested if you want, because we are. And again, I'm going to be talking about it a lot this season because it's connections to driving, working on the road, being gone away from your family. There is what I meant to say was the one mother who is calling her children from her hotel room. She's crying because they're like, "Mommy, I'm dressing up for Halloween, or I'm getting ready for this or that," and she's not there. And that is something that anyone who travels for a living can relate to.
Truck drivers need to watch this. Truck drivers need to watch this. They're going to have a lot of connective tissue. Oh man, oh God Almighty! I'm going to dig into the second one this weekend. So.
Okay, good. Yeah,
right.
Me too. Okay. So speaking of Taylor Sheridan, who is one of the creators on the show, he, by the way, Jim, I don't know if you saw this or not, he, of course, created Yellowstone, and he's got a new deal, Jim, with NBC, and the profit potential off it is staggering. So the new deal, it's with NBC Universal. It covers all of his upcoming projects, Jim, in both TV and film. It begins in 2026, and it runs for 8 years. And he has both a TV deal and a movie deal. But, Jim, it reports that it could net him as much as $1 billion. $1 billion.
Do it again. Do it again with the echo.
$1 billion.
That's what we're talking about here, folks.
Woo! He's planning to create 20 new shows, but I mean, this is a lot of work. This $1 billion isn't coming just for nothing, Jim. He's going to create 20 new shows as part of the deal. And if he does so, then the creator, executive producer, and writer fees, in addition to his participation in the back end profits, could reach $1 billion. But he's playing all of those roles, Jim, in 20 different shows. So you do the math, right?
Oh, my God. And by the way, I want to get a pitch meeting with him. You and I got to get into a pitch meeting with him because he's going to be looking for new content. He's not going to create all of it himself. He's not writing all those shows himself. So
he needs ideas.
We're going to get on top of this right now, you and me.
Needs
we're on it. We're on it.
So it was with Paramount, of course. That's where he made his career in the beginning with
CBS.
And then Paramount. So he's followed that up with, of course, these did Tulsa King, 1883, 1923, Landman, of course, obviously.
Landman.
Prior to Yellowstone.
Landman.
And then Lioness. Landman. Lioness as well. He's one of the most prominent showrunners in Hollywood in the process. Will you quickly tell our audience what a showrunner is, Jim?
A showrunner, by the way, when you actually see the beginning of any television show, you'll see a number of associate producers. They're usually the writers. The executive producer is the showrunner. What he or she does is they actually are in charge of making sure the overall show, in regards to multiple scripts and multiple directors, stay in the same universe and have the same feeling. It's how you can mix and match different talent from behind the scenes together, but make sure that the integrity of the show remains intact. You run the show. That's kind of it.
Who runs the world? You run the show. And he apparently, by the way, he's been frustrated that executives in his current platform where he is.
It was not a nice split. It was not a nice split.
We know all about executives at a platform telling you what to do and you being frustrated. He's frustrated that they've been taking up Jim a more active role in his work, he says. So they're sending notes on scripts. They're rejecting one project entirely. So it's like, everything you've done is great. What you've created is great. You're a genius. Now we, the dum-dums in the office, would like to give you some creative notes, even though we're not creative at all.
Oh, my God.
Welcome to every creative industry ever. When you get to a point where things are going great and somebody wants to pick you up and take you to a higher level, but they want to put their spin on it and make it crap.
Yeah, and it's really funny. They asked George Lucas about it one time. They said, why did you take notes from Alan Ladd, who was the executive producer over at Fox, and nobody else? And he said, because he earned my trust. That's the other thing, too. He earned my trust. It's like he always came through for me, so I was willing to actually take notes from Alan, and he did. And that was it. I mean, if you want to be in that game, earn somebody's trust first before you tell them what to do. That's it.
You're earning our trust by just being here, and hopefully we're earning your trust by continuing to be here and launching a whole new platform for our people, by the people, for the people. Okay, guys, finally on this day in country and Western music history, in 1963, Buck Owens was #1 on the country singles chart with Love's Gonna Live Here. I love this song. It spent 16 weeks at the top spot and a total of 30 weeks on the chart. And after Love's Gonna Live Here finished its 16-week stay, by the way, no other song, Jim, would spend more than 10 weeks in the #1 for 49 years. So Buck Owens, Love's Gonna Live Here, made history for 49 years before anyone knocked it out. What is it? I don't know. You'll have to come back next week to find out. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Truckin' with Oida, the best produced show in the Transpo planet. And we hope you have the best Halloween. Get home safe if you're going somewhere home. But if you're not, if you're just driving in your truck and you aren't able to be home for Halloween, put on Ghostbusters. I made myself a little playlist. You can go to Spotify and listen. Just drive down, listen to Thriller and Monster Mash. It's fun. It gets you down the road, Jim.
They played that at our wedding, by the way. He did the mash.
Did.
And one of the two people from Cowboy Mouth, Paul Sanchez, was the one who sang it for us.
I love it. He did the Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash.
He did it like that, too.
It caught on in a flash. He did the Monster Mash.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Coming up on today's show, Rebecca Brewster of the American Transportation Research Institute breaks down their latest report on top concerns in the industry, and Mark Schirmer of Landline Magazine wonders if the driver shortage narrative is finally coming to an end. An all-new Trucking with OIDA starts now. It's no secret that the trucking industry has been under some great strains in recent years as we walk deeper and deeper into the freight recession. And it's evident that people in the industry are feeling it based on the newest report from the American Transportation Research Institute. Each year, they identify the industry's top concerns, and we're going to dive into just what they identified right now with Rebecca Brewster. Rebecca is the president and chief operating officer for ATRI, and she joins us on the line now from somewhere in the world. Rebecca, how are you and where are you?
I am doing wonderful, and I'm in my home in Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. What's the weather like there today?
It's surprisingly cool. I wasn't expecting that to come back to cool temperatures. So cool is all relative, but it's,
Yeah.
It's in the mid-50s here. So
All right, that's nice. Some nice fall weather there in Georgia. I like that. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it, and I know we got a lot to talk about here with this top concern study. You do, and we've talked numerous times before, you obviously do a lot of research and a lot of reports and studies there at ATRI. Where does this one rank with regards to what can be learned? Because for me, I take quite a bit away from it. Where does this one rank for you?
I believe this is probably my top favorite thing we do at ATRI because it is so illuminating on what's happening in the industry. And really, Scott, this is sort of the driving force behind determining what research will be selected by ATRI's Research Advisory Committee. They rely on this report to really give direction on, what are the critical topics, where can research bring more direction for the industry in each of these topics.
Yeah. And the idea obviously is to get a sense of where people's heads are at and what they're dealing with out there, which tells us quite a bit, right? Because the feelings that people have are, they don't come out of the blue, obviously. They're a result of what they're dealing with out there.
Absolutely. And, originally when this survey started in 2005, it was really designed to help the industry look down the road. What are the issues that are coming down the road that we need to prepare for? But quite frankly, it's more reflective of, and I think there's real value in this, what are the pain points we're experiencing right now? And so, like, I think about the first one, in 2005, fuel costs were near the top because, if you recall, that's when we had Hurricane Katrina. The Gulf fuel supply was greatly impacted, so prices went way up. So it really is, and has been since it started, reflective of what's happening in the industry that's impacting motor carriers, it's impacting drivers, and even other industry stakeholders. That's what's so compelling about it, is it represents the opinions, the collective opinions of everybody who has a nexus to trucking.
And certainly we're going to look at the list here in just a second, because they do tell us a lot about what you're talking about here. But the one thing that I wonder is the freight recession obviously has been looming large over the entire industry over the past few years. How much do you think the freight recession factored into the results we see today? Because as you pointed out, things that are going on 2005, fuel prices was a big concern. I imagine right now the freight recession is factoring into all this.
It is, and I always say it's very hard to separate any one of these issues from another. They're all interconnected in a certain way. You can't really disconnect the economy and driver compensation, because one is definitely impacting the other. And so, it looms large. I would like to say, next year's survey, we don't have the top concern be the state of the nation's economy. It would be nice if we had something else take over. So, but it has been lingering, and it really does color how people select their top concerns.
Yeah. And when we look at those top concerns, it is important to note, again, that you separate them based on what is concerning for carriers and what's concerning for drivers. There's two separate lists there, and you kind of, at the end, put them all in together into one. Let's start with the drivers here and focus on them for a little bit here. And if you wouldn't mind, just kind of run us through the top 10 or top 5, maybe some of the highlights here if you could, and then we can drill down into some of the details for some of those.
Absolutely. And it's interesting to note that in this year's top 10, we had 4 new issues that we had not seen in the overall top 10 before. So that was, I can't use the adjective exciting, but it was really interesting that we had 4 new issues break into the top 10, but several of those had been on the driver list for a couple of years. So let's start with number 1 for drivers, driver compensation. And no surprise there, if the economy is the overall issue, clearly it's impacting drivers in their wallet. And so driver compensation, number 1, lack of available truck parking, number 2. And Scott, if you look back over the past 4 or 5 years, those 2 issues basically go swap places back and forth depending on the year for drivers' top concerns. Number 3, one of these new issues that showed up for the first time, English language proficiency for drivers.
I've heard something about
the
that.
Number 3. Yeah, there's been a little something in the news about that recently.
Yeah.
Number 4, broker issues. That's another issue that had been on the driver list before that we had seen. And then number 5 held on to its number 5 spot among drivers, and that's detention and delay at customer facilities.
Interesting. And driver compensation and truck parking, they kind of, are flipping. Is it disappointing to you, or maybe that's not even the right word, maybe interesting is the right word again too, but the fact that those 2 keep coming in 1 and 2 year after year is a bit discouraging when I look at it, because you would think that if those concerns are known, and they are certainly known, I think, throughout the industry, where's the action on both of those issues? Because we're not seeing it obviously to the point where people are satisfied with where things are going.
Right. No, it's true. It's true. It's interesting though on truck parking. If your listeners download the full report, which they can do at no cost from Matri's website, I made a note in the full report that truck parking is actually one of those issues where in 2025 we had some good news. We're seeing states announce, most recently Ohio and Pennsylvania, investment in expanding truck parking capacity. And, I hadn't thought of this till a driver pointed it out to me. She said, courtesy of the state of the economy and the freight recession, she said truck parking is a little bit easier to find these days because there aren't as many trucks on the road.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I know truck parking is a big issue for you, and we've talked about this before, in other conversations. But, it does feel like we are making some progress there. You mentioned Ohio and Pennsylvania. We've talked about those states and talked with people in those states on their truck parking initiatives. Florida, I know, is making some strides as well. So you feel good about us making some progress, at least. Obviously, we're not where we want to be, but it does feel like we're getting somewhere.
It does. And, again, if we could just get that dedicated federal fund source so that state DOTs don't have to figure out, am I going to apply for truck parking grants or am I going to use that money for roads and bridges? Because in the trucking industry, we want all of that. We want truck parking and we want well-maintained and added capacity on the roadway. So.
Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, fightingfortruckers.com is a place to reach out to your lawmakers to get them on board with that. Let's go back to the list here, Rebecca. You mentioned, and I think this is interesting, there are 4 new topics, concerns on the top 10 list here. You mentioned one of them, at least there, the English language proficiency. I think that goes without saying because it's been in the headlines so much here. What are the other 3? And there's one that stands out to me, and I'd like to ask you about it. But the other 3 that are new to the list, can you run us through those?
Absolutely. They're new to the overall list is artificial intelligence in trucking, which on the overall list came in at number 10, but among drivers, it's number 6. Then driver training standards broke through to the top 10. That's one of those issues that drivers had on their list for several years now, I think since 2019, but enough other respondents to the survey voted for driver training standards that it broke through to the top 10, but it's number 7 among drivers. And then the other new issue is diesel emissions regulations. So overall, it's number 8. Among drivers, it's number 10. And the interesting thing is, on the past 2 years' surveys, we've had battery electric vehicles in the overall top 10. That issue went from number 6 in last year's survey to number 23 in this year's survey because we know of what the Trump administration has done. Right. So there's been a lot of positive movement in this space, in this environmental space. But the one looming issue out there is the fact that we've still got a low NOx rule that says come model year 27 trucks, you have to meet certain standards that are going to greatly drive up the price of equipment. And when you contrast that with the freight recession and what's happening in the economy, it really is a big concern for the industry.
Yeah, it's not pretty. The one that stood out to me, and again, I think some of the things on the list here make sense. You mentioned driver training standards. There's been more attention on that, I think, in a positive way. English language proficiency, obviously. Artificial intelligence in trucking, that's the one that continues to equal parts fascinate and terrify me. I think it has a lot of good applications that we could see, but there's obviously the downside there too. What were drivers kind of saying when it came to artificial intelligence, with regard to their concerns?
So I think that really is a two-sided issue for everybody because the potential gains we could get from artificial intelligence in terms of productivity and safety and understanding, a whole host of things are really potentially very exciting. But there's no question everybody, I don't care what job you're in, wonders, is my job going to be eliminated because of AI? I mean, maybe we don't need trucking researchers in the future, So I mean,
let's hope that's not the case. But that's part.
I hope that's not the case. But I mean, it has the potential to, greatly impact a lot of workspaces, and so I think that's why it shows up on the driver's list. And look, one of the other big topics after just recently released a study on was cargo theft, and there's no question that growth in AI unfortunately facilitates the bad guys' ability to steal our cargo.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting, and I imagine this is going to, rise up the list, at least for truck drivers here in the years to come as this stuff gets more integrated into people's everyday lives. Let's look at and I want to follow this up with kind of contrasting them, but if you could just run us real quick through the motor carrier top concern list, and then I want to ask you about some of the differences that we see between the two. But the motor carrier concerns are what?
So the motor carrier top 10 is the economy, lawsuit abuse reform, its close cousin, as I say, insurance cost and availability at number 3, CSA at number 4. As I describe that one, the gift that just keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Driver shortage, driver retention, driver distraction, so 3 driver issues there, diesel emissions regulations, truck parking, and broker issues.
Okay, so let me ask you what you make of what I see, and, if you have a different perspective, please share it with us. But I see a disconnect here between what carriers are concerned about and what drivers are concerned about. There's very little overlap here. If you look at the list, in fact, I think just 2 issues that drivers are most concerned about appear on the carrier list, those being truck parking and broker issues. Again, I view it as a disconnect. Do you kind of view it in the same way, or how do you kind of interpret what you see there?
Sure, and I think some are logically would not appear one on one list and the other list.
Sure,
For instance, lawsuit abuse reform and insurance cost and availability. Unless you're an owner-operator, you're not paying the insurance bill. And unless you're involved in a crash, you're not being dragged into the courtroom. So, but those are 2 very impactful issues for motor carriers. My panelist recently, when we released the results of this, the motor carrier said he is continually frustrated that truck parking doesn't rank higher on the motor carrier list of concerns. He said, and he even proposed that what we should do is take away the motor carrier executives parking at their facility and tell them they have to find a place out somewhere on the street to park, to really drive home how critical this issue is for drivers. So, you know how passionate I am about that issue, and I include it in every conversation and presentation I do around the country. I am really hopeful that we see that one. Either we fix the issue, but if it remains on the driver list, I really want to see it get higher up on the motor carrier list.
Yeah, and that's a message you hammer home, I would imagine, knowing you and knowing this issue.
I do.
Yeah. What reaction do you get from people when you bring it up?
I see people, they understand, and I talk about how the lack of available truck parking impacts, if carriers are concerned about finding and keeping the best drivers, then they need to appreciate and understand those issues that are standing in the way of that. And one of them is truck parking. There's no question. We know from our research on why we aren't attracting more women to over-the-road driving positions. It's concern about their safety because there's not enough safe parking. These are just everyday issues that impact drivers and impact our ability as an industry to keep people in driving jobs.
Yeah. To your point there, I in this list, I think every year that it comes out, I think it's illuminating and interesting, and it informs decisions, and it's got a lot of uses. I do see it in a lot of ways as kind of what you mentioned there, as a powerful message to carriers. Again, I understand their interests take on a different angle because, of course, they're operating from a different place and they've got different interests in mind. I get that. But again, the list here, the lists, I suppose, between the two of them don't really line up very much with, the men and women who make their living behind the wheel of a commercial vehicle. What is something that you think could be learned from that? And I think you have taken that message to carriers before that, hey, if you want to retain drivers, right, you've got to listen to them and make sure their concerns are being addressed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, it's interesting when I think about driver compensation, number one for drivers doesn't show up on the motor carrier list, but yet I point out in the full report, 8.1% of the motor carriers who took this survey selected driver compensation as one of their top concerns. And, you think that's because, they don't want to pay more. But the fact of the matter is, in talking anecdotally to some carriers, it's really concern over they want to be able to continue to pay their drivers. And, you can't walk back anybody's pay. So in light of the freight recession, they're having to make decisions, back office cuts, holding off purchasing new equipment. A lot of tough decisions at that motor carrier executive level because they don't want to negatively impact driver compensation.
Yeah, perspective is important because, again, everybody's operating from their own place and they've got their own interests. And it does help to, I think about what the other side is going through. And in terms of, these motor carriers, they're dealing with a freight recession that's been going on for, it feels like 3 decades. It's been about, 3 years now.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they're facing problems as well. One thing, again, and I'll compliment you all again, is that this report doesn't just kind of point to concerns. It does provide potential strategies for dealing with the concerns. Overall, again, this paints a picture, I think, of an industry under some pretty big strains. What are some of the, and this is maybe a tough question to answer, but some of the more easily solvable problems as you look at the list? Because we have a lot of problems that we're looking at here. What are some that you feel were a little bit closer than maybe on some others?
Yeah, so I tongue-in-cheek said CSA is the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
And the fact that, it's been on the top 10 list overall since 2010. We know that FMCSA has proposed fixes again to CSA that were developed and refined with industry input. If we could just get those implemented, I believe we could see CSA drop out of the top 10. And personally, from my perspective, because this is the one report I still write myself, I would just be happy to have something else to write about in CSA. Yeah. So, that's certainly one of them. The renewed attention or current attention on English language proficiency for drivers, I think that may be, just a reflection of when we launched the survey, like fuel costs were back in 2005. I think the attention that's being put on that now will likely not, that will move down the list. Hopefully, if it continues to get the attention and enforcement that is needed there, hopefully that one is not with us for a long time. Who knows? If we had launched the survey a little later, it might have been non-domiciled CDL.
I was going to say,
was the issue. So, some of these are not necessarily easy fixes, but the amount of attention on them may fix them and get all that attention will generate action that takes care of those issues.
You've been doing these reports for a while, and I would imagine there isn't a whole lot that surprises you anymore, but did anything surprise you when you were getting responses back on this one?
Well, it's funny because, and I pointed this out in the report too, we were going to add English language proficiency to the survey anyway before all this happened because so many drivers have been writing it in as an issue for the past several years. And as a reminder to your listeners, you can write in a concern. You don't have to pick from just the list there. If something else is your big issue, write it in. So we were going to add ELP to the survey because of all the write-ins. And then, of course, we got the executive order in April and the crashes, high-profile crashes with that topic. So, I wasn't surprised to see that one, but honestly, the one that really surprised me was AI in trucking.
Really?
It was recommended we add it to the list. I thought, that's silly. Nobody's going to pick that. And boy, was I wrong.
But it tells you that it's on people's minds and they're worried about it, or at least thinking about it.
It is. It is, absolutely.
Yeah. And there's, again, as I said earlier, I think equal parts fascinated and terrified of what it could mean. And I think that's mostly based on my personality, though. But, clearly a concern out there. Participation was up this year. That's encouraging, I think. Any idea as to why that might be?
Because I think these issues are so topical right now. I just think there's so much attention on all these issues. And I also think it's just people are just tired of what's happening in the economy, and they just are getting frustrated,
Yeah, I share that frustration. You know, non-domiciled CDLs. I was going to ask you this too, with ELP being on there. Did anybody by chance write in non-domiciled CDLs? Because that wasn't. Yes. They did. Okay.
Yes,
you saw that quite a bit.
We had write-ins for that too. And so what we do with the write-ins is we evaluate for the next year's survey. Is that an issue we want to add on the bulleted list of issues you can choose from? So we mine those write-ins pretty extensively, both for issues and strategies as well.
Yeah. Any idea, and I know it's too early to look to next year because we're still dealing with today, but any ideas based on tea leaves, based on responses, based on what's going on right now, whatever it may be, what next year's list might look like? Any issues you think maybe are going to fall off or appear or rise up the ranks? Do you have a sense of that at all?
Well, because some of these are just harder to tackle, even with good recommendations on the strategies, they're harder to tackle. And I think one of those is lawsuit abuse reform.
Yeah.
We've got to chip away at it at the state level where we have had some good wins. But we also likely need, we've got some new federal legislation introduced that would make stage accidents a federal crime. There are pieces that can be accomplished at the federal level as well as at the state level, but that's a tough one. So yeah. I think it's going to continue to stay near the top, and where it stays, insurance cost and availability will stay as well.
One thing that strikes me when I look at the list here, look at all the lists, because you got them broken down, again, between truck drivers and motor carriers and overall and owner-operators, the list goes on and on. The thing that strikes me as you look at it is these are, in a lot of cases, especially for truck drivers, things that are really out of their control, right? And I think that probably fuels that frustration in a lot of cases because they can't do anything about it. With the motor carrier list, there are clearly things that they can't control in a lot of cases, the economy being the number one, and it's at the top of the list there. But I do feel, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I do feel like they have more control over some of these issues. What, I guess, and I'm going to circle back to my question earlier, what's a lesson you hope that people take away from the report overall?
Well, because I've said it now for so many years, I really want to hammer home to motor carriers that, if in your top 10 is finding and keeping the best drivers, then you've got to focus on what's on the left side of that equation. Because I'm looking at the table and the truck drivers are on the left side. And when I put up a slide in my PowerPoints, they're always on the left side. They've got to focus on what drivers say are most concerning to them. And we've got to get, some more similar rankings of these issues between the two groups. They're never going to be the same. But we've got to really get some focus on what drivers say is most concerning to them. Because can drivers go to do drivers have the time to go lobby their DOT and their state house to get truck parking
nope.
capacity added? No, but motor carriers can do that.
Yeah,
right. Motor carriers can do that. So we've just got to get some greater connections between those lists.
And are they perceptive to that message? Open to it?
I think so, because nobody wants to tell Rebecca Brewster no.
Yeah, I can believe that. Well, we're not going to tell you no, and anytime you want to come on the show, the answer will be yes. But again,
thank you.
As I said earlier, this list I think is informative and helpful in so many ways. Thank you for putting it together. Thank you for everybody there at ATRI that contributes to putting it together. We appreciate your time, and I'm sure we will talk again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me on today.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sap Brothers. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Get your giggles going for the highway of hilarity that is the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac.
What's the word, Cheese?
Well, I was thinking of opening a mummy resort, but I'm afraid no one will come.
Is that because a mummy's place is in the kitchen?
No, they might be afraid to unwind.
That joke's wrapped a little too tight.
Sew up your sides and tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's been a bit since we checked in with our friends down in Landline Magazine, who have been busy, as they always are, covering all the news that's been churning lately. There's been a lot of it for coverage of the driver shortage narrative, non-domiciled CDLs, English proficiency, tariffs, the list goes on and on and on. We're going to cover all of it. We'll try to cover all of it with senior editor Mark Schrimmer, who joins us now in Studio A. Mr. Schrimmer, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Scott. I'm sure we'll have it all figured out before this segment's over with.
We're going to solve it all. Do you have you got your Halloween costume picked out? When's the last time you dressed up in a costume for Halloween?
That's a good question. I would say college.
Wow.
Yeah,
which was like 3 or 4 years ago, right? Right?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, roughly. Okay, yeah. It's been a long time since I've dressed up too.
So what was your favorite Halloween costume as a kid?
I never really had any good ones that I can remember. What about you?
I think it was Superman one year. I don't know, maybe something like that.
This is riveting content.
Yeah.
Just gonna mention, Ghost, and put a sheet over my head and cut some holes.
Well,
for
I was hoping you would carry it. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think we've gone down the wrong path. Let's turn around. Let's go back here. So let's talk about the reason we actually invited you here today. This long list of issues. Long list of bills that have come out in recent weeks dedicated to two issues that have really dominated conversations lately. Those, of course, being English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs. Have you been keeping track by chance of just how many bills we've seen introduced in recent weeks? There have been a lot.
Yeah, there have. And when and sometimes the bill in the House and the bill in the Senate are introduced at the same time, and then sometimes those companion bills are at different times. So it feels like there's even more. But I think of recent ones, at least the main ones I would say off of English language proficiency, there have been at least 5, and some of those, like I said, have been introduced in the House and the Senate. Some of them just one or the other chamber. And then when you get into the non-domiciled CDLs, there's maybe close to a half a dozen of those as well. And we just had one introduced this week by Jeff Andrew. So just yet another. It's does feel like pretty much every day we have a new one to tackle and look at and read all of that bill text. And so that's why, this week kind of put out a story, clever headline writers, we are English Proficiency Bills 101. So anyway,
how long did that take you?
Probably about as long as it to say it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so hopefully, what the idea of that is, like I said, there's so many of these bills out there, about a half a dozen, and nobody wants to go through and read all of that bill text. Even myself, I'm not really a huge fan of it, but it's what we do. It's what our job is. And so I'm just, relaying that information and hopefully a much easier way to consume and to make it easy and figure out, okay, what are the good points? What are the bad points? What do we like about these? And, which is the main bill maybe to support and maybe end up in a highway bill later on.
Yeah, we can certainly talk about that too, but I can't, just looking at the scale or the number of the bills that have come out, I cannot recall. You've been at this a little bit longer than I have, despite only being out of college for 3 or 4 years.
I started in 5th grade.
Because you're so young, that's right. I cannot recall a trucking issue or issues that have generated so many bills, again, dedicated to the same issue in such a short period of time. I'm not sure you have either, but it speaks to the environment that we're in right now.
Yeah. Even with that, I'll admit I don't completely understand it because I think, well, I guess I do. I think part of it is, every lawmaker maybe has their own little tweak to it or, but I think that they also, politicians, obviously they want to get reelected. This is an issue that has gotten a lot of truck drivers, that feel very passionate about it. We've seen it in the social media comments for months. And so I think a lot of them, want to
show the opportunity.
And here's the credit here of, I have introduced a bill. And again, maybe previous 3 or 4 that have been introduced, and there's probably something they feel strongly about in the specifics rather than negotiating. But I know for purposes, my purposes is I would rather, okay, these are all Republican introduced. Hey, get together, guys.
Yeah, and come up with one.
Come up with one, and that so they would have a better chance whether passing as a standalone bill or getting attached to a larger highway bill. That's the way my brain works. But I understand. Again, like probably all wanted a little bit of credit with it. But we look at the other major things. There's one big truck parking bill, for instance, and that and that's a huge issue as well, and has been for years. But yeah, this is one that a lot of people feel very passionate about, and so everybody, I guess, wants to be a part of it.
We can kind of look at these each individually, maybe starting with the English proficiency bills, and I use that, again, plural bills, because there have been a number of them here. And again, looking at them, there isn't a massive amount of difference between them. As you mentioned, there's a tweak here, a tweak there with regard to it. They generally also follow, I believe, the Trump administration's actions on this in recent months. But when you look at that list of bills, is there one in particular or one, I guess, that stands out, or just in general what stands out to you in terms of the direction that these lawmakers are trying to go?
Yeah, so I think, the first one, if you are somebody that is in favor of the, Trump executive orders and what the DOT is doing on this, then, the ones, whether it's non-dom or the English language proficiency issue, the ones that simply just take those orders and codify them into law would be, a real simple lift there. And that's what Connor's Law does, that is was introduced by David Taylor in the House out of Ohio, and Cynthia Lummis out of a Republican out of Wyoming. And so that's what that would do. And so that's one I know OIDA supports. There's also another one, Roger Marshall, senator out of Kansas, the Commercial Motor Vehicle English Proficiency Act, and basically, that requires drivers to be tested in English before they can get a CDL. I know there are others that would require that you have to have a regular driver's license for at least a year before you can get a CDL, which makes sense to me. I can't imagine my first driving experience being in an 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
So it does seem like you should have a driver's license first. That makes a lot of sense to me. But one that OIDA opposes, there's a bill out there that would require everybody to not only, I think most people agree with that are on this side that, there should be some sort of English test before you get your CDL, but some of them want that to be renewed every time. Every time to do it again. And I know OIDA thinks that's, it's a little cumbersome on all drivers. Once you've proven you can speak and read English, it's probably something you shouldn't have to do every time. I know there's an OIDA member that made a petition to basically just make it an endorsement. And so there's that, kind of take on it as well.
Yeah. Well, and again, I think the takeaway here is that these discussions in recent months are the complaints are being listened to, and we're seeing action on the federal level. We're seeing action in Congress here. But again, it's going to take an act of Congress to make what the Trump administration has done on these issues and make them permanent, because as we have talked about on the show before, and you've talked about it in everything that you write, anything that an administration does in terms of this kind of thing can be undone by a future administration. So we'll keep an eye on that. Fightingfortruckers.com if you want more information on the bills that OID supports. And if you'd like to support them, you can reach out to your lawmakers as well. Let's talk here, Mark, about something that we have talked about. I can't keep track of how many times we've talked about it, this mythical driver shortage and the narrative surrounding it. We have talked about it before, about the narrative. It seems to be shifting a bit. It seems to be changing, particularly in recent months, I think. This is something I know you wanted to talk about, so I'm going to give you the floor here because we are seeing a few more signs out there that things may be changing.
Yeah, I think, you're seeing a lot of new articles out there kind of talking about, hey, this driver shortage narrative not only has, so many different studies proven it to be false, but maybe it's actually doing damage to the trucking industry, and it created, some bad policies. And to me, since, OIDA and Landline, and I know yourself, we've been kind of preaching this for I don't know how long, and
a long time.
And so it a little bit, while I'm really glad that this is coming to light even more, I do kind of feel like the guy who heard about the ban 2 years ago, and then now everybody is starting to talk about, oh, this band's really great.
And you're wearing one of the early shirts. Yeah. I've been here since the beginning.
Yeah. I was like, this is album number 4. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Where you been? Yeah.
So so there's a little bit of that going on, but when you think about this, since I started, I've been working. It actually be this week it'll be 10 years that I've worked at Landline now, and from the time that I came on and you started listening to House or Senate hearings on trucking, it was over and over. You would hear an ATA representative talk about the driver shortage, and we need to make it easier. Streamline the CDL process. We need to have bigger, heavier trucks. We need to do all of these things because there's a driver shortage. And every lawmaker would just say driver shortage as if it was fact.
They parrot it, yeah.
And OIDA, when I started working here, hearing them say, well, no, there isn't a driver shortage. If you look at the turnover rates of 90, 100%, how can there be a shortage if you're hiring people but you just can't keep them? Showing the how driver wages haven't kept up with inflation since 1980. All of these factors. Then, the Department of Labor comes out with a study, says, no, there's not a driver shortage. And then like 2 or 3 more academic studies come out and say there isn't a driver shortage. And still this year, ATA President Chris Spears still goes I can't remember whether it was a House or Senate hearing, goes to a hearing and basically is pounding saying, like how absurd these false, that there isn't a driver shortage. Like it was just so terrible. But, right now we're seeing like, how have CDL standards gotten so bad? How have so many of these been issued without paying attention? Why are there drivers that aren't qualified? Well, this narrative that's been out there for so long that you just can't find truck drivers. There's nowhere to get them. There's no way to figure out. So people thought, we need to do things differently because nobody wants a repeat of the pandemic and where they can't get toilet paper.
Speak for yourself.
Well, I do think you want your toilet paper.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Call me. I know I'm spoiled, and I know. Yeah.
But apparently, I know where all the toilet paper was at during the pandemic. It was all at Scott's house, apparently. But no. So all of these issues, I understand it's scary. I remember during the pandemic, one thing that was funny. I remember listening to an interview that Chris Spear was doing with the National News, and they were talking to him about the driver shortage at that time, and they started talking about are kids going to be able to get toys for Christmas? Like all these things weren't going to happen because of this horrible driver shortage that they kept on saying, 100,000, 200,000 short, all of these numbers. And meanwhile, they were issuing 450,000 new CDLs every year.
Yeah.
And so we always knew that it was kind of absurd, but more media outlets are onto it now. So the band is more popular, and that's great. They're selling out shows.
Yeah.
But, anyways, I'm glad that the word is getting out there now and people are starting to understand. Hopefully it will help create some new policies or a different direction. First off, at least a minimum number of behind-the-wheel training hours. The fact that doesn't already exist
is mind-blowing.
It is absolutely mind-blowing. When I go back to that 10 years ago when I started, I thought I heard them wrong when they said it. I just assumed, to do anything. I mean, you gotta take a hunter safety course. I mean, you have to do all these things through your course of life. I mean, apparently, to cut hair, you have to have all these hours of training.
Yeah.
How could you give anybody a CDL without, significant amount of hours behind the wheel, making sure they know what they're doing in different terrains?
Yeah, no, it is. It's mind blowing. And again, just real quick here before we move on to the next subject, in terms of seeing cracks in the narrative, I think we're seeing more and more, and you laid out, what lawmakers are now saying, where they used to parrot the driver shortage narrative. You now hear them saying there isn't a driver shortage, that we do need to focus on these things. That is positive. I know Craig Fuller, FreightWaves, I think you saw that recent story that he put out, the editorial, essentially taking ATA down on these claims as well. And we're seeing some things ATA too. It seems like they are maybe taking a step or two back too on being as forceful. Again, Chris Spear was out there just a few months ago, again, pounding the table, but in their statements, it seems like they're starting to couch it a little bit.
Yeah, they've been reducing the number a little bit. And I think, with anyone, you see kind of the writing on the wall and understand that some of this is kind of falling apart a little bit. And one thing I didn't even, mention about this obviously we talk about those turnover numbers and driver salaries not keeping up with inflation and all of that. But we have been in a freight recession for 2.5 going on 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons that is given, or the main reason that is often given of why we're in that, is overcapacity, which means there are too many trucks on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So how can we...
Wait, who's driving them, though? If we have a shortage, who's driving them, Mark?
Well, that maybe, with the driverless truck stuff, maybe that is going on, but no,
that's true.
But yes, we have an overcapacity problem, and, we still do have truck drivers behind the wheel of almost all the trucks out there on the roads. So that's the problem. The rates are low because there are too many people trying, the supply of drivers is high and the freight rates are low right now. So to say there's a driver shortage while that's all going on is just absolutely absurd.
You can curse. It's okay. We'll bleep you, Mark.
I won't.
That's fine. That's fair.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Let's move on here real quick here, because we've got a 25% tariff on imported medium and heavy-duty trucks set to go into effect this weekend, actually, November 1st. I think we kind of have more questions and answers right now as to how this is going to work and what it's going to look like. But let's ask them anyway, or I'll ask the questions anyway.
Yeah.
Starting with how this is going to work and I suppose big picture, what it all means.
Yeah. So, I mean, basically what we're looking at is a 25% tariff on imports of medium and heavy duty trucks, as well as truck parts. And so that's where some of that stuff gets confusing. Now there's they're still going to try to figure out ways to kind of, because most of the trucks aren't like made completely one place, or you know what I mean? Like some of the parts come.
It's a global economy.
And so there's all of there's different parts to it, and they're still dealing with U.S. MCA agreements, and the Department of Commerce has to figure out exactly how they're going to dole those out. But they are going to have a significant effect in the end, because most of the trucks do come out of Mexico. I know you've talked to him as well. I spoke with Jason Miller maybe about a week ago. He was predicting, at least a 5% increase in the price of trucks. We've also have out of this, like PACCAR recently on their third quarter earnings call, because the majority of their trucks, are in the U.S., they think this is actually going to be a competitive advantage for them that's going to help them. I mean, obviously, on earnings calls, they don't want to talk in positive ways,
Sure.
but they certainly look like this could be a benefit. But I know that this is repetitive because everybody talks about this when it comes to these tariffs. It's really so much about the uncertainty. And even though President Trump not too long ago did kind of give a fact sheet and issue some of how this is going to roll out. But once November 1st hits, and then we start to see how that all plays out, it'll take a little while. And so it is the uncertainty of how all of this will go. And we know there's lawsuits over some of these tariffs of other ones that are out there now. And, how is that, what's going to happen with all of that. And, but yeah, I do think when we look at it, there at the end of the day, there's probably going to be some sort of price increase on trucks. And then he goes, how's that going to affect the used truck market and all of that? So there's, stay tuned, I guess. But there's definitely going to be an impact. Exactly how heavy that impact is, we'll figure out in the coming months.
We should also note here, because we have seen the president propose tariffs and say they will go into effect on such and such a date. And then a day before that, or 2 days before that, come out and push that down the line a little bit. That's already happened with this issue.
To your point, it was supposed to be October 1st.
Yeah, right.
And then after that, shortly, like maybe mid-October, it was like, November 1st.
Right. So as we speak right now, and again, this is Thursday afternoon here in Grain Valley, Missouri, that we're speaking and recording this. As of right now, they are set to go into effect. This 25% tariff is set to go into effect on November 1st. By the time you hear this, the president may have come out and said that.
Check Truth Social.
Yeah, that, it's a month later or what have you. I don't think he will abandon this plan because up until now, every single tariff that he's proposed has eventually gone into effect. But I just think it's worth pointing that out because we've seen this before where the tariff has been introduced and then pushed down the line a little bit. The goal here in terms of what the president's hoping for, and we've talked about this too, we talked about it with Jason Miller as well. The goal is really to boost American manufacturers. But again, to your point, and I think it's a valid one, and I think we have to talk about it, this is a global economy, and you've got parts coming in from all over the place.
Yeah.
So that's the question. I think that again, the uncertainty I think that looms the largest over this is what is this going to look like, and what's the bottom line going to look like?
Yeah, and tying some of these issues together a little bit. I know when we talked about why they want to codify the rules on English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs is because the next administration could just go in and change everything.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. I know it's one of the sticking points. I know you've talked to Jason Miller about this as well, is, if this is to boost more U.S. manufacturing, well, if you're a company and you're trying to make a decision here, if you're going to, because of these tariffs, change your whole business model for years forward, and then it's, and how long it takes to build a manufacturing plant and to get everything set up to do that, and then 2-3 years down the line, maybe the next president comes in and goes, "Oh, we're done with these tariffs."
Yeah.
And so that creates long-term uncertainty as well, not just the immediate of how it's going to play out in a few months. So that's a difficult thing. And then also, I know the other goal that the president is trying to kind of make this is like a national security sort of issue as well.
Mm-hmm.
That if to make sure we have all of the manufacturing here, and if we ever have an issue that we're not beholden, I guess, to other countries to get all. So I don't know exactly how all that'll play out either, but I do agree. At least I know when we talk about national security concerns with as far as connected vehicles and some of those parts where I know
that's a big concern.
Yeah, there's definitely with cybersecurity and all of that. So there's a lot of factors there.
Stay tuned. Best Halloween candy.
Reese's peanut butter cups.
Me too.
Hey, are we best friends?
Let's be best friends. Let's do it. Mark Schirmer, you are a good friend of the program. We appreciate you coming by and making sense of some of this stuff that oftentimes does not make any sense. So we thank you for all your work.
All right, thank you.
That was Mark Schirmer of Landline Magazine. This is Trucking with OOIDA, and we'll catch you next time. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.